फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भैया इसको हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भैया हमको फ्री फायर खेलना है। छोड़ भाई हील बैटल कर लेते पर मिड किट नहीं है पास। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर फोन में नहीं है नेट। छोड़ भाई फ्री फायर खेल लेते पर नहीं चल रहा दिमाग। मुझको फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलते खेलते नेट उड़ गया। वो 2G के नेट पे पूरा मेरा दिन कटा। वो फ्री फायर फोन कवर वाला फोन भी खो गया, हो गया। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये वाईफाई चोरी करे लो अभी पहला। वो जो छुपके से बैठे मेरे गेम पर शूट, वो जैसे तैसे हीलिंग बैट में सर्कल ले रहा। मेरी स्किन देख बेबी मेरी फ्री फायर मैक्स की, तू किल देख मेरी या फिर देखो मेरी केडी। और वक्त नहीं देना इन्हें, करो पुश रैंक मेरे पास में तो वहाँ मत आके ना फेंक। बेबी बैठे बैठे गिनता मैं नोट पे बॉक्स, इन लड़कों को रखता मैं भैया के स्कोप पे। D&D भी ऑन है, फोन पे पाउडर है, उंगली ना हट जाए लॉबी में खौफ में ना देता रैम को ना फोन चाहे फट जाए। फोन भी बदल देंगे फ्री फायर लव बॉयज दो का है सर्कल में। और मेरा बड़ा भाई कौन जीता कौन हारा देख लेगा मेरे भाई। फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना मुझे भाई। हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो, हीलिंग बैटल में। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है, फ्री फायर खेलना। भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
Bad on my peak, but I was a peak. ले पहन ज्ञान में अगर की मौत मरे तुझे ऑफ करे। मेरी AK-47 गोल्ड है बहुत। बैटल में ईगल के सर्कल के बीच में अकेले में घूमूंगा कोई ना। तेरा घर पे लगे ना चोट तुझे तभी ऑफ करे लगा माइक पे।
बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई हीलिंग बैटल में हरा दो। बड़े भाई फ्री फायर खेलना है। बड़े भाई जो भी इस रील को देख रहे हैं प्लीज लाइक कर देना कि ये फोन लेना है।
लेडीज जेंटलमैन, तेज फीफा मैक्स इंडिया कप 2025 का ग्रैंड फाइनल करीब है और हम भी उतने ही एक्साइटेड हैं जितने आप हो। और इस एक्साइटमेंट को बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं Kalahari आर्मी, इंडिया की वन ऑफ द बेस्ट टीम अगर बोले तो। सबसे पहले तो कंग्रेचुलेशंस कि आप लोगों ने टॉप 12 में अपनी जगह बनाई। और इतना ही नहीं, आप लोगों ने FFC बोर्ड में पूरे भारत में टॉप 1 किया था। 10 लाख टीम ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया था, उसमें टॉप 1 आना खुद में एक अचीवमेंट है। बट अभी पिक्चर बाकी है, अभी आप लोग को ग्रैंड फाइनल में जाना है। तो कुछ सवाल जवाब हो जाए। सबसे पहला देखिए जो सवाल करना चाहेंगे, फीफा मैक्स की बात करें, काफ़ी सारे पेट हैं फीफा मैक्स में। तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि कौन सा ऐसा पेट है जो आप लोग का फेवरेट है और उसके पीछे का क्या रीज़न है?
मेरा फेवरेट पेट बिस्टन है, क्योंकि मैं नीडर हूँ तो इससे मेरे को हेल्प होती है नीड वगैरह थ्रोबस वगैरह वो फेंकने में। तो मेरा फेवरेट पेट बिस्टन ही है।
नाइस। मैंने देखा है बीस्टन का भी यूज़ काफ़ी ज़्यादा हुआ है, मतलब एवरॉन पेट का यूज़ किया गया। देन बीस्टन जो है वो जो बॉम्बर्स हैं वो यूज़ करते हैं। एंड देखिए जिस तरीके से आप ग्रेनेड करते हैं सामने वाली टीम को, तो प्रेशर में ही डाल देते हैं। चलिए ये तो था हमारा पहला सवाल। लेकिन जिस तरीके की आपकी जर्नी रही है, मैंने शुरुआत में बताया था कि आपने टेबल टॉप किया था पूरे भारत में, मतलब टॉप 1 आना खुद में अचीवमेंट है। तो ये जो पूरी जर्नी है, अगर उसको आपको समराइज़ करना तो आप कैसे करेंगे?
जैसे कि हमने स्टार्टिंग में टेबल टॉप किया था ओपन क्वालिफायर्स में, तो उसके बाद ऐसा हुआ था कि हम लोगों ने टॉप 6 के अंदर क्वालिफाई किया था। हमारे 2 गेम्स खराब हुए थे, वैसे उसके बाद जो राउंड 2 भी थे और 3 भी थे, उसमें भी हाँ काफ़ी ड्रामेटिक सीन्स हुए थे। ऐसा मोमेंट हुआ था कि हमें खुद को ऐसा आपस में फील हो रहा था कि हम एलिमिनेट होने वाले हैं, बट लेकिन हमने एक दूसरे को दिलासा दिया और वहीं से फिर हमने क्वालिफाई किया ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। एक ऐसा टीम स्पिरिट कायम रखा हमने।
तो आप लोगों का जो यहाँ पे स्टार्ट रहा है, मैंने देखा था तेज FFMIC 2025 का काफ़ी स्लो रहा था, थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल भी किए थे, बट अभी क्योंकि आपने ग्रैंड फाइनल में काफ़ी स्टाइल में जगह बनाई है, तो ग्रैंड फाइनल के गेम 1 से ही ऐसा आप क्या करने वाले हो कि आप डोमिनेशन पूरे लॉबी में दिखा दो?
एक स्लो स्टार्ट का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि हमेशा एंड भी स्लो होगा। इसके लिए हमने बहुत कुछ चीज़ें सोच रखी है, ऑलरेडी प्री प्लान्ड है। ग्रैंड फाइनल के दिन ही जो पता चलेगी।
नाइस, मतलब यहाँ पे तो सीधा क्लियर स्टेटमेंट आ गया है कि ग्रैंड फाइनल में तो कार्नाइटेड आर्मी मचाने वाली है फॉर श्योर। लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, देखिए यहाँ पे बात आती है जब बाकी टीम्स की स्ट्रैटेजीज की, तो सब स्ट्रैटेजी बना के आता है। आपके कॉम्पिटिटर्स भी एक से बढ़कर एक है, आप ये बात जानते हैं। तो ऐसी क्या चीज़ है जो आपको उनसे अलग बनाती है, और ऐसा कौन सा एक्स फैक्टर है जो आपको लगता है कि आपको बाकी टीम के ऊपर डोमिनेशन दिखाने में हेल्प करेगा?
तो बाकी टीम्स जो है ज़्यादा कंसिस्टेंट खेलते हैं हर गेम में, तो ओवरऑल पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग में हमको ये काफ़ी हेल्प देता है, एंड ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के दिन भी हमको काफ़ी हेल्प देगा ये।
ऑलराइट, तो यहाँ पे हम देखिए जिस तरीके से मुझे नज़र आ रही है कि टीम की सिनर्जी बहुत स्ट्रांग है। और इसी के साथ देखिए मैं उस सवाल पे ज़रूर आऊँगा कि आप लोग जिस तरीके से खेलते हो गेम में, जो फाइट्स लेते हो, बहुत प्रिसाइज फाइट लेते हो, और इतना प्रिसाइजली फाइट लेना जो आपका सिनर्जी है, इसके पीछे का आखिर वो सीक्रेट क्या है? तो इतना बेहतर कोऑर्डिनेशन आप कर कैसे पाते हो?
काफ़ी टाइम से साथ में खेल रहे, लगभग हमें 1-1.5 साल हो गए साथ में खेलते हुए, तो वही हम साथ में रैंक वगैरह प्रैक्टिस भी करते हैं। और कई बार बीच में गेम में गलती हो जाती है, किसी प्लेयर को ज़्यादा कोई चिल्लाता नहीं किसी पे, तो प्लेयर पे प्रेशर भी नहीं आता, तो ईजी रखता है कॉल, तो फिर चल जाता है, सही से हो जाता है।
बिल्कुल, ट्रस्ट ये बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ है, क्योंकि इनको अपने हर एक प्लेयर पे ट्रस्ट है, चाहे स्नाइपर हो चाहे रशर हो, कि ठीक है हमारा स्नाइपर है वो हमको प्रॉपर कवर दे ही देगा, और अगर एक रशर डाउन भी हो गया तो दूसरा मैं देखता हूँ कि इंस्टेंट रिवाइव भी कर देता है और टीम को हेल्प भी कर देता है। तेज फ्री फायर मैच इंडिया कप 2025 का ग्रैंड फाइनल नज़दीक है, और आप किस तरीके से अपने आप को मेंटली प्रिपेयर करोगे, क्योंकि मेंटली प्रिपेयर होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। सो क्या ऐसा करने वाले हो कि आप मेंटली प्रिपेयर हो हर प्रेशर के लिए?
जो भी टीमें ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई की हैं, इनके साथ हम सेम लॉबी में काफ़ी टाइम से खेलते आ रहे हैं, तो हमें इनकी स्ट्रैटेजी ऑलमोस्ट सबकी पता ही है। और बाकी लैंड है तो लैंड का थोड़ा प्रेशर हैंडल करना है, बस बाकी सब इजी है।
बात करें अगर तेज फ्री फायर मैच इंडिया कप 2025 की ट्रॉफी की, बात करें अगर चैंपियन बनने की, उस टाइटल की, तो आप लोगों के लिए क्या महत्व रखता है वो चीज़?
एज वी ऑल नो, काफ़ी टाइम से ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स ओपन फॉर ऑल नहीं थे, तो अभी इतने टाइम बाद ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट आया, तो हम स्टार्टिंग से ही अच्छा कर रहे हैं, एंड ग्रैंड फाइनल में ट्राई करेंगे डोमिनेट करें एंड ये टूर्नामेंट जीत के जाएं एंड अपने आप प्रूव करें।
तो ये थी कार्नाइटेड आर्मी जिन्होंने काफ़ी सवालों के जवाब दिए, एंड वंस अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस, एंड आई होप कि आप लोग बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करें तेज FFMIC 2025 के ग्रैंड फाइनल में।
What's up guys, hope you all are doing good. मेरे साथ एक बहुत बड़ी महान हस्ती जुड़ी हुई है, that is Nonstop Gaming, and I would like to ask them lot of questions. I know समय उतना ही है, चलो पूछते हैं पहला सवाल। सबसे पहले चीज़ तो आपका सबसे ज़्यादा फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है?
हमारा फेवरेट पेट है R1।
R1?
यस,
और बताइए क्यों?
क्योंकि R1 से हमको रोटेशंस में इजी पड़ता है, हम खाली जगह अच्छे से स्पॉट कर पाते हैं, एंड बंदे नहीं होते तो हम जल्दी जोन भी पकड़ पाते हैं, तो बहुत एडवांटेज मिलता है बाकी टीमों से।
उस टाइम पे मैंने ऐसा देखा था आप बहुत ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव जा रहे थे, सो इट्स ऑल थैंक्स टू R1।
या बिकॉज ऑफ दैट हमें पता रहता था कितने प्लेयर है उस जगह पे, तो हम अच्छे से प्लान करके जाते, मार देते थे उन्हें।
परफेक्ट, सही है। तो ओवरऑल आपकी जो जर्नी रही है कैसी रही है, उतार चढ़ाव के साथ, या फिर आपके लिए स्मूथ सेलिंग रहा है?
जैसे स्टार्टिंग में हमारा था क्लोज क्वालिफायर, उसमें टीम पूरा पीक पे चल रही थी, मतलब मस्त चल रहा था। फिर बीच में आए लीग स्टेजेस, उसमें कभी ऊपर कभी नीचे, ऐसा डाउन कभी डाउनफॉल आया, फिर उसके ऊपर वार किया हमने। फिर अभी जैसे फाइनल ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफायर चला, तो उसमें हमने स्टार्टिंग वीक 3 डे 1 में अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, फिर थोड़ा 1 पॉइंट के कारण चोक कर दिए, फिर वापस उस पर वार किए, फिर लैंड के लिए क्वालिफाई किया।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। तो ये जितने भी अप डाउन सिचुएशंस रहे हैं, इसको टैकल करने के लिए आपने क्या सोचा ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में?
अपने हमारे गेम स्टाइल चेंज किए थोड़ा, अकॉर्डिंग टू बाकी टीम्स क्या कर रही है, फिर हम क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे हैं कौन सा चीज़, तो उस पर वर्क किए, फिर उसको यूटिलाइज किए, फिर देन रिजल्ट तो दिख गया।
दैट्स अमेजिंग। सो एक बात आपसे जानना चाहूँगा जॉन्टी भाई, सबसे पहली चीज़ तो आपके पास इतना अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, और जिस तरीके से उनके शॉट्स लगते हैं और जिस तरीके से वो अपना एक कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहे हैं टीम के लिए, आप कितना प्राउड हो इनसे?
जैसे आपने बोला कि आपके पास बहुत अच्छा स्नाइपर है विंसेंट, मैं उसमें एक लाइन ऐड करूँगा, अच्छा है और फ्यूचर में और भी अच्छा आएगा, क्योंकि मेरे ख्याल से बहुत सारे स्नाइपर्स हैं फ्री फायर में, लेकिन विंसेंट शायद इस लीग में एक ऐसा नाम है जो बहुत निकल के आया है और ऑडियंस ने भी उसको बहुत प्यार दिया है कि विंसेंट की स्नाइपिंग बहुत अच्छी है। और मैं तो आपको भी पता है स्नाइपर कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है, और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जब ग्रैंड फाइनल होगा, जब और भी बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होगा, तो विंसेंट एक ऐसा है जो की रोल है उसका और बहुत निकल के आएगा और फ्यूचर में वन ऑफ द बेस्टेस्ट में नहीं शायद बेस्ट में आएगा।
सो विक्ट्री डे 1 में जो एक ऐसा पॉइंट आया था, पूरी टीम डाउन में चली हुई थी, सो उस जगह पे आपने कहा कि आपने अपना प्ले स्टाइल पूरा चेंज करा है, बट ओवरऑल उस प्ले स्टाइल को आपने किस तरीके से एनहांस करा है? क्या आप ज़्यादा एग्रेसिव हुए हो या फिर ज़्यादा डिफेंसिव रहे हो?
बेसिकली हमने पहले जो हम कर रहे थे ना वो सीधा अपने टीम के हिसाब से करते थे। अभी हमने ग्रुप्स देखे कि ए ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, सी ग्रुप में कैसी टीमें हैं, वहाँ पर अगर एग्रेसिव है तो हमने थोड़ा डिफेंसिव अप्रोच की, या फिर थोड़ा डिफेंस करने वाले तो उन पर चढ़ के खेलने का सोचा, तो हमने कुछ चेंजेस करके वो कॉम्बिनेशन बना के थोड़ा ठीक किया गया।
नाइस, मतलब एडेप्टेबिलिटी आपकी दिखाई दे रही है मुझे। एंड CS में जिस तरीके से आप लोगों ने क्वालिफाई करा था, दैट वाज जस्ट स्ट्रेट अप 2-0 के बाद आप पहुंचे थे और उससे पता चल रहा था कि आपका कॉन्फिडेंस बहुत ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है, बट BR में वो चीज़ कन्वर्ट नहीं होती हुई दिखाई दी, तो उसका कोई रीज़न
तो नहीं, BR में हम लो थे, बट एक बार जैसे हमने CS खेला ना, हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस थोड़ा बिल्ड हुआ हमारे रशर्स का। वो भी हमारे जारिस और कुणाल थे और रश कर रहे थे अच्छा CS में, तो वो लेके थोड़ा एक बार तो डाउन गया, पर वही उनको दिखाया हमने कि CS में हम ऐसा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तो वही दिखा के थोड़ा अप कराया।
तो व्हाट डज इट मीन फॉर यू टू विन TEZ FFMIC 2025?
पहला तो पैसे सब कुछ चाहिए, दूसरा बाकी अभी काफ़ी टाइम से कुछ मिला नहीं फ्री फायर में, टूर्नामेंट नहीं, कभी एक स्टार्टर है, देखते हैं फ्यूचर देख रहे हैं इसमें अपना, अच्छा जाएगा तो बाकी।
आप क्या कहना चाहोगे कुणाल भाई?
कुछ नहीं, मज़ा आ रहा है, परफेक्ट प्लान है, एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा है, बाकी टीमों के साथ मिलके भी अच्छा फील हो रहा है। देखते हैं, हम ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए बहुत एक्साइटेड है, परफॉर्मेंस अभी कैसा जाएगा वो तो पता नहीं, होपफुली अच्छा है, बाकी देखते हैं, सब सही है।
आप क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
मैं ये बोलना चाहूँगा कि जैसे काफ़ी टाइम बाद आए ये टूर्नामेंट और लैंड का भी हुआ, तो मज़ा आ रहा है अभी और एक्सपीरियंस गेन कर रहे हैं लैंड का।
जॉन्टी भाई आप बताइए।
मैं सबसे अलग हूँ भाई,
अब बताइए, सुनना चाहूँगा मैं
तो हवाबाजी कर मैं जीता तो मैं तो हवाबाजी करूँगा, सीधा बोलता। देखो जीत हार वो बात की बात है, लेकिन मैं तो मन में ये लेके चलता हूँ कि भाई हम जीतेंगे, क्योंकि अगर हम इंडिया में टॉप 12 में आ रहे हैं तो मतलब हम बेस्ट में है, और जितना प्रैक्टिस हम करते हैं बाकी टीमें भी प्रैक्टिस करती है, क्या पता उस दिन मेहनत तो देखो हमारी है, अगर उस दिन चाहे लक भी अच्छा हुआ तो हम जीत जाएंगे, और जीत गया तो मैं तो हवाबाजी करूँगा, सीधी बात। तो प्रिपरेशन भी है, सब कुछ है, बस अभी वेट है कि वहाँ पे बैठना है, उन लोग फिर उठानी है बस।
That's amazing. Guys, this is Nonstop Gaming and बहुत ज़्यादा मज़ा आया इनको ये क्वेश्चंस पूछ के। Hey guys, welcome to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. Today we have one of your favorite team, Team Total Gaming Esports. How are you guys?
एकदम मस्त बढ़िया, मस्त एक नंबर।
Energy high?
Yeah, बिल्कुल।
Okay. So we are going to ask some new questions and some questions from you. And जिसमें से सबसे पहले मेरा सवाल होने वाला है आप सभी से कि फेवरेट कैरेक्टर कौन सा आपका?
हमारा फेवरेट कैरेक्टर कैसी है, मगर कैली को पसंद करते क्योंकि फौजी भाई का लव है कैली।
फौजी भाई नॉटी हो रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल यार, कैली मेरा पहला प्यार है
जी। अभी हम लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल तक आ चुके हैं और इस टाइम पे ग्रैंड फाइनल की जर्नी आपकी काफी कमाल की रही है। कुछ शब्द आप अपनी जर्नी के ऊपर कहना चाहें कि TEZ फ्री फायर मैक्स का सफर अभी तक कैसा रहा है ग्रैंड फाइनल तक?
बिल्कुल, ये जो जर्नी है ये हम सब लोगों ने साथ में निभाई है। स्टार्टिंग में नई टीम फॉर्म हुई थी, प्लेयर्स का एडिशन हुआ था, फिर वो जो उसके अंदर में अप्स एंड डाउन से जो हमने प्लेयर्स के अंदर जो इम्प्रूवमेंट करते जा रहे हैं बैक टू बैक, एंड जिसके कारण से जो इम्प्रूवमेंट कर भी रहे हैं प्लेयर्स, जहाँ पे हम फाइनल्स के अंदर इसको कर पाए, और टीम डेफिनेटली अभी भी इम्प्रूवमेंट करी और आगे भी अच्छा करने की कोशिश पूरा करेंगे।
क्या बात है। अभी तक काफी अच्छा आपका मोमेंटम रहा है, जिस तरीके से आप विनिंग स्ट्रीक में रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से आप लोगों का प्ले स्टाइल बहुत अच्छा रहा है, डोमिनेटिंग पैशन में आप लोग यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं, तो मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि किस तरीके से आज के डे में आप उस मोमेंटम को आगे लेके जाएंगे, या इनका मोमेंटम रहने वाला है?
तो हमारी जो स्ट्रेटजी थी पहले लीग स्टेज में वो हमारी डोमिनेंट थी,
अभी हमारे फाइनल की स्ट्रेटजी चेंज हो गई, ऑब्वियस बात है, पर मैं चाहता हूँ कि वो मैं स्ट्रेटजी आप लोग को गेम में ही दिखाऊं, क्योंकि आप लोग भी कास्टर और ऑडियंस वहीं देख के सरप्राइज हो, शॉक हो। मैं आपका वो सस्पेंस नहीं खराब करना चाहता। वाह,
तो सस्पेंस बना रहेगा अंत तक। ये प्लान अभी तक नहीं पता है कि किस मैच में टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स क्या करने वाली है, कुछ नया प्लान कर रही है।
वो हर मैप की स्टार्टिंग में वो खुद ही दिखेगा।
चलिए, मेरा ये सवाल है कि टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स एक एक्सपीरियंस टीम है एंड एक लेगेसी है ये पूरी फ्री फायर मैक्स ई स्पोर्ट्स सर्किट के अंदर। तो इस लेगेसी के साथ एक भार भी आ जाता है टीम के ऊपर कि एक्सपेक्टेशंस काफी ज्यादा हाई होती है। उस एक्सपेक्टेशंस को कैसे टच करने का प्लान है एंड कोई प्रेशर है फैंस की तरफ से, या फिर किस तरीके से आप लेके चल रहे हैं इसको?
ऑब्वियसली जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं बहुत हाई हैं, क्योंकि मैंने जब न्यूली टीम ज्वाइन करी थी तब भी बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट मिला था। तो विल नॉट लेट आवर सपोर्टर्स डाउन, जो उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन है वही हमारी मोटिवेशन है, तो हम खरे उतरेंगे उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन से।
क्या बात है। अच्छा, ये एक सवाल रहता है, ऑलवेज मेरी साइड से सवाल रहता है कि जब भी एक्सपेक्टेशंस ज़्यादा होती हैं तो आप मेंटली भी प्रिपेयर करते हैं एंड आई थिंक सो आप एक बहुत पुराने आईजीएल होने वाले हैं, एक्सपीरियंस आईजीएल होने वाले हैं। मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगा टीम को आप कैसे मेंटली प्रिपेयर करें, क्योंकि प्रेशर ज़्यादा होता है तो टीम ज़्यादा सोचती है, एंड मेंटली प्रिपेयर आप कैसे कर रहे हैं टीम को, क्या प्लानिंग रहेगी इसके पीछे? क्योंकि फौजी भाई का हमने सुना है कि बहुत अच्छा स्मार्ट वर्क है, ब्रिंक पे बहुत अच्छा करते हैं।
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा, और इसका आंसर ऑलरेडी माफिया दे चुका है कि मज़ा जो है ना वो हम खराब नहीं करना चाहेंगे। जो मज़ा जो है बचा के रखा हुआ है आपके लिए, ऑडियंस के लिए, कि जो गेम प्ले होने वाला है और जो चीज़ हम करके रखते हैं वो फाइनल्स में बिल्कुल हम उसको निभाने की पूरी कोशिश करेंगे।
क्या बात है, फाइनल्स आज है और आप काफी अच्छा करेंगे। एंड मेरा एक और सवाल रहेगा आपसे, ये शायद से आखिरी सवालों में से एक रहेगा कि अगर मान लीजिए आप जीत जाते हैं तेज फ्री फायर मैक्स इंडिया कप 2025, तो क्या रहेंगी फीलिंग्स एंड आगे के क्या प्लान्स हैं, थोड़ा शेयर कीजिए।
3.5 साल बाद गेम आ रहा है और काफ़ी बड़ा प्राइस पूल है, काफ़ी बड़ा इवेंट है, और हमारे लिए एज ए इंडिपेंडेंट टीम हमने किसी और के साथ कोलैब भी नहीं किया, तो हम चाहते हैं कि इस टूर्नामेंट को हम जीते और बेस्ट इन द इंडिया बने।
बिल्कुल, उसका कहना सही है कि जैसे कि उसने क्लियर किया कि ये टूर्नामेंट हम सबके लिए बहुत मायने रखता है, क्योंकि 3.5 साल से गेम नहीं था, एंड जो ये इतने लॉन्ग टाइम बाद जो गेम आया, तो इसको डेफिनेटली जीतना एक तो नाम, क्योंकि मेहनत जो करते हैं डार्क का आप देख सकते हो प्लेयर्स के सबके कि सब मेहनत करते हैं, और प्लेयर्स किस लिए मेहनत करता है? गेमिंग के लिए, प्राइस पूल के लिए। और वो जो हम खुद इंडिपेंडेंट, आपको पता है जैसे कि इंडिपेंडेंट काम चल रहा है, तो उसमें हमको बहुत हेल्प मिलेगी आगे के प्लान्स के लिए। तो डेफिनेटली ये जो प्राइस पूल है, ये जो चैंपियनशिप हमारे लिए बहुत मैटर करती है।
क्या बात है, क्या बात है। मतलब लंबे प्लान्स हैं, बड़े प्लान्स हैं, पर इसके लिए आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी। आशा करते हैं आप अच्छा करें, विशिंग यू द गुड लक। एंड नाउ हम लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं एंड चलते हैं गेम की तरफ और एंजॉय करते हैं एक्शन को।
हाय, वेलकम टू तेज फ्री फायर मैक्स इंडिया कप। आप एक ऐसी टीम के मिलने जा रहे हो जिनको रोकना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है। दे नेवर फॉल्टर, दे नेवर सरेंडर, and most importantly, they do not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I have with me Nonstop Gaming. Welcome to the interview, guys, and congratulations for making it to the finals. एक सवाल है आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, आपका फ्री फायर का फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है? ड्रैगी। हाँ। R1 और बिक्सन से भी ज्यादा?
R1 विस्टर से भी ज्यादा। हाँ।
वो ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग। विच इज व्हाई दिस क्वेश्चन इज इंपॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज आधी टीम्स R1 बिक्सन का इस्तेमाल करती है। ये काफी यूनिक पेट एबिलिटी मुझे देखने मिली आपसे। दूसरी बात, मुझे ये तो बताइए कि अब तक का आपका जो सफर रहा है टीम का इस टूर्नामेंट में ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आने तक, वो सफर कैसा रहा है आपका?
ग्रैंड फाइनल में आने तक का सफर लगभग काफ़ी अच्छा सफर रहा हमारा, कि हमने लीग स्टेज में काफ़ी अच्छा डोमिनेट किया, एंड नेक्स्ट राउंड के अंदर भी हमने अच्छा इम्प्रूव, मतलब अपने आप को इम्प्रूव किया। देन 3rd वीक के अंदर आके अपने आप को क्वालिफाई कराया। तो ये पूरा सफ़र लगभग हमारे लिए काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग था, मज़ा आया इसके अंदर।
मज़ा तो आया है। अब आपकी टीम एक ऐसी टीम है जो मतलब किसी भी दिन पे डोमिनेट कर सकती है। इनफैक्ट आपकी इकलौती ऐसी टीम है जो 400 के आसपास आई है। 398 पॉइंट्स आपने कमाए थे उसमें। कैसे मान लेते हो इतना?
सबको अपना अपना काम करना आता है, सब अपने अपने रोल पे ही खेलना चाहते हैं, अपने रोल पे ही खेलते हैं। उससे ज़्यादा कोई ना कोई कम, कोई ट्राई भी नहीं करता एक्स्ट्रा। आईजीएल की कॉल सुनते हैं, आईजीएल जितना बोलता है उतना करते हैं। दिमाग चलाने का काम किसी का है नहीं, बस उंगली चलाते हैं, फ्लो में घुसते फिर मारते रहते हैं।
दिमाग चलाने का काम है नहीं, बस उंगलियां चलाते हैं। लेकिन फिर भी स्मार्ट प्लेस तो बहुत कर लेते हो आप। ये कैसे होता है? ये ब्रेन एंड ब्रॉन का जो बैलेंस है, डिसीजन मेकिंग और जो एम था, वो बैलेंस कैसे कर लेते हो फिर आप?
ये तो इतने टाइम से स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर है, तो वो फ्लो के मतलब एक्सपीरियंस है तो उस लॉबी का उस जगह का एक्सपीरियंस है तो उसके हिसाब से हो जाता है।
तो एक्सपीरियंस के कारण होता है, ये बहुत ही बढ़िया चीज़ है। अब अनुभव, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपके बाजू में बैठे हैं मन्नू, काफ़ी लोग बोलते हैं कि ये इस टूर्नामेंट के बेस्ट टाइम पर है, क्या आपको लगता है ये सच है?
बिल्कुल बेस्ट तो है वो। अब काफ़ी टूर्नामेंट्स में भी बनाए, थोड़ा सा भी काफ़ी चीज़ें इम्प्रूव कर ली है। जैसे फली
शर्मा रहे हैं मन्नू भाई।
से फली पता है बहुत चीज़ें इम्प्रूव करनी है उसको तभी।
अच्छा, तो मन्नू का कैसा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है इस टीम के अंदर?
मन्नू का कंट्रीब्यूशन तो बहुत ज़्यादा रहा है, लगातार 10-12 टूर्नामेंट में भी बनाया है वो। उसने काफ़ी टाइम डोमिनेट किया है, तो सबके लिए आसान बात तो नहीं है ये।
मन्नू काफ़ी बार एमबी तो बन चुके हो, लेकिन इस टीम में जब भी आप बूया निकालते हो, या तो आप या तो क्रॉक्सी एमबी बनते हैं, इनके बारे में क्या कहना आपका?
क्रॉक्सी के बारे में ये मस्त अपना बढ़िया है एकदम। क्लच तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही मारता है ये तो इसका वो है कि क्लच मारेगा तो वो हो जाएगा एमबीबी का, तो वो एकदम मस्त
बढ़िया है। क्रॉक्सी, मेरे हिसाब से आप टूर्नामेंट के वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रशर्स हो, लेकिन क्या बोलोगे कि ये रशिंग का जो पावर है आपके पास, वो आप अपने बलबूते से निकालते हो, क्या अपने टीम को बोलते हो कि मुझे ऐसा बैकअप चाहिए, मेरे को यहाँ पे ये एबिलिटी डाल के दो, वो नेट डाल के दो, किस तरह से कम्युनिकेट करते हो अपनी टीम के?
नहीं, बैकअप तो चाहिए होता है। हम लोग अगर किसी टीम पे पुश कर रहे हैं ना, तो मन्नू का इतना रोल होता है कि हम लोग जब पुश करने जाते हैं वो 2-3 बंदों को 150 ऑलरेडी दे देता है, तो वो टीम पहले से ही हड़बड़ा जाती है कि 2 तो 150 आ गया, वो इधर उधर हो जाते हैं, और बाकी काम तो हम दोनों कर ही देते हैं साथ में।
बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया। तो ये पूरा टीम वर्क के साथ ही होता है,
और के साथ ही है।
एक परफेक्ट रशर, एक परफेक्ट स्नाइपर, परफेक्ट आईजीएल, ग्रेट, ओवरऑल अ वेरी गुड टीम। अब ये एक बात बताओ मुझे, आप इस टीम को दूर से देख रहे हो, आप टीम को सपोर्ट करते हो बाहर से, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाने से पहले आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहोगे इनको?
हमारी टीम के प्लेइंग स्टाइल नॉर्मली है कि सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन पे खेलती है।
चढ़ाना चाहूँ हार मैं, अकेले थोड़ा कम पड़ जाता हूँ यार मैं। मिले जो यार सही तो मुझको पर मिल जाएंगे, और उड़ने को हो जाऊंगा तैयार मैं।
नामुमकिन को भी मुमकिन अब हम कर जाएंगे,
कोई भी मुश्किल हो पीछे ना जाएंगे।
एक जो गिरे तो दूसरे को हम संभालेंगे,
देगा मिसाल जहां ऐसे लड़ जाएंगे। कायदे कानून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। कायदे कानून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है। खोला ये खून है, दिल बेसुकून है, सर पे चढ़ा जीत का जुनून, जीत का जुनून है।
जो सोचा भी ना हो किसी ने, हम वैसा करके दिखाएंगे। चाहे हो कीमत जो ख्वाबों की पूरे करने को चुकाएंगे।
हद से ज्यादा जिद है अपनी, जिद है आसमान की, हिम्मत करके हम कदमों में आसमान झुकाएंगे,
चुकाएंगे।
Survivors! How are you doing? Love it. Love the energy. I want to hear it once again. Lucknow, how are we feeling? This is what I'm talking about. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and to everyone watching at home. Welcome to TEZ FFMIC इंडिया कप 2025 ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। मेरा नाम है रंजीत मामा सीने पटेल और मैं हूं आपका होस्ट। और आज मैं आपको ऐसी 12 टीमों से मिलवाऊंगा जो 12 टीमें आए नवाबों के शहर में खाबों का ताज सजाने। जो टीम्स आई है इस जुनून के साथ कि आज एक नया इतिहास रचना है, पर उसके लिए हमें टीम्स को बुलाना जरूर है। लेकिन उसके पहले मैं एक बहुत स्पेशल चीज आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं। ये प्लेयर्स लखनऊ की गलियों में घूमने निकले थे। क्या आप ये देखना चाहते हैं? This is not done. I need you guys to be louder. क्या आप इन प्लेयर्स को लखनऊ की गलियों में देखना चाहते हैं? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look.
लखनऊ, नवाबों का शहर, जहां तहजीब भी है और ताकत भी। इसी शहर में कुछ नवाबजादे आए हैं अपनी तकदीर आजमाने। ये नौजवान इरादों में सख्त हैं, हौसलों में बुलंद और हर मुकाबले के लिए तैयार। इनकी हर नजर में एक ही लक्ष्य है, हर कदम में जीत का इरादा है। शहर की गलियों में गूंज उठी एक नई दास्तां, फ्री फायर मैक्स की दास्तां। अब आ गई है फैसले की घड़ी। सपने तो सबने देखे हैं, सिर्फ एक उठाएगा तेज फ्री फायर मैक्स इंडिया का।
फैसले की घड़ी तो आ ही चुकी है, लेकिन ये देखना बनता है किसके सपने होंगे साकार, और वो देखने के लिए हमें बुलाना पड़ेगा इन 12 की 12 टीमों को स्टेज के ऊपर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर Car98 आर्मी। For your second team, ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for Team Tycoon! And on our next team with one of the oldest names in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for Nightmare Esports! अब बारी है हमारी अगली टीम की। ऑफ कोर्स सारे प्लेयर्स को जानते हैं। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, गिव इट अप फॉर आइकू रेकनिंग। जिनको आप कैसे ही इंट्रोड्यूस करेंगे, जिसके बारे में जितना बोले उतना कम। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, लेट मी हियर इट फॉर जॉन्टी गेमिंग। अब एक ऐसा नाम जिसके लिए हमारी कम्युनिटी तरस रही थी। A lot of love has been shown to this team. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for S8UL! हमारे फ्लैश बॉल के सेमीफाइनलिस्ट, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, गिव इट अप फॉर गॉडलाइक ई-स्पोर्ट्स। Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for Total Gaming! And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our final team, make some noise for NG Pros! Ladies and gentlemen, ये तो है आपकी 12 टीमें जो आज खेलेंगी इस ट्रॉफी के लिए, प्राइड के लिए, ग्लोरी के लिए। एंड मैं भी उतना ही ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ जितने ज्यादा आप एक्साइटेड हैं मैचेस देखने के लिए। बट बिफोर वी हेड ऑन टू द मैच, मैं चाहता हूँ एक छोटी सी चीज आप सभी से। मैं जैसे ही अपना हाथ लहराऊं, I want all of you guys to make some noise. Make sure our talent feels it, our casters feel it, the players feel it, especially the people at home feel it. So Lucknow, on my cue, make some noise! All right, over to you casters.
Challenges that a competition can conjure, through all the difficulties that an esports athlete can endure, we will summon only the best here in the Ekana International Indoor Stadium. Only those worthy enough to ascend through all the trials and tribulations. Only those worthy enough to reignite that flame. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my greatest honor to present to you the TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025.
Right now, we have 12 teams playing on this stage, but it started with innumerable whose intent was to be a player on this LAN stage, to fight here for the title on this LAN stage at 80 lakhs stake in terms of prize pool, and to be the best in them, the best player, the best team, and the best in India. And now, all these players and their teams, their hearts reigniting with fire with only one anthem, that is Jeet Ka Junoon, Jeet Ka Junoon, Jeet Ka Junoon, and 10 games to play for.
10 games, that's all that stand between them and eternal glory. All that stands between them and literally etching their history, which is something that cannot be erased in the history of Indian Free Fire Max circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, it might even end much before those 10 games. Keep in mind that there is a champion-rich format over here. The team that can get to the Booyah the fastest will get to the trophy the fastest.
Who will it be? That's the big question. We saw the 12 contenders, the 12 fighters who want to be the survivors who lift the trophy on this stage. Yesterday, if we go back to it, the Clash Squad, an unbelievable river sweep, a comeback. And that was not at all thought through. The way Godlike started things off, they were setting the stage ablaze. They were at a 6-1 victory when they were at 2-0. But Total Gaming made a big comeback and ended up being the Clash Squad champions. But right now, that was 4 teams. Now it's 12. Total Gaming might be the favorites here in Lucknow's Ekana International Indoor Stadium. And we might see them looking forward to a double whammy trophy today. But it's not going to be easy because when we tune back all the way to July, that's when our in-game qualifier started, Crips.
Exactly, and it's been a long and arduous journey since then. We started off with the online qualifiers with thousands of teams. We narrowed it down to the online qualifiers at 48 teams. Then the league stages where only a few more were there. Here in the finals, only 12 survive and only one of them will lift that trophy. Total Gaming has already conquered the Clash Squad trophy. Can they pick this one up again? There are more teams over here to get in their way. And I think it's going to be difficult for not just them, difficult for every single one of them. It's not easy making it here to the land in this stadium.
Let's talk about the stadium, as you mentioned. Yesterday when we were looking at the matches, the players playing on this stage, it was them and the stage all alone. But today, it is them, the stage, the lights, the audience, and everybody rooting for them right here and right back at home. All at stakes, and the biggest of the prize pool in Axis for, that is 80 lakhs, all from July that they fought for, is now something that they have a chance for. Right in front of their eyes, the trophy dead center, and they have to be one of the teams who are also going to be at the center of everybody's hearts today, as this fire is going to be reignited. That's what we are looking forward to. 12 impeccable teams, 12 amazing teams, 12 outrageously good teams now fighting in front of this brilliant audience who are going to be cheering for the best of the best action in Free Fire Max that we are going to see here, and India's one and only team will be crowned today.
And it's not easy getting to this crown. It's not easy being here in this stadium with thousands of people looking at you. Yesterday, the land pressure got to many of these people. Their hands were shaking, their nerves were rattling. And now the pressure is going to be even more because there's going to be so many teams fighting for the booyah. And that one last booyah is going to be very difficult to achieve because the champion rush competition will make it even harder. There will be a maximum of 10 games. Your first objective will be to reach the 80-point marker. The moment you cross those 80 points, the champion rush will activate. And if you want to win the tournament, you will have to get a booyah immediately after you have activated that champion rush.
And that's when we are worried for every team who reached the champion rush criteria. Because yes, reaching to 80 could be easier than attaining a booyah after activating champion rush. And it's happened to every team in all of the biggest stages, and it might happen here as well. 10 games in case they don't get the booyah even after champion rush activated. They have to decide on the overall standings, and if they're at the top at that time, the 80 lakhs that I spoke about, they're going to get the half share. That is the major 40 lakhs. They are going to walk away with a hefty briefcase. And that is a lot of weight today.
Yeah, that's a lot of weight in that bag of cash. That's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Only some of them will be able to live up to it. Obviously, even if you just make it to this arena, you will get a minimum of 50,000 rupees. There's an extra 50,000 rupees worth of prize pool for the MVP. But obviously, nobody wants the small amount of money. Everybody wants the big bucks. And in order to get those big bucks, you will have to score as many points as possible, activate that champion rush condition. Most of you who've been watching this tournament will probably be familiar with the point system, but let me run you through it once again. Every single elimination will earn you 1 point, and every single booyah will earn you 12 points. If you come in second, you'll earn 9 points. If you come in third, you'll earn 8 points. And similarly, the number of points keeps on dwindling until you get to the 10th place where you get only 1 point each. If you finish in the last 2 places, you get absolutely nothing. So these teams will have to get a good mix of eliminations as well as position points in order to climb up to the top.
I just hope it doesn't come down to the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
And if we are ending up in the overall standings, because it did happen, teams had an upset, and I will get back to when we speak about teams. But right now, one unique active skill. We spoke about this yesterday. Yesterday was a lot more crucial because teams have that ban character phase where they have to decide what they will pick and their opponents they're denying. But today, every team has that chance to pick similar characters that their opponent team is choosing, but in their own team they have to figure what is the best way forward that will give them a chance to maybe booyahs, maybe eliminations, maybe placement points. The only criteria that they're looking forward to is activating as soon as possible the champion rush. 80 points. The tempo of today's games are going to start from the map 1 that we are going to be witnessing. These unique active skills are going to make it or break it.
Exactly. And every team has pretty much followed a meta over here. We've seen a good amount of teams use most of the skills in a very good way. Obviously, at the start of this tournament, there were teams who were struggling to figure out which abilities to use because they can't repeat these abilities. But so far, the meta has been pretty much established, and there are some people who defy the meta and go make their own path. Obviously, some of those teams who make that path are Total Gaming and Godlike Esports, the two finalists from yesterday in the class squad mode. But the numbers you see on the screen are basically the numbers that they have accumulated over the league stage. Total Gaming had a total of 4 booyahs across the league stage, and Godlike Esports had 3. And while their damage numbers are absolutely redonkulous, Godlike Esports obviously lead in terms of eliminations and placement points. Regardless of having that advantage in the league stage, it was Total Gaming that beat them in the class squad mode yesterday, which kind of proves that whatever you've seen so far in the online and the league stages becomes irrelevant the moment you set foot into this energetic, electric arena. The LAN pressure is something most people are not familiar with, but Total Gaming, they've been to LANs before, they've lifted trophies before, and they are well versed with what could happen when there's thousands of people cheering for you, taking your name and reckoning you.
And they have none other than Fauzi Ajay leading them.
Yes.
That mentor has been at the best. He has been holding all the players, not just as a glue, but as a family. He's been building them from ground up when they wanted to build this team for Total Gaming, and it has worked out. They've already secured 1 championship in their name. They're going to be looking forward to another one, just like the viewers here in Lucknow. Major noise coming in for all Total Gaming, but I still feel like the others who were watching this, the players who all had qualified and were watching in the backlines, that when our chance will come up on the stage, we want to be better, we want to be the next team. They might have taken the class squad championship, but we will be looking forward to that opportunity. And let's talk about the teams who made it through in the brink, in the end of times, and those 2 names are not the big ones. It is Nightmare Esports and Vasista Esports, the underdogs who made it through, and they made it in such a big fashion. But before we talk about them, we'll jump back to the player head-to-head, and this is an amazing one, such a close one in terms of the MVP fights. Cropsy has had an up and down. Yesterday we saw he tried his best for class squad, 90 eliminations in total in the BR league stage that we've seen. 105 to 16 knocks against Kaushik, and damage here Kaushik tends to be a little better with 4,000 plus on that 59,000.
Yeah, but the thing is, Kaushik doesn't have to step up and carry his team on his back. A lot of his teammates are also capable of enough of lifting the weight. But yesterday, under the pressure, most of the players of NG Pros were faltering, and Cropsy had to step up even more. Will he be able to step up today? That is the biggest question. That is the mystery that we are seeking the answers to. There's a lot of people over here who are cheering for you, cheering for their favorite teams, but they might also be simultaneously preying on the downfall of some of the teams that they dislike, and that can really get inside your head. We already saw what could happen when the stadium is empty, but the lights and the casters are talking about you. That alone is enough pressure. And now, with the sound and the thunderous roars of thousands of fans also seeping through those noise-cancelling headphones and watching your every move, it could either empower you through the clouds or it could just plunge you down to the depths. 10 games, ladies and gentlemen. 10 games is all that stands between these teams and Eternal Glory.
Alpine, the first one to start, the starter pack for Alpine. Whose booyah is it going to be? We've seen teams find booyahs. Which team has the highest so far? Who could pick up this opportunity, take it away, run away, and Then I said I'm going to now bring in the teams who managed to qualify right from week 3, the top 2 to eventually the top 6 at week 4, day 2. And in that top 2 of week 3, day 1, it was Car 98 Army. Alpine, they have 3 total booyahs that they've secured on this, and it could be a head start for them because they were the first team to qualify for the grand finals.
Exactly. The thing is, these teams were not even the best in the league, but Car 98 managed to qualify much before everyone else because they had a win condition, and that win condition happened to be Alpine. It is their strongest map. They suffer quite a lot on other maps, but here they could have a good start, and this could exactly be the map that they need to hit the ground running and gather that momentum right off the bat. There's another team who also managed to qualify in the dying embers of the league stage with only 2 booyahs. That's Vasista Esports. These guys could be very difficult to go around with.
We've always said anytime Vasista Esports have that intent that this is the time to qualify, this is the end game, they fight like there's nothing else left. There is no opponent in front of them. They're just running against everybody. The race is their own. They are the ones shooting the pistol first and then qualifying into that finish line. And they've done it every time, right from the in-game qualifiers, online qualifiers, the league stage, and now here in the finals. A lot of expectation on these young guns of Vasista Esports.
Exactly.
And on that note itself, we get back to a big name team, SATUL Esports. They also have 3 booyahs here in Alpine. It could be their opportunity as well because SATUL, when they qualified, it was not in week 3, day 2, it was on week 4, day 1. As soon as they saw the opportunity, they managed to make that qualification happen. And Divine, ex-Divine has been crucial for SATUL. And what will he manage?
X-Divine has been phenomenal for his team, stepping up when they need them most. But there's one more player that has just started to make a name for himself in the Free Fire Max circuit, and that is Marvel. That man, he's been playing in the Tier 2 circuit for a very long time, but only in this tournament the spotlight was thrust upon him.
On one end, you're talking about Marvel. I would bring another M&M here that is going to be Marco from Godlike.
Yes.
Yesterday, he stole everybody's hearts. He had the due credit of even the opponents of how he performed. He was an unbelievable beast. He was chained all this while is what we think, because how he played yesterday for Godlike, we had questioned all the way back in the league stage, somewhere in between in terms of week 1 and week 2. But now I feel like Godlike, especially after even making that mistake, that they let Total Gaming get their momentum back up. Today, Godlike will make sure that they'll activate Marco to the fullest, keep Yogi on his tippy toes and make sure he's there. And Nancy, that man has to go big today.
Nancy will really have to step up today. Yesterday, he had a bit of an inconsistent performance, and while he was contributing when it matters, it wasn't enough, as he will have to be a lot more consistent throughout. We are about to go live with the first game, ladies and gentlemen, but before we do that, let's take a look at what these teams have been doing so far when we take a look at their drop spots. And as you can see, Team Tycoons have a tendency to fight with Nightmare Esports in Snowfall quite a lot. Forest Red, while only SATUN and Car 98 drop over there, a lot of teams gravitate towards that spot because that central area between Forest Red connects the rivers and the islands together. So that is a very good rotation spot where a lot of teams will have footfall through. Vasista Esports rather safe in Blueville, but sometimes a lot of teams will try to avoid that Forest Red rotation and go down the southern path, so that's when Vasista Esports can be in trouble. Revenant X-Park and Godlike, they've been fighting each other for a very long time, and sometimes they try to avoid fights and go towards Vantage, but they definitely prefer dropping towards Rai and Stadium. And because of these two teams, a lot of the rotations towards Basecamp and Sunside can get cut off because they tend to go north. If not that, then they tend to go towards Blueville via that one bridge. And those rotations can also be very difficult if the circle at all shifts towards the eastern side.
As we're going to be jumping into this matchup itself, right at the beginning, I want to ask you this question because every map we do have our caster predictions, right? But before we go into that, I want to ask about that overall. I went for Revenant X-Park. They're a team I know have capability. KD God, he has that, I don't know, innate sniper ability, which somewhere for me feels like he has to channel it. On the other end, Sile has been performing really well. Who has been your pick to win that championship?
To win that championship, I would say Soul from Car 98, not SATUL. Soul for Calm 98. That man has really impressed me a lot on this map because every time we see that fight towards that forest raid area, a lot of the teams don't even like to walk across it. They want to go ahead and fly across using the mini jump pads, and Soul is very good at shooting down flying targets.
Now, as we are talking about the flying targets, let's see where we have taken a shot at. In terms of the caster predictions on Alpine, I have gone for Car 98 Army, knowing that they've had their 3 Booyah opportunity, and I believe they're going to have a head start along with SATUL. But I have hopes of what Godlike did yesterday with Marco, of all the mistakes that they did. Yogi would have gone back, talked in their dressing room, and would have made sure that today they don't make a mistake, because again, going back to all the conversations yesterday and all the way to online qualifiers, this team was the one who should have qualified without any fumbles.
Yup. While they have fumbled, there's a chance to make up for it now. If they hit the ground running over here, they could get a lead. And trust me, that mental momentum is going to be super important, especially when you have the land pressure on you. A lot of these teams have never been in a stadium before, and it could really be a different and a nerve-wracking experience. So this map could set the tone for SATUL and Car 98 Army. And while we agree on both these teams, we kind of disagree on the last team who could have a good time. I believe it's going to be Godlike. You believe it's going to be Nightmare Esports. Can you tell me why you have picked up Nightmare as your pick?
Now, Nightmare going in, I just spoke to them when I was getting up on the stage. Me, Aura and Arrow, we just met the players while they were getting ready for this entry that they all had. I met a player who is from where I am, and that's where I kind of feel a hometown emotion coming through. I will talk about it when we are in the game, when the man is performing, but not right now. But I think Nightmare have that opportunity, and that's why I said when we started this conversation as well, it might be Total Gaming and Godlike, but Nightmare and Vasista, they are the ones that every other team have to watch out for, because you don't know when they start off.
Yeah. At this point, while you have a very good reason for picking up Nightmare Esports, I have picked up Godlike Esports simply because these guys like to get a lot of eliminations. And there's a guy in Godlike who loves to run that double sniper setup, just like Pahadi used to run the double sniper setup as well. Obviously, we will miss him over here in the championship, but there are people who will carry his legacy forward. Obviously, I have picked up Godlike Esports because they have accumulated all the experience that they require just yesterday. They were able to somehow figure out how to calm and compose themselves in that pressure situation. But they did not manage to get the trophy yesterday. Now that they're familiar with it, so yeah, these guys will be able to go ahead and maybe even dominate today because they're familiar with the pressure.
Now when we look forward to pressure, every other team fighting for it will have to play and fight against the crowd, the lights, the stage itself. The teams, the other 11 who are around them, right now it's not their home, it's not the boot camp that they're comfortably sitting in. A lot at stake. This is the series that they were waiting for. These are the 10 games that they were waiting for. We spoke about them all, but there's one team that I want to talk about, Aiku Reckoning, the team with the highest amount of booyahs in the entire journey, but their journey was a long ordeal. It did not start from game 1. We thought they should have been the teams when league stage started, high in terms of eliminations and booyahs, stay in the top, but no, their qualification went till week 4, day 2, and they made it through by the top 6 when we thought there could be an upset and some teams eliminated.
Yeah, there were a lot of upsets, man. There were so many teams who were fan favorites, but they couldn't make it over here. TSG being one of these names.
Yes.
I saw somebody in the audience hold up the banner for TSG and supported them. Even Pahadi couldn't make it to the finals over here. And keep in mind, Pahadi is representing the country internationally, man. So even if those big names can't make it, it kind of tells you that even if you are one of the best players in the country, sometimes you just cannot handle the pressure of an official tournament like this.
There was a lot at stake when TEZ FFMIC India Cup was announced. Every team in India wanted to be at the biggest of the stages and be crowned as the champion team. A prize pool of 1 crore at stake, 20 lakhs for the Clash Squad, 80 lakhs for the Battle Royale. And that's so much if you think about, and as you can see, as you mentioned, we see Pahadi's name again along with Ajubai and Assassin Army. This is the love from Lucknow for our creators who have also been an integral part here now to show up for them and as their teams or friends fight on the stage to lift that trophy, because yesterday Assassin Army, right, when Total Gaming did win it out, went out, put up a post for them, congratulating them. That shows that they are, whether out of the game, rivals, whether they have their own teams or not, but when somebody wins, it feels good. You know them, you want to congratulate them, because they've not just won by that Total Gaming name, they've won for their fans, they've won for everybody. They have brought that title home, and one such team is going to bring it to everybody watching in front of them today in Lucknow.
Yep. And if you are here in Lucknow, you won't just get the opportunity to see all these teams in person, but you will also get the opportunity to see all these creators in person. I believe Arju Bhai from Total Gaming himself is here in the arena. Keep in mind that Desi Gamers, Amit Bhai is also over here. I met these two personally. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more creators who I haven't even had the chance to meet so far because they've been so busy, we've been so busy. But you guys could have the opportunity to see them in person.
But now, as we are going to be heading into Alpine, NG Pros, a team who managed to have the highest in total after week 2. They were the top 1 team and everybody expected them to be winning right at week 3, day 1, qualifying without a hitch. But it did not turn out to be that. We did mention Cropsy, we did see in the player head-to-head, he is the MVP player, but yesterday as well when Cropsy he did everything that he could, and eventually he started getting exhausted, burnt out. There was nothing much Cropsy alone could do. He needed his teammates, and yesterday all of his teammates were somewhere down the line missing. Struggle, Anubhav and Mannu, they have to pick it up all today.
Exactly, man. Every single person will need to step up in this kind of a situation because it's a team game after all. If all your cylinders are firing, your vehicle will move ahead, and if all of them are firing at max power, you will race ahead to the finish line even faster. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of reckoning is upon us. This is what you have been waiting for. Every single player, every single team that has been practicing and putting in all their efforts for the last 2 months, all their blood, sweat and tears for the last 2 months will now have just one single day to make it all count. Otherwise, all their efforts will be in vain. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the first game of the TEZ FFMIC India Cup. We are taking off over the skies of Alpine.
Right from Garrison, all the way towards Stadium. From north to south, cutting the map in half, giving everybody the opportunity to get to their drop spots. But we were asking this question, me, Arrow and Aura were having a discussion. Hey, do you think there's going to be a clash right from the start? And Crips, I want to ask, I said no, and all of them were in agreement to it. Do you think there's going to be a drop clash right at the start? Because there seems to be a tad bit of a possibility.
I think they will try to go for a drop clash, but they won't fully invest in it. They might just have 3 of their teammates fight, but then maybe they'll ask one of their teammates to escape. And that's exactly what I'm worried about, because some of these teams trying to escape so much and then they keep on reviving. And when you can see that a team is reviving, obviously everybody will go jump towards them, hoping to get some free elimination points. And then you just end up becoming cannon fodder and everybody's just farming on you. So far, when it comes to farming, it's SAGL, Aura farming on Car98, Army. Shanku almost got taken down and Botcott gets the elimination onto Marvel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have first blood and the superhero has fallen. Arsh goes for the instant revive, luckily because the vending machine is right around the corner, and he gets Marvel back upon his knees. Can Car98 finish off this team entirely, or will SATUL escape?
SATUL in big trouble. They're stuck and Car98 running circles around them in terms of information. However, one of the players seems to slowly dissipate, peel off. Divine stuck, big damage on him. Soul spots him, he's going for a chase, he's called in for his teammates, and I think X-Divine, he has nowhere else to run. Has to either go in for this 1v1 or give up his life in this battle. And yes, eventually falls down, and this is what Car98 wanted to start on a high note at Forest Red. They're already getting those eliminations, and there is also a hit list being activated. And this is the start of the grand finals, and there is so much happening.
Hit list activated. It's 1+ God Rain, marked for death. But K98 Army right now really want to just confirm where SHUL are. They use the Vernaculars, figure out that there's only 2 players over here. If all members of K98 can converge on this position and get these 2 eliminations using their superior numbers, SHUL will once again end up becoming the punching bag, and K98 will get 2 more points in their kitty.
K98. 3 total booyahs here in Alpine. The team first to qualify in week 3, day 1. The top team, they ended with the booyah. Can they start with the booyah?
K98 has to be the strongest team on this map historically, according to the numbers, and based on their performance, they're proving it once again. Soul gets that triple elimination, and he becomes the elimination leader.
Triple kill.
There you go. 4 eliminations to K98 Army's name. And with these eliminations, they've farmed up so much money that they can continue buying and upgrading their weapons. SHUL will survive for the time being, but another hit list activated by K98 Army, this time onto Team Tycoons. Hold on though, even though Team Tycoons have been marked for death by the members of K98 Army, it's Vasista Esports who's getting knocks on them. And now the battle between Vasista and Team Tycoons continues to rage on.
Tiger trying to provide cover fire as Patlu is up close and personal to take them down one after another. Gopu, he's down on his knees. Amin couldn't protect his teammates, and Tiger running close and as fast as possible. If he can be a cheetah here, faster than Amin, and he will.
But Amin... What? No way! No way, Amin! He was marked for death by Vasista. And he's managed to eliminate them. Within the first 3 minutes of this game, one team has been eliminated already, and it's Vasista, Lucifer. They were one of the strongest teams of Alpine. Keep in mind that this is their strongest map, and they've been eliminated right off the bat on their strongest map. This is definitely not the start that Vasista Esports were hoping for.
I was just talking about him. He's the Tiger, the Cheetah, all of these Animal Kingdom coming into play, and
they've been poached.
I don't know what happened. Team Tycoons, they were in a position of no retreat. Amin's position was compromised. Tiger, I thought he knew because there were shots taken at Tiger. And Amin's position should have been compromised. He should have checked it, at least placed the glue wall, but no saves Team Tycoons. And Team Tycoons are that team who managed to qualify in week 3, day 2. As soon as a lobby leader, the dominator, was not there. Total Gaming, a team which everybody worried about, the powerhouse was missing. Team Tycoons instantly stepped in that shoes and qualified in the top 2 in the week 3, day 2. And now they're showing us why they did it, how they did it. But unlike them, NG Pros, they didn't have a similar journey. What would they do different to make sure this starting game is going to be different? As I go reckoning right next to them, a couple of shots were taken, and it could be a battle in initiation.
This very well could be a battle, because NG Pros aren't really trying to hide their position. For them to call up that monster truck on top of that this early in the game, oh boy, I think they figured something out. They might have figured out that this is where the zone ends. Obviously, some of these players are very good at predicting the zone, and a lot of the teams are starting to converge upon this position. You know, Reckoning Esports picked a tiny house, acquired 4 corners, and now they're going to just set up camp over here. So if Reckoning Esports, NG Pros, even Godlike is positioning themselves over here, they must have figured out that this is where the circle ends, and now these teams are already trying to gather the power spots in this point of interest.
Still wondering about the hit lists. Team Tycoon still have one from K98 Army on the other end, 1+ God's Reign, who placed that hit list on Total Gaming, eventually coming out. Time run out and they didn't go for a chase. That was just information that they needed rather than using the Arvon that we generally see from every player. They used the hit list. Amin still has a minute to go. And to survive. Imagine a man whom clutched and saved his team, has a hit list on him, but he's not going to be worried. They're playing at the edges of the play zone. They're taking the damage in case it comes through because they want to make sure they are ready when they move in. They just finished up a fight that they were not ready for, a fight that they could be their first elimination, as now one team, when we thought it couldn't have been possible, have been eliminated in Alpine, and another fight in the brewing. 1+ God's Reign. They are ready. They've spotted the arsenal, and it is Nightmare in trouble.
But do they take the risk of actually initiating this battle? Doing it. They're not relenting. The nades and the cryo bombs go flying through, but look at Ansh. He's knocked himself down, misusing that launcher, and he's got himself down on his knees. Nightmare will capitalize on this mistake. The captain, Radha Thakur, might be down, but obviously there's a chance to finish off this team entirely. Anshu trapped in that corner, trapped in the cocoon of blue walls. Does Rochak not realize that he's still over here? They are hunting down Kaushik, who's very far away, but they completely ignored the fact that there is a straggler right under their noses. Anshu, as sneaky as a ninja, is hiding and biding his time, praying to the heavens above that somebody distracts Nightmare Esports, and his nightmare of being stuck inside this cocoon comes to an end.
Arjun, he's still around the arsenal. The glue walls, if they start breaking and Arjun is able to spot him, that could be the end of all. Radhe Thakur has been revived, and Anshu is still breathing, but without making any noise. He's just hidden. He's in stealth mode right as of now. Not letting anybody know of his location. They don't want OnePlus God's Reign to be the next team to be eliminated. But no, it happens. Eventually, the glue wall and the dreams of OnePlus God's Reign, they go out.
And that was a mistake you cannot afford to make on such a big stage. A self-knock. You can't make that mistake, man. That was an unforced error. Instantly giving a man advantage to Nightmare Esports. And then when two of your teammates have escaped, Anshu somehow decided to stay over there. I really thought that he would get away from there, man. It would have been so funny if he actually managed to survive over there.
OnePlus God's Reign were the ones to initiate that fight, and they're the ones to be eliminated.
Now that is a mistake that you cannot deal with. The repercussions of it.
Game number one.
Yeah, the repercussions of it can't be put a price on. Ah.
Well, every other team are going to be looking forward to a big game. A game crossing 30 total points. OnePlus God's Reign versus the Esports. They have to be okay with only the eliminations that they were able to take. Circle slowly closing in, and Team Tycoons traversing Forest Dread as they get closer towards the center of the circle. But you could see the pain of all these teams that they've managed to get here in the grand finals, and that pain tells them to not take a very early on fight, because just as OnePlus God's Reign and Vasista Esports went out, that is going to haunt them till the end, because game number one was put to dust without anything.
I mean, technically, the decision to take a fight then and there was a rather good one, because that would have been an isolated fight. All these teams, Godlike, Reckoning, NG Pros, SHUL, even Kar98 for that matter, nobody will leave their spot to go out of their way and third party on that fight, no? So OnePlus God's Reign, if they wanted to be aggressive and pick up that fight against Nightmare, this is the only time you can find an isolated fight. But they stepped on their own toes, tripped over their own shoelaces, and now they're out. After this, if any team decides to initiate a fight, they are at a risk of getting third-partied. So they must tread carefully.
Nightmare was super confident while they stepped up on the stage. And now they have another opponent in front of their sights. But Team Tycoons, they escaped the jaws of death by just the pincer. And that was Amin. He was the pincer. He was the thorn for Vasista Esports. But Team Tycoons rather decide, let's back off. Maybe a fight that we are not ready for. Maybe a fight which could indulge in a third party that they're not ready for. Because that isolated fight gave them an opportunity. But now, as we are getting towards the final few circles, as teams are being pushed into compounds closer. Godlike right next to Revenant X Spark. Right next to that compound is Aiku Reckoning, and a little further, NG Pros. And eventually Jaunty Gaming's Vincent, who did not have a big game, is now eyeing with the sniper ready on that VSK to see if he has a chance to go all out today.
The fan favorites Total Gaming are yet to find a spot inside the circle. They're sticking to the edges because they like being aggressive, and they kind of want to farm up all the elimination points in this kind of a map. They know that they don't have much of a chance to acquire a Booyah. I mean, historically, Alpine hasn't really been kind to them. And these guys don't even have a lot of eliminations. They're like at 66 eliminations in the league stage on this map. So they know for a fact that they don't need to have a head start on this map. This is not their strength. But Total Gaming, if you can take a look at the mini-map, are now flying in towards Jaunty Gaming. This could be a dangerous battle. At the same time, SATUL are just taking pot shots at NG Pros. That is fine. I don't think they need to be worried about that one. NG Pros have a calculated risk. You know, they enjoy the center of the circle. They know that a lot of teams will focus on them. So that's why they're just lying down. And in case any teams have a Coda or like a Clue ability equipped, it won't be a revealing their position. Even though they are on top of this rooftop, Total Gaming are okay with handling all this pressure. They know that the only other team that can actually harm them is NG Pros, and that too will be with like, you know, long range pot shots. So Total Gaming and NG Pros can probably deplete each other's resources.
But there seems to be trouble for NG Pros. His Team Tycoons, they're also taking shots at them. Manu was knocked on that roof. He will be revived, but on the other end, even Godlike and Revenant X Spark start a fight off. This is the problem, and it starts off Team Tycoons and Total Gaming both together against NG Pros. Double striking, player after player dropping down like fleas, and it's a full-on elimination.
They were stubborn. NG Pros, I thought they could at least drop down and have one of their players survive. NG Pros were well versed with the risk. They knew that being in the center will attract a lot of attention, but now Total Gaming have a new threat to deal with. It's Jaunty Gaming who are taking shots at them, and while these two teams are actually sharing the same compound, Godlike from afar is trying to shoot down Total Gaming, but Shanky with a double elimination. Everybody's focusing down on Godlike, and as they come crashing into the shores of SATUL, they have to defend their own compound as well against Nightmare Esports.
SATUL, they are taking down Nightmare one after another, but Godlike, he gets eliminated. The main man Yogi and a full team elimination, upset after upset. Unfortunate start for a lot of these teams. Marvel has lost Arsh, but Nightmare, when a similar situation was there, they still fought off and fended their opponents.
SATUL have control of the best possible position in this game because they have access to the vending machine. Even if they lose their players, they can probably get them back. But the zone will eventually push them out, and Nightmare Esports will be also in a similar spot. They both will need to leave this area, and so many teams are focusing the Skylers on them. Amin with that golden grenade destroys SATUL once and for all.
And that's Team Tycoons, one after another, looking forward to a lot more. Total Gaming, they are trying to hold off Ico Reckoning, a team who are holding off NG Pros, and Sohan is down. The MVP player for Ico Reckoning is going to be in trouble, but on the other end, Guard 98 Army fully fleeced and sent out.
Total Gaming now rushing into the throats of Reckoning Esports. Aztec from top, he will be res. Shanky has great angles, they can continue shooting at them, but the rotations from Total Gaming put them in a risky spot. Mafia gets the knock onto Vincent, but he gets shot down in return. And Jaunty Gaming have way too much to focus on. He knows Ash is firing at everyone. He's taking pot shots at Reckoning Esports, but Elite, look at him. He's got the elevation onto Nightmare Esports, and Arjun, the top fragger of the league stage, is down on his knees. He might just get confirmed as well because Aztec has the grenade launcher, and he can blow Radhetaku down to smithereens. Nightmare Esports in so much trouble, surviving on their last legs, and they are wobbling. They are shaking. Total Gaming up at 10 eliminations. They are farming this lobby.
The elimination lobby leaders, but they are also under pressure, not safe. Team Tycoons have had their eye from the very start of it. They've been the ones who've been dropping them, knocking them, and right now, Team Tycoons, they have the best position, a compound, a wall to defense, and enemies right ahead.
This wall is gonna be their last stand. Anyone who dares to come ahead of it will have to go through the trial of fire, and those are the only one team who's wearing hazard suits right now, and that's Revenant X Spark. Can they actually go ahead and challenge them? I believe they don't need to. They're very safe, tucked inside this little compound, tucked inside that little brick house, and they are going to defend it with their lives. Team Tycoons also recognizing the shift in pace in the lobby and put their position safely behind that truck.
Team Tycoons, they've been very methodical, clinical, but Hitman, he gets taken down. Kunal,
oh my god!
On the other end, Kid, the last survivor, gets eliminated. Jaunty Gaming, irrespective that they're on their last two players in this top 4 fight alongside Revenant X Spark, Team Tycoons and Total Gaming, they are not ready to give up. Team Tycoons find an opening. Total Gaming, while Revenant X Spark's player got knocked, they're pushing into it, finding an opening. Lewis trying his best, puts one player down along with KD God, but will not survive for long. Total Gaming, they have the best advantage while Team Tycoons are in trouble. The fight ongoing. Total Gaming have to cross, but the wall that we spoke about is being a big problem. Total Gaming using it, making sure that as soon as the play zone is shifting, they're ready to move on.
Jaunty Gaming is already inside that zone, and Total Gaming will follow suit right behind them. It's Team Tycoons that do
are at the most amount of disadvantage because they will have to traverse through this open land, through this treacherous passage that preys upon the weak, and Total Gaming are the predators who are looking to hunt them down. The Skylar Riptide at him, thrown onto it, Zameen. He gets knocked by Mafia, and Mafia is on fire. The dash is used by Hitman, and Gopu won't really save them because Mafia goes for the whole Armada, and he's knocking every single player down.
Gopu, the last man standing, using Kenta to move forward. Mafia, what a character to have in this final fight. Ginotra stuck between the players of Total Gaming. The last man, can he do anything? No, say Total Gaming. And this final fight with one survivor from Team Tycoons and a full squad of Total Gaming secure a start, secure a booyah, the very first game. And it is none other than Total Gaming. The way they ended yesterday is the way they start.
1,000 cheering fans here in the Ekana International Stadium, and not a single seat is occupied. Every single player, every single audience member up on their feet as they cheer for Total Gaming. They dominated Class Squad yesterday, and the only map that they did not play was Alpine. Yes. Well, today with this win on Alpine, they have displayed their courage, they have asserted their dominance, and now they show that every single map is their dominion. Nobody can challenge their authority.
What a final fight coming through. The way they pushed Revenant X Spark off the compound. Revenant X Spark had nowhere to go. They started jumping across and Team Tycoons welcomed them. Total Gaming, understanding that Team Tycoons are already putting down Revenant X Spark, they detoured, and that detour worked really well, and they were able to cross it and make it through Team Tycoons. By the time they were moving, Jaunty Gaming had their eyesight set, the crosshairs, and eventually Jaunty Gaming troubled Team Tycoons, and that was used by Total Gaming. And Mafia, he saw them all across like a picture in making, and one after another strike that hammer and put them to the ground.
Picture in the making. All those eyes on them, and they still deliver absolute cinema to us. What a story, man.
And the amount of eliminations, they've already gotten around 15. Game 1 this is.
Yep. Add that, the 12 points of Booyah, and you will already be at somewhere around the 27-ish points mark. Somewhere around the 30 points mark. Keep in mind, you don't need a lot more after this. Only 80 points to activate the Champion Rush condition.
Exactly.
And you know what the funniest part is? Total Gaming's weakest map is Alpine. They have literally never won a game on Alpine before.
Never! Zero! That's what is written. They've never got a booyah throughout their league stage.
Not on this map. And if they had to win a single booyah on this map, there could have been no better opportunity for it to be than on this Grand Final Game 1. Let's take a look at that final moment of the game again. Let's take a look at Total Gaming absolutely asserting their dominance on everyone. Mafia, what did this guy have for breakfast? I mean, he's staying in the same hotel as us.
Yeah.
How could he have had anything different? He's got 7 eliminations solo, while his team has 17. You mentioned that they have 15. Nah, bro, nah, they have 18. And they've already touched the 30-point mark in the first damn game. They're just 50 points away from activating the Champion Rush condition. Like, if they keep on performing like this, they will be there in no time. They will be there in like 2-3 games best. We have 10 games planned for today. You think Total Gaming can send everyone home early by finishing it by game 5?
If they play like this, for sure.
100%.
Yesterday, we also thought it's going to be a quick finisher, an early matchup of best of 5, but they had to stage a comeback because we know when the pressure gets going, it's very tough. But I think they're making the use of the stage to its best of that they played yesterday. Now they're familiarized in that ground they are in. Now they know this international indoor stadium belongs to them. They've lifted the championship once. They will want it again. But the upsets, NG Pros, 1+ God's Reign, Vasista Esports, a lot of them missing their opportunity. And what will they do next? Because this man on our screens, the MVP, Mafia, strikes and strikes hard. He doesn't just pummel through bullets of sniper leads. He rains down striking thunders to ruin everybody's chances.
You know, the name Mafia is Italian in origin. It refers to a gang. And this man is a gang on his own. He is a one-man army. Dominated yesterday. Starts off on the best possible note today. With 7 eliminations to his name and 3,300 damage alone. I can't even imagine what his team numbers will look like.
Oh, What a way to play, having Casey, and we saw how crucial Total Gaming had the healing character throughout their play yesterday. They never let go of Casey. They always picked it. Maybe if they had a chance, Alok coming in, but now it is BR, so they need a lot more in terms of fight and power and run through. They pick up Oscar and Tatsuya, that works out, and then Skylar to make and break, and it is on Mafia. He's the one who found those openings, did not allow any monsters or demons to be hiding behind glue walls.
Exactly, and while they were using their Skylar abilities really well to break down those glue walls, they also managed to buy a Kenta ability through the vending machine, which was a game changer in that open circle in the last moment. And while, yeah, Mafia might just be the MVP, Aztec also did quite a lot of damage. 3,400 damage by him. Shanky also with 2,000 damage, 5 eliminations to his name. Delete did not even need to do much. I mean, he's the designated rusher, but let's be honest, Total Gaming didn't need to rush anyone down. They held their ground and they completely pummeled everyone from a distance, making sure that they stamped their authority by asserting map control.
51 total eliminations, out of which 18 were in name of Total Gaming. That is a big game. We thought maybe Card 98 Army would have an opportunity, but them also missing their chances. Nightmare, who looked good as they took down OnePlus God's Reign. Team Tycoons, who were very methodical. That was a surprise for me. I thought they should have a better advantage because Total Gaming, they had to climb the walls, but I think it was that Jaunty Gaming's last two survivors who were troubling them, not letting them get across the zone shifting, and that put Total Gaming, sorry, Team Tycoons in trouble. 72 total knocks, the damage a tad bit lower, but that was expected when such a fierceful game took place at 39,000 total damage. Longest elimination distance at 122, total glue walls destroyed at 257. This states, if you look at this game summary, might be a low scoring game. Now, if you're just tuning in now, let me tell you once again, Total Gaming have secured the first Booyah and their total points after game 1 is 30. They're 50 points away from getting to Champion Rush. That is almost 2 more games for them.
Exactly. And these damage numbers, if you saw that the overall lobby had like some around 39,000 something damage. More than that, Total Gaming alone, I did the math just now, that's what I was busy doing. They have some 9,000 damage alone. So like, they did like 25% of the damage that the overall lobby had entirely. That's how dominant they were. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how all the other teams will deal with their aura, because everybody over here, as you can see in the live feed from the Ekana International Stadium, most of the placards over here say TG.
Yeah. There is even those clappers, those balloons, they make a lot of noise. If you are going to be at the arena, do make a hype for your team that is going to be playing on the stage. And there's a slogan that they have for Total Gaming, TG na mane.
Yep.
And that to be seen, and the way they started off, and for sure I would agree on our fellow Hindi caster statement, na mane yaar, na mane wo.
Bilkul haar nahi manenge. I mean, I do not like using the other language when I'm being assigned to the English desk, but I can't help but feel this emotion. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, we're sitting in the commentary box, which is relatively soundproof from the outside audience noises, but we can still hear the cheers loud and clear. And when these clappers start going berserk, almost nothing is audible. That's how loud this arena is. If you want to feel the electric vibes, if you want to go ahead and experience what it's like to be in the stadium, come down to the Ekana International Stadium. You still have time. But for now, it's time to begin the next game. We will be going to the second map, and on your screens you can see where the teams prefer to be in the map of Solara.
Vasistha Esports, one of the teams to go out early at Riders Club. Revenant X Spark, position that they held for far too long. Maybe if they gave that up, it could have worked out better for them. But that is a chance that they would want to change. They might even head over towards TV Tower, where Total Gaming, a team who just got their Booyah. Aquarium, we do generally see only one team drop there, but as soon as there's that initial drop and loot phase is completed, one or the other team rush towards Aquarium, because that's a massive area to grab in terms of control and eliminate another team who's in that position. OnePlus God's Reign, a team who decided to take up a fight with all confidence that they had, right now going to Echo Drain. But close to them again is Bloomtown's Nightmare. But can another Nightmare brew for OnePlus God's Reign, where barely they grabbed any points?
Exactly, man. I mean, OnePlus God's Reign, they basically made their nightmares come true. They were supposed to have a dream run. That was a dream fight, you know. They were fighting in that arsenal over there, which is pretty much in the corner. And all the other teams are in the center of the circle. So nobody's going to like abandon their post and go out of their way to third party on that fight. That was a very isolated fight. But they stepped on their own toes, and because of that, they were blown to smithereens. So Nightmare Esports get a good start. I want to see if they can have a good start in the next map as well. Because in Solara, there's a lot of teams who can basically shift the dynamics of the power.
Now it's time to take a look at our Casa predictions. And Crips, you've gone for Aiku Reckoning. And then there's SHUL and NG Pros. I have gone back to Total Gaming because this is where I thought game number 2, first one, they'll be taking it a tad bit lightly, maybe scoring elimination points. But I did not wonder that they would go right out for a booyah. But along with them, I've also named Team Tycoons because you just saw what happened. But these predictions were made a while back, way before the show started, knowing the data that we had in terms of their league stages, and as we said, ready ourselves into this grand finals, last going to be Revenant X Park. It is all basis of how much booyahs they've conquered on Solara, how well they've looked so far. But looking at what just happened in Alpine, as you said right in the very start, all this data, we might have to just throw it across.
Yeah, man. I mean, we can just like toss these papers away. I would if I was respectful enough of this card. But like, all this data is based on the league stage, and according to the league stage data, IQ Reckoning and SHUL have phenomenal performances on Solara, which is why I've kind of, you know, picked them up as my prediction, as you can see on the screen below here. But NG Pros, they don't necessarily play well on this map. The only reason I picked them up is because I know they have a lot of firepower. I know that they can go for a bunch of eliminations. And even when they don't win in Solara, this is the kind of map which allows you to third party really quickly because of those slide tracks. So I kind of thought that NG Pros would go around hunting everybody, and that's why I've picked up them as my prediction.
Now, Total Gaming being my first, they have no booyahs at all in Solara.
Yeah.
But I presumed something like this would happen, and that's the reason I took up their name. And then Team Tycoons, they've had 2 booyahs here in Solara. It should have been an opportunity. There's Assassin waving hi to all of us, all of you watching live from home. Do show us some love for your favorite creators. This is your opportunity. If you're in Lucknow, that's the biggest one. They've been walking across, getting showered with love from all the audience. And if you're here nearby, there's still a long day to go. This was just game number 1. We still feel like there is still a big chance to head over to game 10 all the way till the end after our 6 initial games. 1 done, 5 more to go, and the next 4 games, we don't know which maps they'll be played on. It is still to be decided.
Exactly. Like the first 6 maps have been put up there for everyone to see, but the last 4 maps, they haven't even been decided yet. And you never know what's going to happen in those last 4 maps, because if a team activates the champion rush condition, there's a pretty good chance that all the other teams will tackle that team in particular. They will try to target the only teams who have the champion rush condition activated. And while Total Gaming, while their flags are all over the screen and while their support is through the roof, there's a pretty good chance that teams could start hunting them in particular.
I really like the map order in itself, right? Solara, if again Total Gaming go all out, next is Kalahari. As we said, 30 points in 1, 30 points in 2, 30 points in 3. Kalahari is a good game for them. Now, yes, we might be inclining a lot towards Total Gaming, but it's what they just did. There is no denying that fact. But there was a fact a long while back, a storyline that all of us know is godlikes. They started off in such a phenomenal run. They were getting 3 booyahs on every day that they were playing in minimum. They've gone for 4 on a day as well. But so far, their entire journey of the league stage, they have only 3 total booyahs. And the highest team, as we already mentioned, IQ Reckoning, they have 7. SHUL Horana screens, they're just 1 below that 7. A -1 is at 6. And they also have a booyah here. You did name them.
Yep. Reckoning Esports have 1 booyah on Solara, but more than that, they have 117 eliminations on this map. And because Solara allows for so many third-party opportunities, I believe IQ Reckoning, the Wolves, will become hunters indeed and start targeting everybody. I mean, one of their targets will also be Total Gaming. They are a very, very lucrative target. It's a very satisfying feeling when you just hunt down the crowd favorite team, and when you see Total Gaming go down, the entire arena falls silent. That could be very addictive to some of these underdogs. Silencing the entire arena when you slay their favorite team is the feeling that one could get really addicted to. NG Pros, on the other hand, I've also picked them because they have 107 eliminations on this map, and as you already know that NG Pros are a pretty aggressive team. And even on this previous map of Alpine, NG Pros, while they were one of the first teams to be eliminated, I respect their game plan. They called down the monster truck on top of that roof on Militia. They were in the center of the zone. They know that every team will focus on them, so the chances of them getting eliminated is high. But NG Pros are very okay with it because they were not even playing for the Booyah. Right now, NG Pros position themselves in the center of the circle so that they could get as many eliminations as possible. Keep in mind, it's not important to get a Booyah until your champion rush is activated, right? So NG Pros were like, screw it. We can be in the center of the circle. If someone shoots at us, we shoot back at them and just farm our elimination points, grab those elimination points and get to the 80-point marker as quickly as we can. Then we can switch up our strat and try to aim for a Booyah.
As you rightfully said, it's only one Booyah that the players and the team, whoever is activating the champion rush criteria, that they need instantly in the next upcoming game. And one such name or team is Nightmare Esports. In their entire run of the league stage, they've gotten only one Booyah, and that was enough. And the way they qualified, they were the top team at the end of week 4, day 2. That tells us that it is not always dependent on a Booyah right from the get-go. It is about the total amount of points that you secure, the total amount of points that you'll able to get here in Solara. The game number 2, Total Gaming might have taken 1, but it is time for the second one. It starts off all the way with Botcon on our screens and studio to be the starter of the flight path.
Let's go down to Solara, ladies and gentlemen. Total Gaming, I do believe that they will be flying towards the hub. And while they land over there, all the other teams are straying away from them. Jaunty Gaming dropping straight down at the beginning of the flight path towards studio. You've OnePlus God Drain sticking to their predicted drop spot on Eco Drain. Godlike Esports occupying Bloomtown. Archway, K98 Army over there. They could actually be the arch that stops all the other teams from coming through. But TV Tower is getting contested. Nightmare Esports and SHUL are about to duke it out. Delta Isle also about to have a very, very intense fight with both Reckoning Esports and NG Pros dropping in the same spots.
Funfair right above Vasista Esports and Revenant X-Spark. Vasista suffered a very early elimination. Aiku Reckoning and NG Pros another battle in the same area that we did see in the starter. Alpine, in the same way, it seems to be starting off. NG Pros and Aiku Reckoning, it seems to be a rivalry that has started off in game number 1 and continues here in game 2. On the other end, Vasista and Revenant X-Spark, a battle that started the first blood. Vasista Esports grabbed the elimination. Revenant X-Spark quickly exchanged, but Aiku Reckoning and NG Pros not giving space, fighting each other off. Chrono activated. Aiku Reckoning dropped a player and Cropsy in trouble, making him also going down. NG Pros losing 2, could be 3, and it's only one survivor who's spotted, and that's Mannu. Water has spotted him. He's going to try and go for a chase, but how far can Mannu go? Where will he survive? And if the crosshairs strike, he will be put to rest, and another defeated. Only 0-pointer game could be here for NG Pros.
Yeah, I mean, NG Pros have bitten off more than they can chew. Clearly not able to handle the pressure. They thought that they were ready to pick up all those fights in the first map. They were wrong about it. And now Mannu, he's getting shot at, peppered down. His life sped for now as he steps into that vehicle and runs away. But he's running straight into Nightmare Esports, and they would be more than happy to put him out of his misery. He doesn't know what's on the other side of that cliff. And Nightmare Esports can obviously hear this vehicle. Kid goes in to challenge. He goes into chase, and Kid finds him. NG Pros, one of the strongest Solara teams, have been eliminated already. What on earth is happening here, Sam? Because even in the previous game, we saw some of the strongest teams get eliminated right off the bat. And now Vasista Esports is in trouble. I mean, historically, Vasista Esports has never done well on Solara. This is their weakest map. But hey, can they finally break this curse? Can they finally be the team that turns their weakness into a miracle?
Vasista Esports looking for a miracle of their own. They did start a fight with Revenant X-Spark, grabbed some eliminations, had an exchange, but right now it's one last survivor. That exchange did not work out, and it seems like Vasista Esports, a team who had good games during the dry run that we were watching, are right now in trouble. Patlu, the last man standing, spotted the player. Revenant X-Spark as well. The fight that had happened between them seems like they're left with a player close by. Nightmare, who managed to eliminate NG Pros, will look forward to a lot more. Revenant X Spark, after suffering a couple of losses, have managed to revive their players, but Team Tycoons, they've spotted the player. They want to take them down, but Revenant X Spark hold them off at the start of this railing.
Do Revenant X Spark chase? Oh, they're doing it. Nah, he just came back. Team Tycoons, they just managed to get the res onto their teammates. Yep. Revenant X Spark saw it on the finish feed, and they were thinking maybe we can challenge them, but they will relinquish that area. Oh, now we know they don't just want to run away because Team Tycoons already managed to use that vending machine and get the res, but it's also because Total Gaming is over here, and that's the third party don't want to get destroyed by Aztec. Puts Goku OP to rest. And Team Tycoons were running away to get that vending machine. They managed to get their teammates online, but the two teammates who ran away and plugged those teammates into the vending machine, they've been eliminated now. At least the two teammates of their members, you know, who are falling down from the skies can land in another spot and start afresh. But for those two, the game is over. Reignite Esports, they are also falling victim to godlike esports, but for now, Ronath has been put down. Keep in mind, he is the elimination leader of the league stage for his team. And with that big gun out of the picture, with their strongest player out, Reignite Esports have no choice but to go ahead and try to res him. But they're surviving on their last legs now too. Down to just one player. I mean, even if they try to go in for a res, most of these vending machines are occupied already. Team Tycoons, they lost two of their players. And the two players who were in fact revived, Goku and Flash, they land towards the northwestern part of the map. They've got one more vending machine. They can call people down more. Nightmare Esports on the other hand, this is relatively far away from them, towards the center somewhat, but Arjun takes down Mafia. The MVP of the last game versus the MVP of the league stage, locking horns in a sniper fight. They're going down one by one. Mafia at least has been revived by Aztec, so that's fine. But Delete, can they try to res him? Or will they just let him bleed out and then call him back with a vending machine? Shanky going in for the res. Nice one.
He had an opportunity he didn't get. It seems like Delete decided to give up, and now Shanky is stuck. Where will he run? Aztec will try and provide cover, but not for long. Shanky is down. Aztec, he cannot run. He is the last one surviving. Total Gaming might suffer a total elimination, but no, they have revived the players just in time using the vending machine. And now even though Aztec goes down, his teammates, they're flying from the skies down to Solara, back again to start their battle in the next fights.
Total Gaming, still two-man strong, had their hopes alive. But if there is one player in this lobby who's got as much LAN experience as Total Gaming do, it's Radhe Thakur.
Yes.
He's probably the only player who's storied enough, who's decorated enough to take on giants like Total Gaming and survive to tell the tale. He needs to remind everyone who he is.
Vasista Esports on the other end, still survived by one last player, Patlu. He's still looking forward to an opportunity. He needs money to also revive his players. It's not going to be easy. Total Gaming on the other end, who got revived, they are playing at the damage of the play zone. And again, trying to meet up in between Team Tycoons. It could be another battle in the brew. SHUL, they want the circle. They want control of it. And right now, holding off at Delta Isle. And they've spotted Aiku Reckoning. Sorry, 1+ God's Reign right in front of them. And the battle starts. But this is not Aiku 1+ God's Reign and SHUL. It is Total Gaming and Team Tycoons. They have been having skirmishes in between themselves. A couple of eliminations here and there. And then they recover and move in the other direction. It happens once again. Total Gaming find one and then just move on.
Yeah, they don't want to overstay their welcome even a little bit. They know their win condition. They need to just keep farming points and get to that 80-point marker. A 30-point lead is a big enough lead. They don't want to relinquish it by having a bad game. Honestly, you don't even need to have amazing games. As long as you don't have a bad game, as long as you don't go down at 0 or like single-digit pointers, you should be fine. But now, speaking of going down, Oshin, one of the strongest players of 1+ Gods, in a little bit of struggle. And they're getting shot down once again by the members of SHUL. Not a very easy team to defeat, but Predator, the torchbearer of OnePlus God's Reign, is trying to get one more knock. He does get one more. Manish now coming in from the other side. Anshu trades across the board. He jumps into that Chrono Shield, and Marvel has been taken care of. Kaushik and Predator a little late to the party, but they arrive eventually to provide some backup. Can they take down Marvel and Arsh? Because Arsh has been revived again, and one more time. OnePlus God's Reign lose an isolated fight. They just cannot win their 4v4s. But wait, it wasn't even a 4v4. X-Divine, one of the strongest members of SHUL, did not even enter the fight. That was practically a 3v4, and OnePlus God's Reign still lost.
That's X-Divine. He is amazing. He finds those angles, lets his players move in and find the opening. And not just an opening, a complete team wipe. Kar98 Army, they've made it across. But as soon as they decide to control the compound, they're met by Jaunty Gaming. Kinotra wants to deny Kar98 any opportunity because for Jaunty Gaming, they don't have any control. They just have that ramp up towards the railing, the slides they can take, but nothing else. Trying to destroy the glue wall. Nice Riptide Rhythm forcing them back on the stairs. Jaunty Gaming is going to be a difficult terrain traverse to this fight to convert. Kar98 completely blocking them off.
Kar98 Army siphoning the rotation from Jaunty Gaming, but hope isn't over yet. They can still take the long way around. If they've got Ford or something equipped, they can tank a little bit of damage. If they have some medkits, they can go across the slide tracks and avoid this entire fight, because it's not just Kar98 over here. The northern side is blocked by Revenant X-Spark, who are having a very good time over here, right? They're just on the edge of the zone, and they're not even concerned about moving in just yet, because the rotation for them is going to be relatively easy. Manchester Esports, though, they are now starting to succumb to the zone. They had to make a massive rotation, and going across from Delta Isle to Windmill is indeed difficult. Nightmare Esports, on the other hand, Nightmare Esports currently, they enjoy a very good position. From their spot, they can take pot shots on Kar98, Jaunty Gaming, Total Gaming, and Team Tycoon. 4 teams in their crosshairs. So they're going to have a field day. It's like sending a fat kid to the buffet. He's just going to have his fill.
Well, this is happening. Total Gaming, they're trying to block off Team Tycoons from entering, but Total Gaming themselves are not in the circle. It's happening in the other direction. Jaunty Gaming right now in front of the screens understand that Kar98 will not give them an inch also to move. And they decide to take the launch pads, make it across, and get back into the circle. While Aiko Reckoning, they're busy in eliminating players who just got revived from Vasista Esports. And if this continues, Vasista Esports, another elimination. They've managed to survive for long, but there's still 10 teams here in Solara, so they're not going to get much in terms of placement points at all. They have to look forward to eliminations, and it seems like it might not happen, just like Team Tycoons did not make it through. The one final player found from Total Gaming and eliminated.
SHUL now knocking on the doors of Revenant X-Spark. This could be the battle for the high ground. If they take control of this house, they will be in a pretty good spot on the beach, because no other team is to their south. So this could be a very isolated fight if they decide to challenge it one. But Revenant X-Spark, they are defending this compound really well, and they recognize that these staircases are basically the only spot from where they can come up. So they will defend the staircase with their lives. From the window, Bull will land the headshot onto Marvel, off the first person to go down for SHUL, and now Revenant X-Spark take control of their numbers advantage and descend down upon the members of SHUL, hoping to challenge them in their own domain. Shanku with the shotgun gets the elimination onto Wolvin, and Arsh, he capitalized on Daily God. X-Divine has been taken care of, but he wasn't even in trouble to begin with. It's up to Luis and Sahil. He's trying to go in for the heal. Marvel tries to knock down Sahil, and now Luis has been left to his own devices. At least he's managed to pop that heal, but he can't run away. He just has to defend the staircase. All 3 of them climb on him at once. He uses the blue wall to somehow isolate that fight, but gets trapped, and Revenant X-Spark fall.
Godlike also in trouble. They're being held off at the edge of the player zone. One after another, shots being taken at them. Total Gaming holding them off, but Kar98 on the other end, a team who were trying to push Jaunty Gaming away. They go out. They did not make it in the circle in time.
Oh my god, Total Gaming now. The zone might have kind of screwed them over, but Godlike can screw them harder. And Godlike have no choice. They need to eliminate Total Gaming, otherwise they really can't make their way ahead. And see, kind of low on health, has to find a way to heal himself before he picks up this fight. And Total Gaming are giving him some breathing space, but the blue zone is not. More heal drones deployed by Total Gaming. As soon as they get the res onto Aztec, he should be back up on full health within seconds. And there you go. Total Gaming, rejuvenated, refreshed, ready for round 2.
Chauncey Gaming, they get eliminated, but Total Gaming versus Godlike. A hold off, a fight, and they're trying to find them all out. And Nightmare, they're the ones who make a move, try to find the last, and Godlike have been eliminated. And Nightmare, what a position to be at the edge of the circle. But a fight coming towards there, and they were holding off Total Gaming, but now they have to be worried in two different corners as Aiku Reckoning is also pushing them. And now Sohan, he has seen Total Gaming as Nightmare one after another are falling flat, and they have to continue this onslaught. Sohan looking unstoppable. He's running a rampage. He's gotten one. He's looking forward to more if that continues. But Total Gaming, they try their best to hold them off as Aiku Reckoning cover their players one after another. And Total Gaming are now eliminated.
Sohan makes the ultimate sacrifice by pushing down the throats of Total Gaming, and while he might have died, he's eliminated the fan favorite team, and that takes so much pressure off of SHUL's shoulder. Shanku steps into the monster truck, hoping to race Masista Esports into the zone, but Yuno puts on his dashing shoes. He dashes straight into the crosshairs of Marvel, and like a superhero, he steps up for his team and slays Masista Esports. 3 versus 3. The Wolves, Reckoning Esports versus SHUL, fighting for the soul of this competition, fighting for the soul of this battle. Have to move ahead as the zone shifts in the favor of Reckoning Esports, but because they're the only two teams, this is neutral ground. Whoever wins this battle will dictate the fate of this tournament.
They have to play this terrain to its best. Make use of it to its epic, intense, best advantage. SHUL melts all across, but none of them have yet used any glue walls. They know the way this game is going to play out, the way it'll pan out. They're trying to force the fight on each other. But now SHUL, they are forced to walk across these lands against Aiku Reckoning. The zone shifting, the dash coming through, the jump coming in from Ursh, the opening being landed, Shanku is down. Ronit, what a start coming in from him, using the time turner as his advantage. And SHUL, they're already a man down.
Wota now looking to lead the charge against Marvel, tries to connect that first shot. Ronit steps in the way of his teammates. That's a body block. Wota still trying to recover from that advantage, down to a 1v1. It's Ninja versus Arsh, and Ninja blocks him off with a glue wall on the first side. Arsh tries to go around the other side, and Ninja is just not offering him this fight, and Arsh wins it! A triple elimination by Arsh, standing up, T-posing over his opponents, and showing who's boss.
Arsh, he gets the team spirits up, individually breaks that 1v3 and gets his team a booyah. What a way to turn it around. Look at that emotion coming in from the lad. That tells you of how this crucial booyah, this Solara was for them. And this was a game, this is a map which works in their favor. They have the booyah, they prove it why they pick it once again. What a way for Ursh, using that time, the gap, to revive his player. Marvel back again, and then they end up converting it right when it mattered. And what a way to play it. We did give credit to Ronit. He played it well. As soon as the fight moved towards him, used the time turner, block all the outside damage coming in from the teammates watching afar, took it to a 1v1 inside the dome. And Ronit converted. From there on, it was all their chances, but missed. Aiku Reckoning, a team who were also so aggressive during the online qualifiers, now almost close but missed.
Exactly, man. Reckoning Esports, once again, these mistakes, it can't happen again and again. While this was still a pretty good game for Reckoning, you can't help but think that this was an opportunity that could have propelled them to the top. Let's take a look at that final moment again, because there you can clearly see how Reckoning Esports basically stepped on their own toes. Ronit gets the knock onto that pretty well by rushing that time turner. But then after that, take a look at this. The trades are just simply not happening. Kota and Ninja running away from each other. They should have been fighting each other, fighting alongside each other together. And they offer those 1v1s to Arsh. They get in each other's way, misplacing their glue walls, and basically offering this game to Arsh on a silver platter.
Arsh What a game coming in from him. SA2, they qualified in week 4, day 1. And here they know that it all matters. Now the qualification that they were able to do during the league stage, they have to start making it through towards the champion rush criteria, because then the competition rises up even further. The temperature then goes beyond the thermometer, and that's where teams have to understand that they have to compose themselves back for the booyah that started the game for them. And for SATUL, it started here in Solara with 28 total points, and IQ Reckoning following the suit at 21 total points. Total Gaming right behind them, not a bad game at all. They've added it to that score of 30 to 48. Nightmare, another high elimination game coming in from them. 11 in total, pushing the score to 17. Vasista, a better game compared to what they did in Alpine. 15 eliminations, adding on to, I guess, 2 that they were able to secure in Alpine. Jaunty still missing. Even though they got closer, it did not work. But the major upsets, NG Pros, 1+ God's Reign, dead 0.
Yep. Dead at 0. Duck out before they could even make a mark. Can't afford to make those mistakes. Not 2 games in a row, man. And 1+ God's Reign, once again, they pick up these isolated fights. They're excellent at identifying battles where they won't get third party, but if they lose those battles, then what's the point? But for now, instead of dwelling on mistakes and dwelling on what could have been, let's focus on celebrating the heroes of this game. Marvel had a lot of shotgun eliminations. M590 really working well for him, and whether he's invading someone else's time turner or whether he's using his own, Marvel really knows how to get those shotgun battles in his favor. 7 eliminations to his name.
Shanku had the chrono. While Ursh was jumping across, Shanku maybe had that same intention, but he was very soon hit with a player, Ronit, and instantly he couldn't do much. The chrono coming up, and I thought it was coming in from Ronit, but it seems like both of them had it, and Shanku missed the opportunity. Koda being used to its perfection in terms of information. That is one of the reasons we also said Marvel being the MVP. The damage, the eliminations, all of it working in his favor. And Divine, he might be sitting at only 1 elimination, 1 assist, 2 knockdowns, 824 damage, but he was the master. He was the Messiah. He was the one planning it all. He was the puppet master, and he does it. Played it well and helped his team to success.
Yeah, the puppet master congregating all the masses. He's pulling strings. He's twisting minds as those bullets hit. And he screams, if you want this booyah, then come and try to take it. And there's quite a lot of disparity between the damage numbers of SATUL, but there's even more disparity between the knocks and total eliminations over here. 70 eliminations, but 86 knocks, which is kind of rare for a map like Solara, because it's very easy to confirm all the downed players. 48,000 damage over here, a massive jump from Alpine to this map, which was kind of expected because there's a lot more fights over here, so that's amazing. 191 total blue walls destroyed. Again, a rather high number, even though a lot of the players were using their chronos, and they had even purchased extra chrono abilities from the vending machine if they had money to spare, and if they didn't have to waste all that money on reviving their teammates.
One thing to closely look at here, as every team has tried their best, helping their teammates, fighting opponents off, fending them off, looking forward to eliminations, trying to get the numbers up. That 70 total elimination tells us this was a high-scoring game. This was a game which had stakes for every team. And how much they've managed is going to be one of the reasons that will get them closer towards Champion Rush. And now we have to keep eyeing on which team has gotten closer. It still should be somewhere in terms of the overall standings for Total Gaming. As we did mention, this was not a bad game. Yes, not as big as a 20 or a 30, but this is when it all started earlier today. Even when we were entering, we saw all of them with Kelly right now posing, waiting to enter into the arena, waiting into the stadium to see their fans, to meet their favorite teams, to meet their creators, to support their favorite team in winning the championship.
All these cheering people, screaming your name, calling out your entire nicknames. These guys will basically be able to either propel your confidence to absolutely dizzying heights, or they could crush your soul into pieces, into fine powder. They've been lining up outside the Ekana International Indoor Stadium since morning today. And as you can see, they really know how to display their love. Whether it's with stickers, whether it's with clappers, or whether it's with giant banners. These guys will stop at absolutely nothing to support their favorite teams, and I hope that you can do so too if you're watching from home. There's good creators over here, there's excellent teams, and there's even cosplayers. The Kelly that you just saw, a dear friend of mine, Supriya, Wonder Woman, has portrayed the essence of Kelly really well. And if you want to meet all of these people, come down here and take your place. There's still quite a lot of seats where you can probably find a spot. Go ahead and, I mean, there's only 2 games done, right? If you can hurry up, you can probably still make it.
Game number 3 up next. It is going to be Kalahari. Game 1 and 2 done. It is Total Gaming and SHUL who got their booyahs one after another. Kalahari, which again, when we talk about it, should be an opportunity for Total Gaming, should be their crown jewel. But it has not been the best. They've managed to find a lot, but it has not been the only map. However, the other teams as well, individually so far in Kalahari, in the entirety of the results that I'm just checking here, Crips, there's only one team who have done it better.
Who is that?
NG Pros.
Oh, yes. The prodigal children, the chosen ones.
3 total booyahs on Kalahari.
Yeah, and not just that. They obviously can get a lot of advantage on Kalahari with their 3 booyahs, but they also have a ridiculous elimination score, 127 eliminations. That's the highest any team has on any given map all throughout. That's ridiculously good. But they've been having some terrible games in the last 2 matches. They need to make a comeback over here. They need to kickstart their journey towards that champion rush condition, and there's no better place to do it than on Kalahari. Let's take a look at where these teams like to drop. Obviously, you will see that Mammoth, the Sub, and the Maze are relatively unoccupied, but you know for a fact that teams will probably change their drop spots later on. You know for a fact that Jaunty Gaming loves going down towards the south, the Mammoth and the Sub areas. Revenant X Park actually were contested heavily on Stone Ridge during the during the league stage, but now they must be left pretty much alone. Total Gaming. The map might show that they like command posts, but we all know the truth. They command the ship. They are the helmsmen. Santa Katrina is their territory, and I think everybody will avoid that area like the plague.
They should. If not, they will try and find a way to put you down. They were the reason even Team Tycoons lost their footing in Game 1, Game 2 as well. Even Godlike suffered losses because of Total Gaming. And every team has to be wary about it. And Total Gaming and Team Tycoons might not be a rivalry being built. Rather, it is just being a hit-and-go situation.
Yeah.
Total Gaming are there, Team Tycoons get spotted. Team Tycoons are moving around, Total Gaming are there. But on the other end, the rivalry. A major crucial point for NG Pros. After getting only 1 point totally in Game 1, they were ending up at 0 in Game 2. So their total point sticks at 1 as of now. But when we move towards this game, NG Pros have 3 total booyahs. They should have an opportunity to convert. But what is happening to them? Aiku reckoning in that first battle, the drop clash, and NG Pros, it happened even in first map, Alpine. And if it continues, NG Pros, I think it's going to be tough for them to get closer to the champion rush criteria itself.
Exactly, man. And come on, they have the experience from yesterday. They were kind of struggling yesterday in the class squad mode, but I thought they would have been used to the pressure by now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the case, but hey, if there is one map that can reinvigorate their spirits and reignite their fire, it has to be the sandy dunes of Kalahari.
Yes.
There's a lot of other teams who were statistically not supposed to do well, like let's say for example Vasista, they're probably one of the weakest teams in Kalahari. They were also one of the weakest teams in the previous map. They did decently for themselves, you know. So maybe the stats over there don't necessarily show the truth, but will our predictions become the truth? Will they become a reality? We'll find out. I think NG Pros, I've picked them obviously for very, very obvious reasons. I mean, so far both of us have been kind of wrong about their performance, but hey, we can't be blamed. We were judging on their performances.
Guys.
Yeah, it's the stage, it's the nerve that really changes your brain chemistry. I've also picked Godlike in this particular map because they assert quite a lot of control over Refinery. So even if they don't win the Booyah, they can farm a lot of eliminations. My risky pick is going to be Jaunty Gaming, and that's probably because they control the northern sector of the map really well. If at all the circle shifts towards the shrines, they are going to be golden.
As you mentioned, NG Pros, I think, as we've already spoken about them, their reasons are justified. They have to be here in Kalahari, but next to them is Total Gaming. even though we've been talking about them that this should be their map, they should be reigning their success on it, Booyah's in their name. It has not always been that, but they've always managed to grab points. But my risky pick, as you did mention about Jaunty, was Vasista Esports, and the reason is they are similar to how Total Gaming build their momentum. Vasista Esports need idea of how this game is running, how teams are playing, and you saw they were able to score 15 points in the previous game compared to their barely 2 eliminations that they grabbed. That tells us that that is a lot of things that they were able to grab in their name, and if that continues, it could be a Booyah as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really hope that Vasista Esports are able to somehow gather that momentum and get that Booyah. I mean, I kind of disagree with you here. I don't think it will happen on Kalahari, but I hope it happens at some point or the other.
Let's see whether it's Vasista Esports, Godlike, Jaunty Gaming, Total Gaming, or NG Pros. These are the picks from the English desk, while our Hindi desk and the various other languages, if you're watching in, have their own predictions up. But there could be a change in who gets the Booyah, because SATUL, they came in as a change. They came in momentum. They played in terms of smartness, and that worked out really, really well. And X-Divine, there was a question as well. I don't remember, one of us casters ended up asking him that question. I think I only asked him, how do you manage to find those angles, those situations to convert a Booyah? And he says that, I don't know why and how, but it happens. It's just a feeling for me. And I think on this stage, the feelings matter, the emotions matter, and it has worked for SATUL. And you can see the support from the audience as well. While we saw Total Gaming in Game 1, now after Game 2, it's SATUL's flag up high.
Exactly, man. And you know for a fact that you need to use this audience as your fuel. You pour this fuel onto the fire and it will turn into an inferno. There's a line of SATUL fans who are just holding their placards up high in tandem. The same amount of coordination will be required from every single team on Kalahari, because this could be the toughest map of this entire tournament. As we approach the halfway point of all the known maps, as we approach Kalahari, these teams are running out of time to make their mark, and they better hit the ground running. Put your hands together for Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen. We are jumping over the dunes.
SATUL, they're the ones who got the Booyah. They were the ones to start things off in elimination. It all starts just below foundation, ends at Santa Caterina. Sunken ship could be a sunken dream here for a lot if they go and face Total Gaming. And it seems like nobody is. Total Gaming will have full control of that ship. On the other end, Nightmare and Car 98 Army. This has happened quite a while. Car 98 Army, when they started at Forest Red in Alpine, it did work out. They were able to grab 4 eliminations, but they did not make it through. Previous map, they did not find much, and now there looks to be a drop clash.
Yeah, quite a lot of drop clashes in command post. Car 98 and Nightmare Esports, both of them need quite a lot of points, because they might be ruling the middle section of the table, but that's definitely not where they want to stay. And there's not a lot of other teams who can come in and third party this quickly. But there is a vending machine closer to Car 98's compound. They've already sent one of their players on the vending machine already. So the moment any of them gets finished off, they can be revived instantly. Soul down on his knees, and the moment that happens, he might just get plugged in. Revenant X-Spark on the other hand. Wait a second. Where did Revenant X-Spark come in from? They stole that frag.
This have a split drop. I don't understand what's happening with Revenant X-Spark. They're around the players of Car 98 and Nightmare, and they did get caught as well, but they will revive the player who got eliminated. Would also grab an elimination out of Nightmare's hands.
Exactly. And the moment Nightmare realized, hey, we have 2 knocks, why do we have only 1 point? They realize something is fishy. Instantly activating the Coda. They realize now that there's a third party opportunity over there. So now they have all gathered inside this one house. They are not going to step out of it until the danger passes over them.
Car 98's position known. They cannot revive a player as of now, while they have Nightmare right in front of them. And slow and steady, Kid moving up. Hirsch could be in trouble. Information will be relayed for Kid as well. One player gets close. Time Turner activated. Sid now has to fend off another danger above him in terms of range. Car 98's Hirsch is still somehow surviving. I don't know how, but it's Godlike who starts stepping in and push this fight in their favor. Nightmare somehow hold it back, rein it in their favor, but it is not enough because the fight continues. Godlike making a jump.
Oh my god, that was a jump and a half, man. Nancy leaping almost to his death, but surviving because of the pillar. And as Godlike abandoned their post on top of Refinery and they come down towards the area of command post, K98 Army don't get all their revives in command post. They might have plucked in some of their fallen teammates, but one of them has already landed all the way in the sub, which basically guarantees survival for the time being. Godlike, on the other hand, they are not afraid of taking any more risks. Eco might have died out, but at least he got one elimination before he died, so it's fine. I think Godlike Esports are open to taking a little more risk because they realize that they need to step up right now. They need to step their foot on the gas, and if taking risk is required, they are not afraid of doing so.
But they're spread thin, Crips.
Yep.
Too thin. While they started the fight with K98, it looked good, but after losing Eco, Yoga in one direction, Nancy on the ground ahead in terms of a team who's pushing closer. And similar situation is for Nightmare's Radhe Thakur. The man with a lot of experience, can he have a chance to push the players of Revenant X-Spark or buy enough time to survive? Just like OnePlus God's Reigns, Anshu was trying, but eventually his thought also played. His play that he was trying to survive as far as long and possible did not work. But right now, because they didn't enter the compound, the glue wall was not seen, he is left all alone.
Yep. Those are some big brain moves. Survival is important right now, but Revenant X-Spark have no problems risking their lives to get a couple of more eliminations.
I thought they would move away, but Revenant X-Spark, they search for it. And now, Nightmare in trouble. Kid, can he do something? Can he change their fate? Nightmare will be looking forward to an opportunity. The lost survivor on a fight with Soul. K98 have the numbers, but here it is a 1v1 fight. Kid has to make it work, but he misses his opportunity. Another elimination, and Nightmare, they have one player surviving. Oh no, they have actually managed to revive their players once that fight did not work in their favor. They started peeling off. They had that second plan B ready.
Yeah, but it's so funny that both K98 Army and Nightmare Esports have the same backup plan. Like, the moment they revived one of their players, he decided to land all the way in the sub. He didn't even, like, join his teammates again in command post. And Nightmare Esports did the exact same thing. Those two players landed solo on the sub. And they thought that, yeah, maybe we can guarantee survival over here, but hey, I guess that's not happening. Everybody has the same plan B, so now it's going to come down to who's got the deeper strat book, who's got plan B, C, D, E, and so on and so forth. Godlike, on the other hand, they don't need to do anything else. Their only plan is enforcing plan A, and they continue doing so by taking command posts to themselves. And they've basically cleaned up shop, you know?
Yeah.
They've repelled all the other stragglers away, kicked out the tenants, and they've taken this area for themselves.
They held it for far too long, and then eventually other teams ended up giving up. But right now, SHUL, after a victory that they were able to land, they're looking forward to a lot more. Sid in trouble. There's nowhere to run when three players are running right at you, and one more watching from a very distance. SHUL will be able to grab that elimination, but it's not yet done. Revenant X-Spark and Nightmare meet once again. The revived players are going in for a fight. This fight, as it moves away from command post, is still continuing between these three teams. Nightmare, Revenant X-Spark and K98 Army seem to keep meeting each other irrespective of the revives continuously happening.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you fall too much. Even when you try to rise up again, other people will push you down and kick you when you're at your lowest. Nightmare Esports now look to kick Team Tycoons out of the server once and for all, but they end up losing Kid and Arjun in the process. Two of their strongest fraggers down. At least Radhe Thakur, the captain, has control over this periphery of the circle, so nobody's going to come down to hunt him over here, and this should keep Nightmare Esports in the battle for a little longer. That being said, though, they can't afford to waste all their credits on just this one. Because you see where Radhe Thakur is. Only team who can actually harm him right now is Team Tycoons. And now they're going towards Foundation. Kid is landing over there. Ronak is still way outside the play zone. They are spread thin. If they don't converge, if they don't group up, they will be picked off individually. They can't fight off entire teams.
An Arvon was used, and one more right next to Jaunty Gaming. But unfortunately, those Arvons were a little ahead and did not detect a single player. That could be a problem. And Godlike, look at the move that they just made. A quick run towards Jaunty. and there could be another fight happening. Soul for Car 98 has been the elimination leader. We'll look forward to a lot more. Car 98 Army need to pick up the pace. They're a team that we thought would start off with the booyah, the way they qualified to the grand finals, but so far that's not been the case. Team Tycoons still keeping their eye on Car 98 for eliminations. Team Tycoons a little low here in terms of the fight that they've taken, but Godlike and Jonty, the fight, the run that they've had, Nancy and Yogi find the opening,
Nice.
but Jarvis knocks them back. Eco, Marco together, all of them fight through, fire through, and find a full wipe on Jonty Gaming.
The first team to get eliminated in this battle. Jonty Gaming might have had a good start in the tournament by getting into the top 5 of the previous matches, but they have their first big loss, their first bad game. All hope is not lost yet. There's still a chance that they can make a comeback, but not in this one. Team Tycoons, on the other hand, I think they are absolutely oblivious to the fact that their lives are limited. They have fragile, mortal lives because they are going ahead and fighting with every single person that they come across. I mean, eventually, all of this risk will backfire on them, but for the time being, I am super entertained. I am thoroughly happy they're hosting all these fights, and yet another fight being forced over here as Nonstop Esports collide with the Wolves. Reckoning Esports, both are trying to go for the res instantly. He's burying himself in a cocoon of blue walls, using the inhaler in that sticky situation. Ninja provides great backup, but Patlu is down. Judo forced to dip back into cover, but Ronit is exposed from the right hand side. Both are trying to chase down Tiger, needs to provide backup, and lovely shot connected by him onto Tiger, leaving it all in the hands of Yuno. He does have the opportunity to escape, but I don't think Reckoning Esports will let him run out of here. They're going to punish him for challenging the Wolves. If you try to challenge these Wolves, you better be prepared for the fangs. Bota up in his face, knocks Masista Esports out of this game.
Team Tycoons, they're on a fight. SA duel. Exchanges happening, but Team Tycoons have the control of it. Flash and Amin. Amin saved the day in game 1, but has to save it again, and he does. He does so in a wild manner as the zone was closing. Closes the hope for SA duel.
Team Tycoons, like an absolute typhoon, like a storm, have been descending upon everyone. And they are relentless in their pursuit of elimination points. They are indiscriminate in their violence. They will shoot at anyone that they see moving. And this time, the unfortunate victims are SHUL. The people who won the last game have now become one of the first teams to be eliminated from Kalahari. This amount of inconsistency will not go unpunished for SHUL, but for the time being, Team Tycoons, as much as they are indulging in risky behavior, are getting away with it time and again. At all times, exactly. I wonder how much more murder can they get away with. And they've got enough credits to get Hitman as well. Yeah, back up at all 4 players. Wonderful. I mean, 9 eliminations before the third circle even begins to shrink. I think that's a pretty good deal, man. They have a nice, good pace going for themselves.
We spoke about this, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Game is not just about getting booyahs. It's about getting those elimination points, grabbing a lot more, and they've done that.
Yeah.
Game 1, Game 2, all of it.
Yeah.
And right now, in that same mindset, Godlike seems like their aggression towards elimination is now paving way for them. They have 7 total eliminations. They've spotted Revenant X Spark, but it's a distance fight. And therefore, they were not able to find the elimination. Whereas Revenant X Spark, they know a fight which is closer than Godlike, rather would initiate that, and they do. Sid, who was stuck in a position, flash freeze used and eventually eliminated. Another point added for Revenant X Spark, pushing their total to 5 eliminations. But this is not the best form from Revenant X Spark. Revenant X Spark's KD God, I think, is a big miss throughout that we've seen in the tournament. His capability is known by all. He can do it a lot. And everybody expects him to be one of the best upcoming snipers in India. But it's not been the case so far here in Free Fire Max India Cup. And it's similarly for NG Pros. Seems like how they started is not ending. 1+ God's Reign. They want an opportunity. They're putting players of NG Pros down. It's up to Anubhav and Cropsy. The MVPs, can they do and put them down? NG Pros, they survive. They make it happen.
Oh, no.
Once again.
Not
1+
again.
God's Reign suffer.
Oh, and they just keep on suffering, man. This suffering just doesn't end. The pain persists. And NG Pros, for a change, they managed to win an isolated fight. And I don't know what's happening to OnePlus God's Reign. Like, their macro decisions are amazing. Once again, they pick up fights where they can't get third partied, but they just cannot close out their 4v4s.
Yes.
This is a third game in a row where they've been eliminated with 0 points to their name. I mean, yeah, they might have 1 or 2 points, which they would have picked up a long time ago. But again, it doesn't make a dent in the overall storyline of the tournament. NG Pros, though, much needed change of pace for them. This could be the second win they needed.
As you can see, Total Gaming, who are already at the tabletop, looking forward to a fight. It does not succeed. Nightmare, who are right in second at 40 points. And Mafia, the last survivor, the last hope here for Total Gaming to survive further. There is a chance of reviving. But now Nightmare, they have another worry to deal with. Aiku Reckoning instantly push, rush and get eliminations. But Nightmare still survived by Arjun and Radhe Thakur. Will try to hold them off, but the zone will start closing. Arjun and Radhe Thakur have started to make a move along the lines of the container.
Radhe Thakur, I think he's been spotted. Two wall belters been thrown at him, but off the camera, K98 Army have been decimated by Team Tycoons. My goodness, that was a rather fast elimination because even the elimination feeds could keep up with them. And now towards the eastern end of the circle, NG Pros clash against these Titans. Can they survive this one yet again? Godlike Esports, like their heavenly powerful overlords, descend upon the members of NG Pros, and it's all up to Marco. The MVP of yesterday has to step up once again, but NG Pros persevere and power through this fight. 8 eliminations to their name, but guess what? The cat dragged in. By virtue of winning this fight, they now control the eastern end of the circle. This could be it, man. This could finally be the turnaround that NG Pros have been looking for.
It is Kalahari. We did right along the lines with the story in their name. And night, as it strikes, it looks like NG Pros might have their chance to make a comeback, a big game in their name. But it is still a distant fight. There are 5 teams still fighting. NG Pros have to bring it to the last 2. And they've spotted a team that they're taking a fight against. Aiku Reckoning, not being found. Instant elimination. Ninja is down. NG Pros Cropsy is going wild, one after another, picking them off. And Aiku Reckoning, only one last survivor, and he also gets eliminated. Cropsy and Anubhav are the deadly monsters of the lobby.
And these monsters have insatiable hunger. Even after eliminating a whole damn team, they look for more points. Finally forced to come out of their hiding holes, the Wolves will blare their fangs. Nightmare Esports, the nightmare for them begins as almost every single team is focusing on them because the zone was in their favor. But now that the zone is shifting, they are in the worst possible spot. Team Tycoons, though, have a lovely opportunity that's been dropped into their lap. They could have gatekept everyone, but NG Pros eliminate them as well, and they're taking no prisoners. Cropsy and Struggle on top of this house. 2 of their other teammates will bear witness to this violence as they provide cover fire from afar. Revenant X-Spark forced to get out of this house. They wipe out Nightmare in the process, but now they need to abandon that house and fight against NG Pros, who have a lovely feeling set, multiple angles present, and they can actually choke Revenant X-Spark in this corner. A 2-2 split for the side of Revenant X-Spark will lead to them losing out on numbers, losing out on Wolvin, and losing out this game. NG Pros, the destined rulers of Kalahari, the team that has always had a good time on these deserty dunes, will once again claimed their throne. They kick out the current rulers, take the crown for themselves, and declare themselves the kings of Kalahari.
Immune, immortal, and right now, impeccable performance coming in from NG Pros. This was what we expected from the very start of things, but now in Kalahari, a map which was tested and played and won by them numerous times is worked out now. And this comeback was necessary. They never bowed down to any fights. Not a single player from their end during that 5 to 6 teams still surviving got knocked even once. All of them fought through, even in the final fight, all the 4 standing, and you have to give it to Cropsy and Anubhav. And I think eventually that their momentum yesterday, Cropsy feeling all the heat on himself, today there's somebody that he can resonate it with.
Yep. Cold, calculative and clinical. NG Pros use their map to their advantage. And you could see the way they fight in this map is so different from the previous maps. They decided to be in the center of Alpine, didn't work out with them. Second map, they were hunted down, and I mean, that was just plain unlucky. But over here, they decided every single fight they take is gonna be on the edge so that nobody else can bear witness to that violence. They would isolate these fights and they would exterminate their enemies by using the blue wall so well. They were almost never shot down by any other team except the ones that they are directly combating with.
This was like a crab hammer move. There were pincers on both the ends. On one end, Anubhav is moving in. On the other, there is Cropsy. Revenant X-Spark have nowhere to go. Even they had numbers. They could have had an opportunity for a full-on 4v4 fight. But by the time Anubhav and Cropsy were moving in, Revenant X-Spark had nowhere in terms of zone as well to stay alive.
Exactly.
And they used it to perfection. What a game from NG Pros. Let's take a look at the score at Kalahari. 29. One short of that 30, but this is a big game that NG Pros needed. A team who had 0 points, 0 eliminations in Solara now have 29 in total.
Yep. Single digits in all the games up until now. But in the map where they've always proven to be the strongest, in the map where they've always asserted their authority, they declare themselves champions and they get the booyah. Much needed high jump from NG Pros. They get 29 points in this map. I must give credit where its new Team Tycoons are starting to behave like their old selves. They were the kind of team that was indiscriminate in their violence and they will pick up the fights without hesitation. Finally, we see that same level of aggression for them pan out in their favor. Because they've been fighting very aggressively, but it doesn't always work for them. Now it does. 19 points. Pretty decent. Revenant X-Spark have always been in the center of the table in Kalahari. They continue to do so over here. The pattern continues at 18 points. Nightmare Esports at 15. Once again, this map was basically what we always expected it to be. But NG Pros, they go a step further. The way Cropsy was playing today is slightly different from how he generally plays. You see how he always prefers the left-hand side of his glue wall. Today, he was speaking from every single angle. It doesn't matter whether the glue wall is placed high or low. It doesn't matter whether it's placed close or far. This guy was so comfortable on Kalahari. It's almost like he's led by emotions. They were feeling insecure about their performance yesterday and it was reflected in their first 2 games. But when they realized, hey, this is our comfort zone, we can do whatever we want here, the way he picks up his fights, the way he peeks around the corner also changes. Driven by emotions, Cropsy climbs up to the top and I hope that he can maintain that fire in his belly and use it to propel himself to further heights.
Cropsy with Tatsuya, his teammate Anubhav with Oscar. These 2 rushes going big, going all out and finding this victory for themselves. Manu and Chrono, I think, played together in tandem. Might have not found a lot for the team, but I think Manu will slowly now start building confidence, because when we had the camera during Game 2 and Game 1, I could clearly see somewhere Manu was a little afraid on that stage. And I think that does happen to everybody, because there's a spotlight. There are too many players, there are too many audience all looking at you, and especially the light and the noise. While you don't understand what it is, you hear the thumbs of it, whether it is going to be on the shots, whether it be about the casters. It is all that thumbs that make you feel, am I doing the right thing? Is there something else going on? And all that putting you in disarray. But still, Manu kept his cool, helped his teammates with 5 assists, and then even struggle as a support at 7 assists of his own.
Yep. Anubhav and Cropsy. Anubhav really lived up to his name. He's declaring that he is quite experienced, even though he is young. Struggled the IGL, did not need to do much in terms of eliminations because his 2 foot soldiers, Cropsy and Anubhav, were leading the charge. And that's quite a lot of damage and consistent damage across the entire team. It's not like Cropsy is carrying the team very hard, right? Yes, he's got more damage than his teammates, but it's not like Manu struggle and Anubhav are slacking off or anything. They are also contributing equally. This is exactly what NG Pros needed yesterday. They were relying too much on Cropsy yesterday. Today, everyone stepped up, and this is exactly what they need.
If this continues, it's time to worry for the other teams. This is what we saw at the end of Week 2. NG Pros as a whole, the team Total Gaming that we were talking about, Delete, Aztec, Shanky and Mafia, this is as similar to them. And if
Yeah.
NG Pros now continue this spree, it is going to be problem. Again, a big game here. 71 total eliminations, 90 knocks, similar to what we saw on Solara.
Yeah.
Again, 40,000 damage. Longest elimination distance, I think we saw there 122 here is going to be a triple one. Blue walls as well, somewhere around that 250 here at 233 that we are seeing tells us that these high intense games where teams are grabbing eliminations points and totally getting themselves to an advancement closer towards the champion rush. Now the intensity is moving up. Teams are now understanding that as maps pass by, they're losing their chances of getting closer to champion rush if they don't start now when NG Pros have started.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the total damage, it's significantly higher than the games we've seen so far. It's because the teams were decisively committing to these fights. I mean, up in the previous maps, most of the teams would only pick up a fight if they have the opportunity to cut off someone's rotation or if someone just ends up running into them while rotating around. Over here, there were deliberate fights. Example, the opening salvo on command post by Godlike. They did not need to leave Refinery. If they stayed over there, they would have had much more traffic coming to their hotspots and they would have had access to a lot more targets. But no, they come down to command post and then they pick up these fights. Same with Nightmare Esports, right? They did not really want to leave command post, but they were kind of pushed out. Similarly with Team Tycoons, these guys were picking up fights against everyone. Were they able to do so before? No, they did not. But did that change in pace force all the other teams to also adapt? Yes, it did.
And that's where I worry for every team right now. I'm not too sure where the overall standing sits at.
Yeah.
What is the score at? We did see while the last few fights were happening, Total Gaming's Mafia was surviving. It was around 52 for them, 40 for Nightmare. Team Tycoons close by there. But now Team Tycoons and Nightmare have had better options in terms of total points that they were able to secure on Kalahari. Let's take a look at the total overall standing at the end of Game 3 after Kalahari. Which is the team at the top and how much points do they have? And it is Total Gaming still there at 53. Even though Nightmare and Team Tycoons had a double-digit game, it is still Total Gaming. Their start, the head start that they had, is still keeping them going
Exactly.
in the top.
I mean, they had 30 points right at the beginning, but then in the next two games, they've been slowly keeping up the pace at approximately 10 to 12 points in a match. If they keep this, they will be through in the champion rush condition by the end of Bermuda. And now we've reached the halfway point of the known maps. Keep in mind that the last 4 maps are gonna be completely randomized. So the moment one of these teams activate their champion rush conditions, they're gonna get targeted. And while Total Gaming had a lovely advantage, Nightmare Esports have been pretty consistent, man. I mean, 47 points, they're only 6 points away from Total Gaming, which isn't a lot. Can be covered up very easily in the matter of a single game. Team Tycoons though, they did not have a lot at the start of this game, but by virtue of going back to their old selves, by returning to their characteristic and aggressive form, they've come up at 41.
SHUL on the other end, they have 36 total points. The one booyah that they got gave them an opportunity with that 20 plus in terms of total points. But look at that. It's not a big jump. There may be additional 5-6 points, which is giving them an option of 36. And I think SHUL will have to start wondering to pick up the pace. NG Pros, unfortunate to their earlier losses, they only sit at 30 total points. But the big worry is going to be at the bottom. And one name there is going to be Jaunty Gaming sitting at 20 total points. Along with them, Godlike at 21 points. But 1 plus God's Reign, while every other team are closer to 20, this team sits at only 3 points.
And the worst part is, in all 3 games, they managed to get only a couple of eliminations.
One,
they were always,
no couple.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
One
that's
elimination.
A couple of placement points. Oh god, that's even
all
worse.
They have.
That's even worse because they were the ones who were always starting, right? So how did they mess this up? So far, now, the NG Pros players, they finally had a good game and looks like they might be waking up. I think it's time to take a look at what their team looks like. And I had asked them a couple of questions before. Now, let's compare their previous form to their current form. Let's get into their heads and ask them all these interesting questions.
मेरे साथ यहाँ पे मौजूद है एनजी स्ट्रगल और मैं इनसे बात करना चाहता हूँ, जानना चाहता हूँ क्या महसूस कर रहे, बिकॉज बहुत ज़्यादा इंटेंस मैच था वो आपके लिए एंड जिस तरीके से आपका क्वालिफिकेशन भी हुआ था लास्ट वीक में हुआ था, वीक 4 में हुआ था, वहाँ से लेके अभी तक का सफ़र इतना नज़दीक खड़े हैं ट्रॉफी के, क्या महसूस कर रहे हैं
अभी इतना नज़दीक खड़े हैं तो अच्छा लग रहा है। और लास्ट मैच भूया के बाद तो काफ़ी एक्साइटेड है कि नेक्स्ट 5 से 7 मैच इसी फ्लो को हमें कैरी करना है, बस अभी तो यही है।
शुरुआत थोड़ी सी स्लो हुई थी आपकी, क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन तक टीम से क्या बातचीत करी आपने जब पहली 2 मैच खत्म हुई? तब लग रहा था कि थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, अब आप 7th पोजीशन पे आ गए, कैसा लग रहा है?
स्टार्टिंग के 2 मैच में हमको फ्लो नहीं मिला था, हम बस फ्लो ही ढूंढ रहे थे, और ये गेम कालारी था, ये हमारा काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग मैप है, तो हम इसके लिए रेडी थे कि ये मैप आए और हम इसमें कमबैक करें।
जी हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स कमबैक तो करना चाहते हैं, बट अब सिंस द प्रेशर इज ऑफ, पहली 2 गेम्स होती है, नर्व्स होती है, हाथ कांप रहे होते हैं, अपने टीममेट्स को आप क्या बोलते हैं यूजुअली कि भाई प्रेशर नहीं लेना इतना ज़्यादा, तो किस तरीके से उसके साथ डील करते हैं आप?
2 गेम के बाद मैंने उनको बोला अपनी पोटेंशियल पे खेलो, यहाँ नर्वस होने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं, हमसे बेटर कोई नहीं है, हम यहाँ तक आए, हम लीग स्टेज के अंदर भी सब टॉप करके आए थे और हम यहाँ पे भी टॉप करके जाएंगे, बचे हुए 5 से 7 गेम के अंदर हमको बताएंगे कि एनजी प्रोस क्या पोटेंशियल रखती है।
ऑफ कोर्स, एंड आई लव द स्पिरिट, हर एक चैंपियन टीम, हर एक चैंपियन प्लेयर का यही माइंडसेट होता है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, स्ट्रगल के लिए, उनकी टीम के लिए एक बार तालियां हो जाए। वंडरफुल स्ट्रगल, थैंक यू सो मच। बट यही माइंडसेट के साथ हर एक प्लेयर, हर एक टीम आती है क्योंकि उनको चाहिए ये ट्रॉफी। But ladies and gentlemen, फिलहाल वक्त एक छोटे से ब्रेक का, do not go anywhere because we have live action lined up on the other side.
Hi, welcome to TEZ FFMIC India Cup. आप एक ऐसी टीम के मिलने जा रहे हो जिनको रोकना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है। They never falter, they never surrender, and most importantly, they do not stop. Ladies and gentlemen, I have with me Nonstop Gaming. Welcome to the interview, guys, and congratulations for making it to the finals. एक सवाल है आपसे मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, आपका फ्री फायर का फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है?
ड्रैगी।
ड्रैगी,
हाँ।
R1 और बिक्सन से भी ज्यादा?
R1 विस्टर से भी ज़्यादा, हाँ।
वो ओके, इंटरेस्टिंग, विच इज व्हाई दिस क्वेश्चन इज इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज आधी टीम्स R1 बिक्सन का इस्तेमाल ही करती है। ये काफी यूनिक पेट एबिलिटी मुझे देखने मिली आपसे। दूसरी बात, मुझे ये तो बताइए कि अब तक का आपका जो सफर रहा है टीम का इस टूर्नामेंट में ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में आने तक, वो सफर कैसा रहा है आपका?
ग्रैंड फाइनल में आने तक का सफ़र लगभग काफ़ी अच्छा सफ़र रहा हमारा, कि हमने लीग स्टेज में काफ़ी अच्छा डोमिनेट किया, एंड नेक्स्ट राउंड के अंदर भी हमने अच्छा इम्प्रूव, मतलब अपने आप को इम्प्रूव किया, देन 3rd वीक के अंदर आके अपने आप को क्वालिफाई कराया। तो ये पूरा सफ़र लगभग हमारे लिए काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग था, मज़ा आया इसके अंदर।
मज़ा तो आया है। अब आपकी टीम एक ऐसी टीम है जो मतलब किसी भी दिन पे डोमिनेट कर सकती है। इनफैक्ट आपकी इकलौती ऐसी टीम है जो 400 के आसपास आई है, 398 पॉइंट्स आपने कमाए थे उसमें। कैसे मान लेते हो इतना?
सबको अपना अपना काम करना आता है, सब अपने अपने रोल पे ही खेलना चाहते हैं, अपने रोल पे ही खेलते हैं, उससे ज़्यादा कोई ना कोई कम, कोई ट्राई भी नहीं करता एक्स्ट्रा। आईजेल की कॉल सुनते हैं, आईजेल जितना बोलता है उतना करते हैं, दिमाग चलाने का काम किसी का है नहीं, बस उंगली चलाते हैं, फ्लो में घुसते हैं, फिर मारते रहते हैं।
दिमाग चलाने का काम है नहीं, बस उंगलियां चलाते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी स्मार्ट प्लेस तो बहुत कर लेते हो आप। ये कैसे होता है? ये ब्रेन एंड ब्रॉन का जो बैलेंस है, डिसीजन मेकिंग और जो एम था, वो बैलेंस कैसे कर लेते हो फिर आप?
ये तो लाइक कि इतने टाइम से स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर है, तो वो फ्लो के मतलब लाइक एक्सपीरियंस है, तो उस लॉबी का, उस जगह का एक्सपीरियंस है, तो उसके हिसाब से हो जाता है।
तो एक्सपीरियंस के कारण होता है, ये बहुत ही बढ़िया चीज़ है। अब अनुभव, मुझे एक बात बताइए, आपके बाजू में बैठे हैं मन्नू, काफ़ी लोग बोलते हैं कि ये इस टूर्नामेंट के बेस्ट टाइम पर है, क्या आपको लगता है ये सच है?
बिल्कुल बेस्ट तो है वो। अब काफ़ी टूर्नामेंट्स में भी बनाए, थोड़ा सा भी काफ़ी चीज़ें इम्प्रूव कर ली है, जैसे फली
शर्मा रहे हैं मन्नू भाई,
फली पता है बहुत चीज़ें इम्प्रूव करनी है उसको तभी।
अच्छा, तो मन्नू का कैसा कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है इस टीम के अंदर?
मन्नू का कंट्रीब्यूशन तो बहुत ज़्यादा रहा है, लगातार 10-12 टूर्नामेंट में भी बनाया है वो। उसने काफ़ी टाइम डोमिनेट किया है, तो सबके लिए आसान बात तो नहीं है ये।
मन्नू काफ़ी बार एमवी तो बन चुके हो, लेकिन इस टीम में जब भी आप बूया निकालते हो, या तो आप या तो क्रॉक्सी एमवी बनते हैं, इनके बारे में क्या कहना आपका?
क्रॉक्सी के बारे में ये मस्त अपना बढ़िया है एकदम, क्लच तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही मारता है ये तो इसका वो है कि क्लच मारेगा तो वो हो जाएगा MVP का, तो वो एकदम मस्त
बढ़िया है। क्रॉक्सी, मेरे हिसाब से आप टूर्नामेंट के वन ऑफ द बेस्ट रशर्स हो, लेकिन क्या बोलोगे कि ये रशिंग का जो पावर है आपके पास, वो आप अपने बलबूते से निकालते हो, क्या अपने टीम को बोलते हो कि मुझे ऐसा बैकअप चाहिए, मेरे को यहाँ पे ये एबिलिटी डाल के दो, वो नेट डाल के दो, किस तरह से कम्युनिकेट करते हो अपनी टीम के?
नहीं, बैकअप तो चाहिए होता है। हम लोग अगर किसी टीम पे पुश कर रहे हैं ना, तो मन्नू का इतना रोल होता है कि हम लोग जब पुश करने जाते हैं, वो 2-3 बंदों को 150 ऑलरेडी दे देता है, तो वो टीम पहले से ही हड़बड़ा जाती है कि 2 तो 150 आ गया, वो इधर उधर हो जाते हैं और बाकी काम तो हम दोनों कर ही देते हैं साथ में।
बढ़िया, बहुत ही बढ़िया। तो ये पूरा टीम वर्क के साथ ही होता है,
और के साथ ही है वो।
एक परफेक्ट रशर, एक परफेक्ट स्नाइपर, परफेक्ट आईजीएल, ग्रेट, ओवरऑल अ वेरी गुड टीम। अब ये एक बात बताओ मुझे, आप इस टीम को दूर से देख रहे हो, आप टीम को सपोर्ट करते हो बाहर से, ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में जाने से पहले आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहोगे इनको?
हमारी टीम के प्लेइंग स्टाइल नॉर्मली है कि सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन पे खेलती है। फायर पावर सब में है, लेकिन सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन हमारा की है। तो नॉर्मली सबको खेलना है, सबको बस अपना अपना बेस्ट देना है। तो उस पूरी टीम अगर चारों बंदे साथ में खेलेंगे तो फ्लो में एक बार एंटर कर गए तो फिर टीम आराम से अच्छा ही करेगी, बहुत अच्छा करेगी।
आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के पहले मेंटली कैसे प्रिपेयर करते हो?
लाइक प्लेयर्स को बताता हूँ कि इनकी पोटेंशियल क्या है, वो क्या कर सकते हैं और वो क्या करते हुए हैं यहाँ तक आए हैं। तो उन्होंने काफ़ी एफर्ट्स डाले हैं।
मैं आगे भी आशा करता हूँ कि आप ऐसे ही करते रहो। ये टीम का फ्यूचर अगर इसमें डिटर्मिन हो रहा है तो मैं भी यही आशा करूँगा कि आप एक बहुत ही अच्छा ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेके बढ़ो अपने लिए और अपने मैचेस में बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करो। सो बेस्ट ऑफ लक गाइज। थैंक यू। Ladies and gentlemen, this was Nonstop Gaming for you guys and I wish them the best of luck with their matches. Stay tuned for more games.
वेल ये वो टीम है जिनका रास्ता हमेशा बरसातों से भरा हुआ था, लेकिन फिर भी इन्होंने अपनी जो फ्री फायर की आग है वो बरकरार रखी। चलिए मिलते हैं वशिष्ठा स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर्स से और जानते हैं हाउ डू दे रीइग्नाइट द फायर। सो मैं अपने सबसे पहले सवाल के साथ ही शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा। सो टाइगर, बताइए आपका फेवरेट पेट कौन सा है?
आरोन।
क्यों?
वो अर्ली ड्रॉप फाइट में हमें डिटेल प्रोवाइड करता है। जैसे स्नाइपर एंगल मैं जब क्रिएट करता हूँ उधर इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया में कितने बंदे हैं वो डिटेल प्रोवाइड करता है।
वो तो हमें आखिरी दिन में बहुत दिखाई दिया था। व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट द 6th गेम, आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा था?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to TEZ FFMIC 2025, and it is India Cup, and we can see everybody is sitting here. This is me, Tanya, alongside me it is Azora, but the heat is turning volcanic and the margins are turning razor thin. The pressure is turning suffocating. What do you have to say?
I have to say every single thing that you have just said has been very well versed and very well put through. Tanya, yes, it's intense pressure, moreover it's LAN finals and every single one of them is looking at each other, just wondering what's going on. The kind of elimination points that they're securing, the kind of booyahs that they've already received, it's just giving them the booster, but there's always this one team who's there at the tippy top. Total Gaming.
Yes, the team needs no recognition, no voice, and nothing can fill up whatever they are putting on stage.
Exactly.
Right now, Team Total Gaming. Well, while on a small wordings with Fozzy Ajay, he said they're going to take home 2 trophies, and I believe that is clearly turning true.
Yeah, it is turning true. And the kind of confidence that they have, yesterday CS itself was so good for them, and now the confidence is just rolling forward. Is that what I have already interpreted that? Moreover, it doesn't matter whether they have received the booyah or not. Yes, the first game was absolutely insane, a big point, a big margin in that corner. But later on, it was all of those points, those eliminations, that they kept on farming, and that's it. They're at the tippy top, and others, they're still chasing.
Oh, well, they are holding the cards, and there's nothing that can make sure for any betterment but Team Total Gaming. But having close look to the overall scorecard, we see Team Tycoons closingly reaching towards the top, and NMR, sure thing, Radhe Thakur, the one-man army, the man with the iron fist, is doing everything that is needed for the team and are spotted on position 2. Now, what we have seen by far is the booyahs are distributed. It is not a team that is overtaking an entire segment. So still, the room is open for everyone to go ahead and grab that booyah and the opportunity to lift up the trophy.
Right. So overall, the performance as well has to, go ahead and refine. And here's the thing, right? It's not only Radhe Thakur going ahead and doing the heavy lifting. It's the entire team. Every single one of them just giving their 100% and making things look absolutely picture perfect. First off, it was Alpine where Total Gaming went ahead. They received their booyah. Second one being SHUL in Solara. Third one Kalahari. Yes, it was super interesting and the fights were absolutely amazing. Non-stop pros. They were at their prime, and this is the fourth time that I'm seeing them winning Kalahari back to back. Online, league, and here towards the land.
And there's one more thing that is continued here. Team Total Gaming versus Team Godlike. Anytime they're coming up against each other, Team Total Gaming is steamrolling them no matter what. The score line until now, they are the arch nemesis. We have seen them yesterday and today again. They are facing off over and over time. 2-0 is the score line as of now, and let's see what are they up to for the map of Nexterra.
Oh well, the map of Nexterra. I have eyes on these teams specifically. SHUL, Ico Reckoning, Nightmare, Team Tycoons. These are the ones that can change the entire course of action. But let's just go ahead and talk about the preferred drop locations to which they usually head towards and get those loot points. Plus, the kind of battles that we were looking for, drop clashes. Where's it going to happen?
Well, the preferred drop spots are right in front of us. Team SHUL is going to own the entire segment of Intellect Center, but I don't think so. There are going to be some clashes happening. Farmtopia to be owned by Team Total Gaming, and it looks a bit risky for Reckoning if they are landing in there because Team Total Gaming have grabbed the forms. Team Tycoons and NG Pros, the teams who are in position 2 and 3 spotted in the podium, are going to pick up fights on the grounds of Zipway. Rusttown, near to Rusttown, we are going to spot Vashishta. Let's see if they're going to go so safe. And Plazaria, as always, it is Team Godlike hopping in there. Boxing Gym for Team Jaunty and the team. That Nightmare we've talked about, but the team that I'm truly concerned about is 1+ God's Reign with only 3 points.
1+ God's Reign, we're going to talk about them, but let's just go ahead and witness the teams to watch out for this specific map. Nexterra is going to bring us some next level clashes. And in this one, these stats are from league stages to which 1+ God's Reign, they're holding the tippy top. Might as well go ahead, put the money where your mouth is, because this is the uttermost requirement for them. Jaunty Gaming on the other end, yes, they have been one of those prime alpha males to go ahead and dominate in Nexterra. Ico Reckoning, like I mentioned, this team is so volatile when it comes to this particular map. So let's just go ahead and see how well they can go ahead and control the entire course of action.
There's a lot to control if we talk about Team 1+ God's Reign once again, because sure, we do spot them on the screen during the league stages that they are on number 1. But right now, they're hitting the rock bottom. What an irony, and if at all they are able to make it towards an upshift on the leaderboard, that's going to be great. Team Jaunty Gaming as well, struggling a little bit, but yeah, they are putting in all the efforts required. Ico Reckoning, I believe somehow that there's going to be a repetition of Booyah.
Repetition of Booyah, whether it's going to be or not, I'm just expecting that the team that used to perform so well does not hit rock bottom. They need to somehow claw their way forward and come on top, emerge victorious. It's a huge battle. Imagine Total Gaming already having such good numbers, and now you're competing against the ones who are already there towards the double digit. And look at the crowd. They themselves are here to go ahead and cheer that one team, Total Gaming. It's written there. OP.
We do see a mix of cheering here. Team SHUL also cheered very well, and Ico Reckoning is also spotted here. Lots of hearts, lots of love for Free Fire Max, for the teams, for the players.
Well, yes, the cheering should never stop. And all of that action right in front of us is just amazing. Just imagine the intensity between the players as well. Look at them. They're sitting just one bench across each other. And those staring daggers, the constant leer, the constant understanding of what's going on. Even if someone flubs, they know they have flubbed it. So that's one of the places where I would love to see how well they catch them off guard. And that's the beauty of LAN.
Sure, no comfort zone anymore. Now it's all about the immediate fight, and the players are readying up themselves. Sure, they have to, because we are right now at the 4th match real soon. But as per the score lines, just imagine if Team Total Gaming is going in the way they are, we might end up the day on the map 6th as well, because they are in good form, spotted yesterday, and they have built in momentum today as well, right off the bat, taking away the Booyah. And if we talk about the Booyah, Team Total Gaming has got the biggest Booyah by far, 18 eliminations on their name. Let's also appreciate the comeback story of Team SHUL, where they went in with good eliminations of 16. But ladies and gentlemen, what has happened, but this is going to be something looking great on the map of Nexterra. TEZ FFMIC India Cup. The flight path is set and the players are lining in.
Oh yeah, the team's super excited. Every single one of them not going ahead, calling in the drop clash just yet. And this is what I was worried about. Total Gaming heading all the way towards Intellect Center, as that is one of their prime spots for mayhem. And SATUL, they have followed the similar tracks. This is a big giveaway. It can either be points that can be harnessed, can be farmed, or straight up elimination game right off the bat. It's all line.
Team SATUL, the risk is high, but the best part is there are only two players that I can spot. The lead is exchanged, the information is exchanged. It is a 2v4 for sure. Mafia still on the bridge. Aztec waiting for the revival, if at all they suffer the loss. 1+ God's Reign looking pretty safe on the mortar ruins. And here we go. They are starting to blaze in with fire. Team Total Gaming is going a little patient, and there's no reason to just go ahead and maybe decimate yourself or grab some elimination points. But look at Kar98. They are also approaching in the mix. And here comes the loss for Team Kar98, where Harsh is spotted. Deleters trying to delete Harsh. Will it be so easy? No, they are paving the way backside.
Far off angle. It's still trying to struggle. Where is bot God? Where is the support that needs to be provided? Harsh way too low of HP, and there you go. The first elimination comes through Total Gaming. They are looking confident. They're getting those elimination points, and that's what is good for them. Constantly getting those points. Now all the way to 54. And if this thing keeps continuing forward, it's going to be an easy spree for them to get those points, annihilating Kar98 as one of those teams who thought about bringing in the third factor, the trifecta of third party.
Now SATUL looks pretty safe because Team Total Gaming had different targets. As soon as I say that, Aztec has got his own plans. He is able to knock down Marvel with such a clean shot and a good angle, and also bought himself enough time to reroute to his teammates. Marvel will be revived, but the resources will be used. Team Total Gaming will be the highest eliminator by far. 2 points for themselves, and here comes the rush. Closely, Marvel is trying to go back foot, but will Shanky allow it? They both are in the same compound, and they will share the same floor now.
Oh yeah, good neighbors. SATUL, slowly but surely, trying to zero in the location. They did get Delete, and now Delete is back into the picture. Twin Bridge being one of the places where Botgod thought he's completely safe. Shots fired, Mafia, M590 in hand, and he's constantly just rushing forward. The support not there, and this is not a good sign. Harsh right behind. What's he doing? Can he bring it in time? And yes, that's the way to go ahead and shut down Mafia. He's been rushing tooth and nail, getting those elimination points. But there comes a quick revival. This team is so prompt.
Team NG Pros, with the split of 50-50 and the advantage of verticality, Anubhav has got all the information needed. They look pretty safe as of now. 1+ God's Reign. The team who is struggling is continuing to struggle. Manish will be spotted and taken down in no time. Team NG Pros have got eyes on Manish. Manish will be resurrected for sure, but with no proper loot and unsure, trying to get some information.
Oh, where's he looking? There's no one there. 1+ God's Reign, they're on the radar now. Zipway being one of the places where they usually land towards. 1+ God's Reign, not a good sight. Out of sight, out of mind. Another elimination. And Manish, his wings have been clipped. It's clean. The 1+ God's Reign, they're faltering away every single time. They're trying to fix those mistakes. It's this constant dominoes effect. They're falling down. And if this happens, if this carries forward for a longer time, then their confidence, the morale will completely shatter.
1+ God's Reign are continuing to struggle once again. They are spotted left, right and center. They will be taken down, but before that, Aiku Reckoning is getting some elimination points on their name, and this time they are up against Revenant X-Park. Team Tycoon, on the other hand, are picking up fights against Nightmare Esports. Got some elimination points. The player is resurrected, but those points are very crucial in terms of qualification. Anubhav and Struggle are holding the red compound. Rochak will be spotted by Hitman. Cord will be the weapon. Not so good for the long range, but yeah, 3 bullets at a time, enough damage to the player to get knocked down. And Amin, the man to take down an entire squad with one grenade. He is already paving his way, moving ahead, and Hitman will be taken down by Struggle.
Oh my god. Quick revival for Hitman. Once again, he goes down. Gopu OP could not do much there. It's a 2v4 situation to which NG, they are just constantly rushing forward. Flash, he just evacuated the moment he understood it. It's a lot of heated situation. Even though he's going to fade away, he did his heavy working. He did his heavy lifting. Brought 2 players back into the picture. I mean, he's also doing it. The entire team, once again, back into this fray. Overall, I would say it's a really good run. They're currently towards the 3rd position. And in order to get at least a 2nd, they need to take down Nightmare and not get taken down by any single team in this lobby.
Vashishta Esports in this particular lobby are getting some elimination points on their name. 3 already taken, many more on the way. On the course, Team Car 98, 2 eliminations strong on the grounds of Zipway. NMR is closely approaching and they do not want to take fight. They have got the escape route. They want to escape away and survive for the future fights, for the final circle. But what about Harsh? He is cooking grenade. Lot of damage will be dealt. Jump and shoot will come into action, but Harsh with that dash will escape himself and will survive that. Inhaler will be used, but of no use as of now. Harsh will be gradually taken down by Rochak.
He dropped a clanker, gave his information away, and after that, Nightmare, the kind of form they already have, they're just rushing forward. It's like a complete switcheroo of their entire personality. Online qualifiers, yes, we did see them. They were very weak. League stage, completely different. And now, towards the LAN, they're like big giants. Nobody can go ahead and take them down is what the statement has already been provided. And here's that one team that we all love to look at. SHUL. What is it gonna look like? Rochak right in front. This can be that one battle which Marvel will be itching to take and at least get one knock or an elimination. Oh! But in the midst of all of that, there was an exchange, but in vain.
Team SHL win this duel for sure. Treatment guns in the mix. They're going to heal up, charge up, because next fight is also looking pretty close to me. If you have a look at the zone looks southern side. A lot of teams are left and have to make their way towards the circle. One of which is Team IQ Reckoning, who are moving from all the way to Museum towards the center. But NG Pros near to Deca Square are also probably going to pick up fight real soon. I have to get you to know something, that first team elimination, the longest team elimination was taken in the map of Kalahari of 8 minutes, and there's a repetition once again. We see Team Car 98 getting eliminated as the matches are going ahead. We do see the players are looking forward to survive a little more and get some extra placement points, or maybe wait for the better fight that turns into their favor.
Well, Car 98, they definitely need to grease their wheels. They want to have a smooth momentum. You need to do that. And that's where they're falling short. Not able to perform. And the kind of fights they're indulging constantly is an absolute wane. Bring in the trifecta. That's how Car 98 can oppress all of the teams out there. Now talking about the circle, it's slowly closing in. And you can look at it. Deca Square, Plazaria being one of the prime spots where teams have already found their own real estates. They're going to be super happy, rejuvenating, rejoicing the entire moment. Boxing gym on the other end, that's one of the places where SHUL can go ahead and form a cluster, which will be super important as all of the real estates will soon be claustrophobic.
Team Total Gaming here are having an eye on Team Jaunty Gaming. They both know about their existence, their presence, but none of them are taking the initiative. They're waiting to strike when the iron is hot. Team IQ Reckoning, on the other hand, is ready to pick up fights with 1+ God's Reign, who just got revived all the way from Fartopia towards the center of the circle. And IQ Reckoning not willing to fight, looking... I mean, that's a little strange, because usually what we see is 1+ God's Reign versus IQ Reckoning is a definite fight and might turn out in anybody's favor. But right now, it's the fight for survival. And if you have a look at Team Godlike, what a positioning. Monster truck on the burger go fry.
Wow. That's like a big brain gameplay. And look at them constantly taking pot shots, and every single one of them who's calling in the rotation. Total Gaming, you better be aware. One slight peek and you might be blown into smithereens. Godlike. 2 players down, 2 players up. Getting the ground control alongside the sky. This is very good. Now they have looked at the rotation as well. This rotation is going to fade away real soon. Vashishta, they are going in, zeroing into the location of Godlike. The battle that we all were waiting for. How well trained is Vashishta Esports at this point of time? You know, we know, but does Godlike know that it's a 4-man squad right underneath?
This compound, highly contested. A lot of players are gradually making their move, but Mafia is eyeing out on an entirely different team. 1+ God's Reign, Nancy getting Wallwind down, and Anubhav. Again, we see 1+ God's Reign are being attacked from all different angles, but look at Godlike. Now they are eyeing upon Team SHUL. A lot of damage is already dealt. Marvel is surviving by the skin of his teeth. Skylar will be used. Blue walls placed. Going into the safe compound. But for how long will they be safe? Still remains a question.
Couple of players gone. Wait a second! 1+ God's Reign! That was a quick exit! Oh my god! They're in absolute shambles. They had to convert this game, but unfortunately they have perished. They're still at the rock bottom, not able to claw their way forward. Oh, this is heartbreaking for them. All the fans sitting there, just wondering when will they perform.
Double kill.
And with all of that said, Jaunty Gaming, this team, they're constantly getting those eliminations. This is their map. This is the place where they're going to shine the most like a diamond. Luis rushing forward. Revenant X-Mark, they want to get those points. And Nightmare, they're under the radar one by one. The players are falling down. Radhe Thakur, it's on his shoulders. Whether he can clutch it out or not. Luis on the other end, his HP way too low. He's outside the circle as well. He's taking constant damage. And Radhe Thakur, he's playing it smart. Luis, he himself is taking his own sweet time, replenishing his health, and now Radhe Thakur, he is thinking about escaping the entire area, but unfortunately, he's gonna fade away as the shots are gonna come in from Jaunty Gaming.
Nightmare Esports gets an exit in this particular map. NG Pros with 8 eliminations struggle, not yet revived, are picking up fight, and here we go. Some eliminations in the name of Propsy. Shanku will be spotted, taken down, and Team SHUL will be eliminated on position 9. 13 minutes down and still 8 teams remaining. 26 players in the lobby and lot to be revived. Circle is shrinking. Plazaria will be the final circle. And Team Total Gaming still holding the same compound. 6 eliminations. They are eyeing out on Booyah.
Oh, this is going to be a bad one. NG Pros, they have the control towards the back, but once they start beating it, they will need the real estate. And this is the battle that we all were waiting for. Vashishta, they were not at all prepared. There was a different question altogether. It was Aiku Reckoning, which just came in at the nick of the time. They get those elimination points, and now Vashishta, they're out for the count. 7 teams remain. And look at the circle, the formation, it's way too slow. And I can see that one player from Team Tycoons, he's still alive. And wait a second, Godlike, they had 4 players all this time, and all of a sudden there's last man standing, Marco, who has done wonders in Clash Squad. But can he do the same thing in the BR mode as well?
Gino tries taking the charge, got some eliminations with his grenade. Gino tries, soon as he get those eliminations, will be spotted, taken down and revived in no second. And here we go, Team Jaunty Gaming holding the compound very firmly. Nobody sharing nearby except Team Total Gaming will still lie out. They are trying to push in against Team Aiku Reckoning. The safest spot right now, all the way from the start until now. Team Total Gaming is unshakable.
Yep, just like us. We have the safest spot. Nobody to go ahead and go through the glass. Nothing whatsoever. There comes the shot. Total Gaming, 7 eliminations strong. This is not even their map. And still they're loving to go ahead and toy around with all the teams. This is big. Revenant X-Mark, they have been eliminated. Yes, of course, they were outside the circle for a really long time. The battles were not looking good. And Godlike Esports, the last man standing, Marco, he could not find his polo.
We are going in with top 3 real soon with Team Tycoons getting shut off by Ninja. 3 players with the equalizer of all 4 players intact, and the compound still held firmly, still strong. Team Total Gaming is not looking forward to interfere with any teams, with anyone. And here we go, 9 eliminations strong. Team Jaunty Gaming is also trying to pave their way. One fencer party. Who is going to take the initiative? Who is going to deliver damage? If you have a look, Authorials are introduced. A lot of damage was delivered to Team Jaunty Gaming, but they are up for heals.
Exactly, and look at the circle. It's slowly shifting paradigms. Teams, they need to start moving. This can be that open and shut case that we were talking about. The lead, he has instantly found another prey. One by one, they've been knocked right apart. Ico Reckoning, 3-man squad. Total Gaming, 4-man squad. Jaunty Gaming, 4-man squad. And all of a sudden, it's Water doing wonders. They need those points, and they're itching to take that. HP low, Reckoning, what can they do? As the entire team is banding together, slowly shifting positions. Jaunty Gaming heading forward, trying to close in. And look at Ico Reckoning. The position is absolutely bad. But in the midst of all of that, Delete is the first one to fall. So wait a second. Those are the eliminations. Those are the knocks. And Jaunty Gaming, all of a sudden, the man count control is already dwindling. Kinothra, the last man standing. And he soon might fade away as his HP is way too low. 3 versus 1. He needs to clutch it out. But unfortunately, Jaunty Gaming, they have been eliminated. It's a 4v3 situation where Total Gaming, one player has already been taken care of. Ronith on the other end trying to struggle. He is still finding the room and the space, but Aztec, look at him. He's constantly jumping around, bunny hopping, getting those players, and Sohan has been taken care of as well. This is the second booyah. Total Gaming, absolutely monstrous gameplay. And the monstrosity is not ending.
Well, they have been like a bull in the Chinese shop. They have been crashing everybody that came on their way. They have stood so strong like a tower. There's no competition as of now, and I did mention there's going to be the repetition, and the repetition strikes in. We are seeing Team Total Gaming grabbing the second booyah on their name. And Team Jaunty Gaming, even after trying so hard to mimic whatever Team Total Gaming was doing, they failed a little. The circle shift did not work as it should have been for them in the favor. Ico Reckoning in the circle. Well, somehow it did not work at all.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I believe that Total Gaming has hit the 80-pointer. This is big. This is absolutely monstrous. The way they're just striking down is just insane.
You know what more insane is? Let's have the look at the insane booyah grabbed by Team Total Gaming, because the final shot is going to show us up close and personal view for how everything initiated with Vincent shut the lead short, but then came initiative from Sohan shutting down Mafia. Aztec did not stop shooting with the Vector, and he got 2 eliminations on his name. Gradually Delete with the Max 7 going all the way through blue walls and shutting Team Ico Reckoning and grabbing the booyah. Shanky, Aztec, Delete, Mafia. We saw them several times yesterday on the screen, and today again they are making sure of to be seen every single time.
Oh, they're very close. 3 shot. Oh my goodness. I have already done the math, guys. I've already done the math. And my head is clocking. Previously, we saw 53 points being earned by Total Gaming, and all of a sudden now they have grabbed 24. 24 total points, 12 placements, 12 eliminations. A big game for them indeed. Ico Reckoning just falling 1 point short, but they are way too down in order to go ahead and catch up to Total Gaming. So that's a big statement. Jaunty Gaming 17 total points. At the end, they could not do much there, Tanya. And that's what I was hoping, that you better not be that one patty to the sandwich. Rather just take the fight, finish Ico Reckoning, and then keep moving forward. But here's the thing, right? They started taking a battle against Total Gaming. All of a sudden, why would it do that?
And in the mix, Team Ico Reckoning decided to shoot Team Jaunty Gaming instead of picking up fight with Team Total Gaming. So somehow Team Total Gaming were the tough nut to crack, even being in the center. They were in the center of Team Jaunty Gaming and Ico Reckoning, where Ico Reckoning had the safest spot. But then it takes a lot of personal play style, which Total Gaming has excelled at. They know when to pick up fights, they know when to back off, and I really want to see what are the today's standings, because Azora has predicted that the rush has been activated. No, they are 3 points shy.
That's what I told Tanya. 3-point shot in order to go ahead and get the Champions Rush activated. So 3 points, it's all right. Aiko Reckoning right behind, trailing to 63. Nightmare Esports, they're at 57. Team Tycoons with 55. This showcases that one game can change your fate. And if that's possible, then even 1+ God's Reign can have a comeback.
Well, I'll be very honest about it. The current situation, if we have a look at the next map, which is Purgatory, where Aiko Reckoning is very strong, Team Total Gaming partially strong. There are two teams who can hit Champion Rush. Talking about Nightmare Esports, the tower is strong for sure. They have already built a fortress, and they have to achieve a biggest booyah by far to go for it. And there will be 3 Champion Rush activated, and Bermuda is going to go all ham.
Bermuda up next. Things are going to... Purgatory up next, not Bermuda. But Purgatory will be one of the places where most of the times you're going to see the rivalry coming in. Godlike, Total Gaming. But here's the thing, right? Not to stop Total Gaming now, teams need to band together. They need to sit on a wagon and then say that now we're heading all the way towards Total Gaming to take the fight. And this one person, the elite, has to be crowned the MVP, taking Cassie, Antonio, Joseph, Olivia, providing the kind of support the entire team needed. Being the rusher is absolutely amazing. Avron, of course, the kind of information we could understand, relay alongside the rotations, they were looking so sublime. Here's the reason why.
He has done all the heavy lifting, but yeah, the team support is something that we can never deny. He solely cannot decide to go ahead and grab a booyah. But to remind all of you all, Team Total Gaming was the first one to pick up fights on the Intellect Center, and they were the one to shut everyone down and grab the booyah. Let's also have a look at the booyah team stats about the performances and the players and the characters being picked. Here we go. We have got Shanky going in with Tatsuya. Sure, we are going to see that aggression. We have seen that aggression, followed with which we have got Mafia with Skylar. Long range and Skylar is some combination that nobody can defy. And Cassie, delete. He has given the heal. He has done the assist. He got the MVP. But we are forgetting one name, which is Aztec. Without that sort of rush, rebellion rush, there was nothing that could have been done.
And imagine a Grenadier is going forward to the throat of the opponents, getting the eliminations, 3 eliminations to be precise, 4 assists, 4 knockdowns, and the highest in the room has to be delayed. Mafia on the other end, we did not see much action from his end, but 1834 damage is really good. Now, here's the thing, right? Most of the teams, they're playing very aggressive whenever it comes to the glue walls, where you place it, you're trying to get the control, you're trying to get the kind of rotations that you usually make, and all of a sudden they're getting destroyed in a jiffy. And this is the reason why. Teams are playing very aggressive. They're not at all allowing each and every one to stay in the cocoon. No. The moment they see the glue wall, they want to break it clean.
And just like we see it, that the clean sweeps were not so easy. There were a lot of revivals, a lot of knocks, and longest elimination is increasing as per the maps are progressing. 119 meters long shot. Damage is what every elimination that has been taken down for. Talking about the game summary, which is absolutely matching with whatever playstyle we have seen. But right now, what I am eyeing upon is the map of Purgatory, because now I'm really excited to see several teams going in, hitting the Champion Rush. It's not going to be any easy, I'm very sure of. And if at all they hit, early bird catches the worm.
Yep. And the early bird has to be Total Gaming so far. 77 total points. Are you kidding me? I mean, we were having this conversation in the dugout that, you know what, teams are not going to be activating the Champions Rush just yet. It's just like 3 maps over the 4th map, just giving 3 points shy to Total Gaming to go ahead and achieve that. Itself is a big statement that they've been running around, capturing the entire town, being called the Sheriff again and again. And yes, that Sheriff is doing a lot of duty. They're getting those eliminations, they're getting those points of placements as well. 2 booyahs, one in the beginning and the second one towards the fourth map. The morale is sky high, and I do not know where this team is going to stop. I believe it's next stop is just lifting the trophy.
That sounds so easy, but believe me, it isn't, because
They made it.
They have made it. But Champion Rush is a format where it's not so easy to go ahead and lift the trophy because the pressure is real. Sure, we always meant to say the carbon under pressure turns into the diamond, and Team Total Gaming is already bright, shiny diamond. And if they are making it the very next game, going it, hitting the Champion Rush, grabbing the trophy, then I believe the tournament was totally meant for them, and these players made it all owned by them.
Here's another thing, right? No matter what the fight looks like, most of the teams are being tarred by the same brush, and that one brush is Total Gaming. As long as they're in the crosshair, they're gonna get wrecked. And in order to go ahead and take the control, you have to be aware to which direction Total Gaming is rotating, to which place they're heading towards. And the elimination feed is one of the places where you can keep a close look. An eye for an eye.
Sure. Eye for an eye, toe for a toe, and there's nobody who's going to go keep it top.
All right, let's just go ahead and head towards the 5th map, which is going to be Purgatory. All the rivalries are going to be seen right here and right now. This is TEZ FFMIC 2025, and it's been so much fun to witness all of these teams. Crossroads being the last stop, and yes, the rivalry is on.
The rivalry is definitely on. Talking about flight path all the way from Forge towards Crossroads. It's diagonal, not favoring a lot of map. Purgatory being one of the biggest map here. Southern Island to be contested by Team Tycoons. Against them is going to be Revenant X Park. Firing shots are already exchanged. My eyes are all on Brasilia. Team STL and NG Pros are also up against each other. But Revenant X Park will start the fight. The spark is ignited. Who is going to get the first elimination? Not from here. It's going to come from Team Tycoons.
Oh, there you go. Mike Rosie, Sahil, he flubbed big time. And he's been taken care of as well. Team Tycoons trying the first blood. Wait, it's the other way around. Revenant X Park, one player still bunny hopping, has the M590. This can be that one golden opportunity, and Hitman from far off angles, he has taken the player down. Flash, he needs to come back in a jiffy. The others, the likes of Revenant X Park, they're trying to run away, at least find a safe spot, the vending machine to which they can bring back those fallen comrades.
It'll take a little time, but sure, they're going to be back. But what about Soul? He has been spotted by Marco. Godlike Marco taking down Team Car 98. Talking of Team Car 98, they got eliminated early on with 3 points on their name on position 12. And 1+ God's Reign, even after getting eliminated on 11, they went empty-handed. But Car 98 would not go empty-handed. They are going to take the revenge. You took our player, we'll take yours too. Yogi is down and out. Eco is all aware about the information. Lot of damage has been delivered. Chrono will save them for a while, and a big rock as well as a cover for Nancy.
Oh my god, Nancy. He's being caught off guard. Bot God. He's very good when it comes to the 1v1. And look at that. The graffiti blessing, it's working out to be a charm. Nobody could even shake him from that position. Bot God, good shots taken. Does he have the information of Nancy? He's coming way too close. This is big, but the glue wall in an instant has made the entire thing look easy for Nancy. What a presence of mind, and look at him! Undivided attention! Godlike! The kind of performance we all have been waiting for. And finally, they are shining in this map. They forgot Crossroads. And once they've forgotten that, once they have ditched the entire battle, now they're shining. They know they're going to be confident enough to get those elimination points right at the start. And that's what they're doing, dissecting the weaklings.
5 eliminations strong. Nancy doing all the heavy lifting. Their work is done. The clean sweep here, and now they're on the move. Gradually, we will also move towards the different side of the map where Team Jaunty Gaming is up against Team Tycoon. Amin down, Gopo down, Kunal as well. Hitman picking up fight with Flashbot against Jarvis. He's the last man standing here within the surrounding of container, and there's no way the revival comes in from the side of Team Jaunty Gaming. Skylar will also be introduced. Lot of throwables as well. Genotra trying to do all the support, but somehow it's not enough to bring back Team Jaunty Gaming. Genotra going in for the push. He might get decimated using the inhaler, and the revival comes in, and that's a shocker.
It's a big shocker, to which the reaction is absolutely insane. Hitman, look at him, trying to provide the support. Vincent, last man standing as Genotra. He's already down on his knees. And look at that. Vincent just thinks about running away, and that's a wiser decision. Oh my God. All the fate down on one man's shoulder. Can he breathe? Can he stay alive? As he needs to find the vending machine. Team Tycoon's on the other end. They are bringing their players back into the picture. And that's good. As they're still on the contest. They're still contesting for receiving the Champions Rush.
Sure. Talking of Champion Rush, here also there's a lot of rush happening between Vashishta Esports. Patlu is trying to take down a player from Nightmare Esports. Will it be easy? Still remains a question. Smokes will be used, and Patlu will be spotted and will be taken down by Kid 26. That was pretty immediate. Tiger with a long-range weapon paraphernalia in his hand is trying to get up exact information. Will Kid 26 be spotted?
Oh
yes, he is. Tanked a lot of damage. Has enough time to heal himself up. But is he healthy enough to pick up fight once again? No, he will be spotted and taken down.
Those were some lovely shots. Tiger, the drone giving the bird eyes view, the information known, and after that, just constant barraging of those bullets. SNQL, one elimination, and they're just jumping around, getting more. It looks as good as they've made it look like. 3 eliminations, and now they're just constantly moving forward, knowing that Manu might be there right around. He's been taken care of. NG Pros, they have been eliminated. Oh my God, that's a big blunder. At least if they had a backup, Tanya, things would have been easy. But unfortunately, they have just risked the entire map right off the bat.
That was a big blunder. That was a big blow. 2 teams already eliminated. Many more to go. Team Car 98 surviving barely from the wrath of Team Godlike. Anywhere the player is being resurrected, one of the players from Team Godlike will come and hunt them down. Once again, Team Total Gaming going in for the safe bet, are holding one of the watchtowers, trying to get all the required information. Talking of circle, it's going to shrink in real time. Sure, this is the biggest one. All 3 islands inclusive. IQ Reckoning still holding Lumber Mill. There's nothing to force anybody to go in, pick up fights. And right now, the cars are also roaring. They are on the move. Team SHL is on the move as well. Where are they heading towards still remains a question, because they look pretty safe here on the edge of the river bank.
Yep. On 98. They see anyone rolling, they hate them. They instantly go ahead, take them down. And that's the thing, right? Once you have a moving target, it's easy for you to go ahead and snap. Those snappy shots, we are still itching to see them. Godlike, well, they're on the hot streak, 7 eliminations strong. That's really good. I would love to see more performance from their end. The circle slowly shrinks in. Oh my God, it's favoring 3 islands at the same time? Wow, this is amazing.
Now that is a real snap, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a snap coming in from the side of the circle. The circle had outplayed each and every team. But here, one more play is happening. Team Total Gaming with a big split from each and every player. Shanky still holding the watchtower. Tiger will be spotted by Rochak. It was a long-range battle. And here comes the bike. Roaring again. Swaroop going in, reuniting with Patlu. Arjun, there's no way he will be revived. Tiger is still eyeing out and will confirm that elimination point. Kid having the cover of rock, but no support from the team. He will also succumb to elimination.
Slowly though. This crouching Bengal Tiger. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting. 3 eliminations. Vashishta, they're sitting on 4. Make that 5. And 4, the majority chunk has come from Tiger. What an insane gameplay. They need to show this more often. Total Gaming, they're playing it very safe. They've already found the paradise. And they're just relaxing. Aztec, Farafangle, Shanky, close enough with AC-80 in hand. And we all know how much it has been buffed. And with that buff, it doesn't matter where the opponent is. One shot to the temple, he's going to go down.
And there's so many players falling down like fleas and are getting caught. Once again, Team Car 98, this time they are in safe hands. They're not against Team Godlike. They're getting some elimination points against Team NMR. Godlike finally finding the momentum. Team Tycoons also going in, trailing with them. Team Reckoning Esports haven't initiated any sort of fight. They're going as slow as possible. Ico Reckoning are playing for the survival, are playing to get that 80 marker, but SHL Divine will shut Arjun down, one of the strongest man from Team Nightmare Esports. Radhe Thakur sure has good plans. Nightmare Esports will start to resurrect the players as soon as they go down.
Shanku's having fun. And here's the thing, right? The best thing about this team is they're not at all giving the room for anyone to spot their legs. So no one to break their knees. And they're the ones using the head glitch to get the information on who is heading where. Wait a second, Marco? This was done long back. All right, he got the knock and the player slowly bled across. So that's something different. R98 slowly making inside the circle. Nightmare, they're still outside. They're going to be gate kept by 3 different teams. As Car 98, they themselves are rolling in. The entire place is looking very claustrophobic. Radhe Thakur has already understood the assignment. He needs to run away, but those shots constantly being fired. Vashishta versus Car 98. This is the battle that I would love to see. And wait a second, Ron in the middle of all of that. He's been taken care of. Revenant X-Pac, they're on to a different battle altogether.
Team Tycoons near to Fire Brigade, the team who's taking it too slow, too fun, too leisurely. That is all snatched away by Team Tycoons. They are pushing it into their compounds, into the comfort zone, delivering a lot of damage. Here we go. The damage was retaliated. Goku and Amin both will be pinned down. Wota doing all the work that is needed. Sure, the revival will come sooner or later, but Wota, Ninja and Sohan are looking forward to get those most secure elimination points because it was their compound to hold on to.
Double kill.
Oh, there you go. Statement that we are still alive, running second on the overall standing. Ico Reckoning, their performance so far has just impressed us. It's changed day and night. And that's the thing, right? You need to keep improving, else you're going to be stuck towards that one dead end. Hitman, last man standing, the hope for Team Tycoons to stay alive. How well can they perform as they're just constantly rushing forward? And there you go, Ico Reckoning finding the right bits and pieces, and they have picked them clean. Car 98 on the other end, they're still being gate kept, slowly moving forward. Yogi, the sniper who has been crowned the elite in this entire tournament, is still finding his way. He needs those eliminations, he needs those knocks, he needs to provide the support to the team, and Nancy just jumping around, gets the first one with the Bison, and he's just unstoppable. Car 98, they could not understand what just happened to them.
Right from the start, Team Godlike had a decision made. They want to shut down Team Car 98 and finally they achieve at the almost 13-minute marker. But Team Total Gaming, they were silent until now. Now they are making sure to silence Team Revenant X-Pac. Already got that one knock, but enough time on the bridge to place the glue walls to revive once again. Lot of damage has been delivered and here we go. There's no revival coming in. Delete as well as Aztec. Walwyn and Lewis down on the knees. Aztec is also going in for the confirmation. Lewis is all gone. Will Walwyn be revived? Still remains the question. Yes, he will be. Delete taken down. What a retaliation.
Oh, that's big. One by one, all the players are being bowed down to. Revenant X-Pac, I do not know how they're surviving. The shots have been taken on the bridge. Shanku, he's unstoppable. This man is just quickly reloading and taking those spot shots, making it absolutely not at all possible for Revenant X-Pac to even move an inch. Total Gaming on the other end, they've already achieved 3 points. Hence, they have their 80. Guys, they've backed it. This is clean. I'm not even going to wipe that or erase that or second guess it. This is absolutely amazing. The first team to activate the Champions Rush and the others will the follow up. Jaunty Gaming inside the shack. SAQL right in front. Arsh, he wants to take this battle and they would love to go ahead and add the fuel to the fire. Slowly getting the information. Jaunty Gaming, they're right underneath the deck. They're constantly making the noises. They're trying to say, alert the opponents, drop a clanker that we are right here, take the battle. But the others, they're unfortunately just so busy getting those points, farming them. SAQL 7 points strong, and if this thing carries forward and they get the booyah, this can be that second team who activates it as well.
The circle is centralized. Nobody is owning it as of now. Team Jaunty Gaming just beneath Team SAQL, who is going to take down whom. There's no heal battle happening that I'm sure of. And on the course, Revenant X-Pac will be deleted by Delete himself. Mafia trying to pave his way, going up against Team Vashishta Esports, delivering a lot of damage. And here we go. Nightmare Esports sure eliminated. And Shanky going in, giving it all big shots. No knocks as of now. We are having 3 players. Vashishta Esports, 3 men strong. Will they survive? Still remains a question.
Oh yes. 8 total points, still high above the ground, 2-2 split. Vashishta, they thought about rotating right about now, but they're paying for their sins. Mafia, he has been taken care of. Look at the entire team, how they're catering to the situation. Glue walls all across, and Mafia, he's on his feet so quickly. You know, he's still alive. What can he do? The entire fight, Chrono Shield being deployed, you know, just jumping around, and there's another team's intervention to shut him down. It is none other than Jaunty Gaming coming into the picture as they were waiting for SAQL to move an inch. Jaunty Gaming versus Total Gaming. This is that battle we all were waiting for. Destined teams to go ahead and take this fight one by one. They are testing every single bullet, whether it does hurt or not. Couple of players already taken care of. Last man standing, Jarvis. He did revive Vincent, but the push has already come through. Shanky, he has taken care of one player. But here's the thing, Mafia is quick on his feet. He's still running around trying to get the entire situation under control. And that's what he does. Jaunty Gaming has been taken care of. They have been eliminated, and that's the booyah that Total Gaming were looking for. This is the second one that they have received.
This is a triple coming in from Team Total Gaming, and they have hit the champion rush. Time for celebration, and now also create some strategies to win the entire tournament. Will Bermuda bring it an end to lifting the trophy? It is going to be the destiny, the fate that will come as soon as the map calls in. But for now, Team Total Gaming is ruling no matter what. I mentioned it when we joined in, right? There's not one team dominating. It is spread out. Each and every team is getting the opportunity. And I believe I said it too early. Team Total Gaming are destined to dominate.
They are absolutely on point. My goodness. 2 booyahs back to back. 3 in total. Total Gaming totally performing towards the land. And this is just the heights to which no team can reach. Activating the Champions Rush. Let's just go ahead and take a look to what just happened. I did see Jaunty Gaming taking control of SAQL, but later on, this is the entire action. Aztec constantly raining down all of those bullets on the opponents. Ginothra falls first. Vincent was sent right across. The revival came in from Jarvis, but it did not help in the overall situation, as the entire team was so confident. It was a 2v1 situation, to which Aztec just showcased how well he can perform. Those running shots came through. Tatsuya dashes, Oscar dashes, every single thing just perfectly done. And they're going to bury the hatchet in the crossroads in the map of Purgatory against Godlike, as they've already given that one statement that we are above your league.
Ball is in their court. Shanky, Aztec, Mafia, Delete, they have done everything what was needed and they want to end their day at the 6th map. Sure, it's not going to be easy because now other teams are going to burn the midnight oil to not allow the trophy to be lifted by Team Total Gaming. Now it is not about them taking the booyah. Now it's about other 11 teams not allowing them to go ahead and grab that booyah. Team Total Gaming with 26 points followed Soul very closely with 17 points. Team Godlike with 16 points, and also the scores are being shared by Vashishta Esports with 16 points and Jaunty Gaming. Sure, we spotted them on position 2, but they are on position 5 with 16 points. One team concerns me the most. One plus God's Way. Where are they?
They're lost. They're completely lost. And at this point, I believe they have given up. They can go ahead and be the intervention though. Constantly barrage all of those bullets on the opponents and somehow take control of the overall situation. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. They're lost. I have no words for them.
The words are definitely falling short for Team 1 plus God's Way, and they can still at least bring in some charm back, some shine at all.
I don't know. What about you?
I mean, they have done it so well during the league phases, during the online qualifiers, and now on this LAN, they are not at all what we have seen them previously. Now, that is the pressure of LAN. And now the moment that we were waiting for is around the corner. Overall standings.
Please showcase the overall standings. We are just waiting for this one. Let's just understand. Total Gaming! Oh my god! 103! God damn it! They've activated the Champions Rush. And I know for a fact that they're already activated the Adrenaline Rush as well. The plays, the rushes, the fights, the eliminations, all so strong. It's like legends are forged in fire, and these are the ones who have come out from the other end.
Team Total Gaming not only activate the champion rush but also hit the century mark, across the century mark. And if you have a look at the elimination points, they're not just bagging for placements, they are going in a blaze for the elimination points as well. They are the highest eliminators in the lobby. Sure, with 3 booyahs, they do bag the 47 placement points. Let's have a look at the MVP. It is Aztec this time, and we mentioned it over and over time that this is the man, uses the Oscars dash, uses the throwables, just dashes in and grabs those elimination points. 2000 damage for 6 eliminations, sure matches it, but I'm sure he was assisted too firmly, too strongly.
Oh yes. Now, the upcoming map, how well will they perform when so many teams are going to be at their throat, at their doorstep at any given moment? Even though they have activated the D&D, it doesn't matter. So many teams will come knocking, saying that we are the danger. But unfortunately, Total Gaming is the danger. Aztec, good performance. Now I would love to see the way the team has also provided the support that they were looking for. It's not only Aztec. Yes, he did get 6 eliminations. The others, it's always a combined team effort that we usually talk about. Yes, Shanky, Delete, Mafia, all of them alongside Aztec being trained under a single belt, which is Boziaje. My god, the big brain behind all of this. And this is the surgical strike, right? You head inside the game, you're so confident, you're playing so slow, you're expecting that the players are going to rotate, and look at the call! They were at the smack center, had the advantage since round 2, I believe, and they never moved an inch.
They never moved an inch. They are making sure to hold on and fight until and unless somebody pushes upon them. 6 eliminations on the name of Aztec for sure, but 3 bagged by Mafia, 3 bagged by Delete, and 2 coming in from Shanky. But look at the damage. It is pretty distributed. It was an entire teamwork to get this champion rush activated. And are they going to take away the trophy on the map of Bermuda? Well, this was an amazing match to watch. Let's also have game summary to get the better understanding for this particular map of Purgatory, about how things have been, how players have done, and if we talk about everything else, there were 17 eliminations and 89 knocks. So clean sweep was part of the play this time, but look at the total damage. That is reduced by 10,000 as compared to previous
They
map.
played very passively, Tanya. They have played it very passively. 46, yes, I do understand. And the amount of glue walls, which were peaking 220, 230, have all of a sudden reduced. Longest elimination distance being 115. And total knocks, even though most of the teams were planning about bringing the players back online, taking the fight till the very end, most of them could not accomplish this, as they were the last survivors, and those survivors were caught red-handed. I'm talking about NG Pros, Nightmare, alongside Revenant X Park as well. They could not do much, and the kind of confidence to which they released a short burst in league stages and reached all the way towards finals, it's like they have lost their way.
And right now, if at all Team Total Gaming loses the opportunity to grab the trophy, there will be an earning away for those teams who are about to inch closer towards the 80-point mark.
That's always the case, right? Already I can see Ico Reckoning, they have like 70 points. And they can easily reach and activate the Champions Rush, provided they take care of that one giant who's always getting the booyah. This is the third one, guys, third one. I can't believe with my own two eyes that this third booyah has been backed by Total Gaming. The confidence is immense. They're steamrolling forward, and there's no one who can stop this Cinderella run.
They are the freight train that nobody can stop. They are just going all blazing in. You know what is more interesting now? We will have to throw to our host, because there are several Free Fire Max influencers also joining TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025. Let's hand it over to our host, Senor Mamba.
All right, we all have been waiting for this golden opportunity, right? You all sitting at home just wondering what's going on. But yes, over to you, Mamba.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. मैच में तो धमाका चल ही रहा है ऑफ कोर्स, एंड टोटल गेमिंग का परफॉर्मेंस जिस तरीके से रहा है उसकी जितनी तारीफ करे उतनी कम. लेकिन टूर्नामेंट के बारे में, टीम्स के बारे में, माहौल के बारे में और वाइब के बारे में बात करने के लिए यहाँ पे मैं लेके आया हूँ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन अमित भाई को. गिव इट अप फॉर देसी गेमर्स. अमित भाई कैसे हैं आप?
मैं तो एकदम मस्त हूँ, बट थैंक यू सो मच लखनऊ की जनता यहाँ पर आने के लिए.
इतना ज्यादा जो प्यार मिला है, आप एक हाथ क्या ऊपर कर देते, लोग देखिए इतना ज्यादा प्यार. कैसा महसूस हो रहा है? लैंड इवेंट हो रहा है, पहली बार इस तरीके से लोग आपके सामने हैं. हाउ डज दिस फील?
या मैं काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ. साथ ही साथ जितने भी ई स्पोर्ट्स की जनता है काफ़ी ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड है. काफ़ी साल बाद ऐसा माहौल देखने को मिला है, और खासकर सब्सक्राइबर के सामने या फिर ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रेमी के सामने यहाँ पर हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं. और जिस प्रकार का गेम चल रहा है भाई, आउटस्टैंडिंग.
मैं उसके बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ. कल क्लैश स्क्वाड की जब फाइनल्स हुई थी, टोटल गेमिंग ऑलमोस्ट एक राउंड से हार की कगार पर आ चुके थे. फिर उन्होंने रिवर्स क्लीन स्वीप करी, 3 मैचेस लगातार जीते, ट्रॉफी उठाई. आज भी चैंपियन रश की बात कर रहे, पहुंच चुके हैं. एक बूया दूर है वो इस ट्रॉफी के. क्या बातें चल रही थी वहां पे सोफा पे अज्जू भाई के साथ?
कल सच बोलूँ तो बहुत धक-धक हो रहा था, क्योंकि मैं खुद टीजी को सपोर्ट कर रहा था. एंड बैक टू बैक 2 गेम हारने के बाद बहुत सारे लोग टीजी के फैंस होप छोड़ बैठे होंगे, बट मैंने छोड़ा नहीं था. एंड इन्होंने भी खुद को प्रूव किया. हेड्स ऑफ टू दिस प्लेयर्स कि इतने लाइक मेंटल प्रेशर किस लेवल पे होगा ना, हार्ट बीट क्या बढ़ रही होगी. स्टिल उन्होंने बैक टू बैक पहले कॉमबैक किया, एंड 5वें मैच पे एकदम क्या बोलते हैं उसको, एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा वाला एंडिंग दिया.
एब्सोल्युटली. इससे बेहतर फाइनल नहीं हो सकता था. लेकिन अमित भाई, बिफोर आई लेट यू गो, क्या कहना चाहेंगे अपने फैंस को, ऑनलाइन, इन पर्सन, क्या कहेंगे?
गाइस, जो लोग भी यहाँ पर आए हो, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच. एंड साथ ही साथ गाइस, जो लोग ऑनलाइन यूट्यूब पे, इंस्टाग्राम में कहीं पर भी देख रहे हो गाइस, ये तो बस शुरुआत है.
Well, let's go. Thank you so much, अमित भाई. Thank you so much for joining me. And ये तो बस शुरुआत है. बिल्कुल सही कहा है इन्होंने. This is just the beginning. But ladies and gentlemen, फिलहाल हम चलेंगे वापस हमारे कास्टर्स के पास, जो चर्चा करेंगे आने वाली मैचेस के बारे में. Folks, take it away.
Well, we already finished the interview with Desi Gamers, and yes, like you mentioned, things should never stop. It's just the beginning, and this is the kind of beginning even Total Gaming has already received. Them getting the Champions Rush activated in just how many games? 5 games is massive, and I'm so impressed. And this is like that one moment where most of the teams are trying to catch up to 103 points.
Well, that's going to turn the journey pretty short if the day ends at Bermuda, and a massive victory for Team Total Gaming. And they're going to end it in style, if at all. They end it up with the Champion Rush format, the moment that we all have been waiting for, to have a victor in this format.
Exactly. The others still trying to figure out SCPL they need the hunger to be wet. And this is the moment. This is the time where it's either Total Gaming just going ahead, diving deep and taking the trophy away, ripping it apart, or the others trying to stop them on the track.
Team Total Gaming should be under the Herculean effect to go ahead and grab the trophy. The flight path being diagonal. Team NG Pros on the grounds of Observatory looking pretty safe. Who isn't safe? That is what exactly I'm eyeing out for. Now everybody has realized they have to be safe, then sorry. They really understand that the time is shrinking in. The maps are closing in, and they want to go ahead and grab the title, because still there's a room of opportunity. If Team Total Gaming misses it in this particular map, the circle is pretty safe. Southern Island, Sentosa will totally be denied, and nobody is going in for the fights except for Nightmare Esports. They are up for fight against NG Pros.
I hope they better keep the wolves away from the door. NG Pros. They're trying to zero in the location, Ninja right in front, and we all know what will happen. Slowly but surely, those shots are going to hit. The HP falling down. Water. He's still trying to find his way out. Ninja, what's he doing? He's sneakily right there underneath, and he's not even giving an audio as he's crouched all the way across. And look at that. The Champions Rush, the crown, Total Gaming, they have it. The others, they still don't.
Team Total Gaming on the screen with the crown nearby. After activating the Champion Rush, will they be the champions? That only after 20 minutes or under 20 minutes we will say. But for now, Nightmare Esports is getting a pretty aggressive. Got 2 eliminations, and now Radhe Thakur should be revived near to Bullseye. Roger has got his plans of his own. Double Vector in his hand. NG Pros are inching closer. He has all the information but no weapon to pick up this fight.
He has it. Switching across on melee to gain the momentum speed. Okay, Carl 98 said, what were you thinking? You're no bunny, you're a pelican. And that's what X Divine tells him. Soul is trying to go ahead and call in for the revenge, and Harsh, he's right across the corner. This is a bad situation. That one player who went all in, went berserk. X Divine, he's been taken care of. The vending machine is way too far. It's better for SCTUL to run across and then revive those 2 players.
Team Car 98 playing it all safe, but look at Eco getting some knocks, getting some confirmation against Team Ico Reckoning. Team SCTUL is also heading towards the center, and Harsh will make sure to resurrect Divine. Catalyst is to be owned by Team Godlike. Team Tycoon's got 3 eliminations on their name and are looking forward to take a pause for now. But look at Nancy. He isn't taking any pause. He is up for grabs, grabbing some better loot, heading towards the container. No, they're heading towards the giant launch pad. They want to make a move. They want a better location. And where are they heading for? Are they having any opponents that side?
Oh, yeah. They for sure are playing it very safe. They would love to do that rather than just going in for the fight and then being constantly obliterated. That's a really good strategy. A very nice approach towards the overall situation. Your team's still outside the circle as it's just the first one. I can see, wait a second. Total Gaming in the smack center. Bhima Shakti strip? Okay. I don't know how this thing is going to fall for them, but Godspeed. As I could reckon, I can see that one player lingering around. Sohan, he's trying to stay alive. Not at all give the information. Ninja, what's this fielding that we're looking at? I could reckoning they're down here for something big. And usually whenever I see them, they love to head towards peak.
There's something bigger and better being cooked over here. Team Godlike against Team NG Pros. Cropsy on the balcony is already spotted. No glue wall is going to give him cover. He jumps off it. Will be delivered a lot of damage. Flame guns also introduced. It's going to be Eco on the hunt for each and every player of NG Pros. Nobody is on the side, but instead Anubhav on the long range is going to shut Yogi down. Got a confirmation in no time. The upper grounds always builds in an extra bit of an advantage. Cropsy will be thrown. The grenade. Glue wall melter for sure, and now he's making his way. Now Team Godlike decided to pick up the fight, but they are on the lot. They are being taken down. Vending machine nearby. Are they successful enough to revive? Trades were taken. Cropsy was on the front to shut them down.
Oh my god.
Triple kill.
What's going on? It's not working. NG Pros, 6 total eliminations. Absolute hammer for performance. And Godlike, even though I can see that those players are coming back into the picture, but they need those credits. And that's where they're falling short. One more player that needs to be called in. And that's where they're stuck.
Arjun trying to be on the driving seat to avoid any rotations happening. But here we come towards Radhe Thakur right now, having all the information of Team NG Pros, trying to deliver a little bit of damage. At most, he might be able to get a knock, but no confirmation. This is a long range battle, which doesn't confirm any eliminations, but yeah, burns out the resources. Nightmare Esports, 2 eliminations, trying to go backside, but look at Cropsy in the struggle. A lot of struggle indeed. Struggle in the mix as well. Damage will be delivered, but no confirmation once again. Long range battles doesn't end up immediately, but they are left with the room of opportunity to make a move. Rush out of sight.
Out of sight, out of mind. Most of the teams, they live by this motto. And this one kid, he's not able to function right. Kid 26. No matter what the situation is, he's always outside in the open, taking those shots, tanking them. But how long can you do that? At one point, your helmet, your vest, all of that will just crumble and succumb for you to be on the ground. NG Pros, look at them. They're going outside the circle just to take this fight against Nightmare. This is big! All of a sudden, they're just shifting tides. They're moving forward, trying to jeopardize the entire situation. Rochuk, he wants to run away. Call in safety, call in quits. But look at him, he's just constantly taking the firepower onto the face of NG Pros, constantly getting those knocks. One player comes back on his feet, but it doesn't matter. As Nightmare, they're the ones having the last laugh, standing right in front and calling them out. You made this decision. You wanted to head outside and take a fight against us, but still, we are the ones to go ahead and capitalize.
The other one being punished. Struggle will be revived. 7 eliminations strong. They want to get those confirmation at all costs. And yes, Anubhav will back that triple elimination. Still fighting out of the zone. And now Struggle is also trying to retaliate. Punish for team to take a U-turn and pick up fight. They have got the vending machine. They will resurrect the lost players. But now they haven't lost any. 10 eliminations using the launch pad. And now they are in the safe net.
Not just yet. Arjun being the last man standing. He's already been surrounded by NG Pros. Oh my god, the entire situation has just converted for the entire team to falter. This is big. I did not know, I did not expect that Nightmare, they will fumble so bad. When they had the time to run away, they should have chosen it. And that's what has costed them a lot. The crown, the champions rush, and the elimination points. 98. This is another team, a different era altogether. They're very close to take a battle against 1+ God's Reign, the ones who are having no morale at all in this entire game. Can they be picked clean, or will they bring a comeback in this particular map itself?
Right now, Team Total Gaming are also picking up some fights. They are the one at the highest risk. They do not want to lose this match at any cost still. Not at all hesitant to get those elimination points. from one window to the other, from one compound to other, delivered a lot of damage, got some knocks with no confirmation. But look at Amin once again. He's going to use those grenades and get those confirmations. 6 eliminations strong on the edge of the circle. They are looking pretty clean. Nobody's sharing the grounds as of now, but they are up and open, up for grabs by anyone on the upper ground who will take them down. But look at Team Godlike. Godlike versus 1+ God's Reign is some other different story on different stage. But SHL Arsh is going to go bring back all the players that they lost.
Oh, yeah. And in the midst of all of that Total Gaming, they've sealed all the windows. They're inside the compound. They're taking those shots on their own glue walls, shattering it down just to get the information, which they had blocked earlier. Oh my god. This team is filled with surprises, man. Versus Champions Rush, it's on their head. And there's no one who's even daring to contest them. Revenant X-Pac right across, but they're still not even having the confidence to take this fight. You never know. The lightning might strike thrice.
And Circle took a shift. We see only NG struggle within the circle, and what a prediction coming in from the side of Team Total Gaming. They are on the edge of the circle where Team SHUL is very nearby. They were just revived. They do not have much of loot. I do not see any fight brewing from their end. And now they are trying to keep it as safe as possible. But what about Team Car98 and Team Godlike? They fought very strong in the map of Purgatory right from the start until the end, where Team Godlike made sure to win that duel. Will they be able to replicate what they did in the map of Purgatory on the grounds of Bermuda? Team Tycoons going it as easy as possible. Vehicle nearby for the rotation. Kartulitsuva it is. And Cropsy will be able to bag 5 eliminations on the lane. But look at the flame gun. Washishta Esports will be able to take down Gopo in no time.
Why? Why go POP? Why peek around the corner when it's being bombarded by so many utilities? And that's where they're faltering one by one. Those knocks are coming through, but it's Swaroop at the receiving end. Following up. Patlu, he's the last man standing, and there goes the entire team of Washishta. They've been eliminated by none other than Team Tycoons. This team is a sensation. All this time, they were hidden gems. And now, they're just bagging those eliminations and sweeping floors with those teams who are called the underdogs.
Team Godlike versus Car98 still continues. Team Eco is down, will be revived in no time. And also, heal guns will come for the duels. Team Tycoons, who just decimated Washishta Esports and now are on the wrath of NG Pros and will be decimated in barely 5 to 6 seconds. What sort of aggression was it? What sort of dominance was it? And it was so clean execution. It was so clinical at the same time.
This is what happens when you want to pay for your sins. And all of a sudden, there's NG Pros coming into the picture. Sweeping Team Tycoons, even though Team Tycoons had a really good fight against Washishta. Now NG Pros with 16 eliminations. They are just sitting at the tippy top. And I cannot see Total Gaming there because they want to play it very safe. They want to play it down to the wire, and those eliminations are going to be absolutely clean. Car98 Army, the entire team, the platoon is gone.
But right now, 2 other platoons are ready to pick up fight. It is going to be Revenant X-Pac against Team Total Gaming. And who is going to break the ice? That still remains the question. They are going as slow as possible. And particularly for Team Total Gaming, they want to make sure they go a little slow because they do not want to lose this opportunity to win this trophy with Champion Rush. But talking of Team Revenant X-Pac, they're ready to pick up fights against Team Godlike. Blue Wall Melters already introduced. And none of the teams are within the circle. 1+ God's Reign are finally picking up the pace. 5 eliminations. As soon as I say that, they are going to be taken down by Team Jaunty Gaming. Windsmoke eliminated. Anshu as well. Manish, and they bite the bullet.
Oh my god, this team is getting vanished like Pluto from the solar system. Yet again! What is going on, 1+ God's Reign? I thought this was your moment to shine. But unfortunately, yet again being denied with the factor of at least getting a booyah or a map, which was good, at least a double digit on their name.
Team Total Gaming taking it as safe as possible with only 1 elimination not being introduced. But look at Revenant X-Pac. They are picking up some 5 grenade launchers. Sahil is able to shut down Ronet and now also on the move and to delete, to decimate Haiku Reckoning.
That's right. And now the rotation being called in. The huge Pelicans are moving forward. Skyrocket. Rushing, gushing, just to enter inside the compound where Total Gaming is still waiting. Wait, Mafia! He gets instantly knocked. Louis from far off angle. Revenant, X-Pac. They already have a really good spot. But outside the circle, in order to reach inside, they need to slowly make their way through. Fight against two big giants. And NG Pros are still waiting. And once they see those players rotating, that's where they're gonna strike when the iron's hot. Duel. What's it gonna be? Slowly but surely, they want to get the information on about where Total Gaming entire team is waiting around.
Team Total Gaming are covered from all different directions, and RNTX on one side, on the other side they have Team SHL. They are using the launch pad to go outside, whereas it's going to be Team NG Pros getting some eliminations, and no, they're going to shut Team Jaunty Gaming. We have 4 teams alive, and NG Pros are barely surviving. Will they be able to survive?
I don't think so. Last man standing, he's still trying to find his sweet spot. 16% is what the entire game is predicted as well. And look at the way Total Gaming is still reaching forward. Duel, they had a 4-man healthy squad, and they have been eliminated. Total Gaming, they're finding a really good chance. This is the moment. This is the glory that they were waiting for. It's a 4v2. Revenant X-Pac. They won't be able to clutch this one as the entire team, they have moved forward. The entire crowd is going to be on their toes as Total Gaming, they have won this one clean with the 4th. Booyah!
One right step has shattered the dreams of 11 teams, and one perfect play has changed it all for Team Total Gaming. They end it on Champion Rush.
This is the 10% luck that we talk about, the 20% skill that they have showcased, the 15% concentration of power of will, all of that combined with the 5% of pleasure. And this is the team that we remember with the 100% gameplay.
The gameplay that they played, every map, every move, every decision carried the way towards the destiny, towards the trophy. Look at the celebration. Look at the players. They are all happy, celebrating on the ground, thankful, emotional.
Real raw emotions. Like you mentioned, emotional gameplays, everything felt right. Players are coming forward, and these are your ladies and gentlemen, the champions of TEZ FFMIC 2025. What a lovely gameplay. They just finished the entire game in around 6 maps. 6 maps. Are you freaking kidding me? And here they come to go ahead and lift the trophy. First off, they're covering it off. They're like, wait a second, guys. This is the trophy. This is the moment of Total Gaming. We're going to unwrap it and then lift it up.
They are the powerhouse of TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. The moment of celebration, the moment of achievement, the moment of happiness. And we have Total Gaming himself on the screen, and the crowd wouldn't silence. We are literally able to hear how strongly the crowd is roaring for this victory.
That's right. Archu will be completely proud. And not only that, Fauzi Ajay, the kind of ambience that he has created for his players, the kind of dedication that he has poured down, told them that this needs to be done right about now, and that's where the entire team has lied forward towards getting the champions, both the places, Clash Squad first and now the Battle Royale. Both the days an absolute banger for this team. Now they lift the trophy. Total Gaming for you, ladies and gentlemen. The champions of TEZ FFMIC 2025.
They have got everything, all the glitter, all the sparkle, all the drama, and all the emotions right in front of us. It is the moment to rejoice, not only today, but forever. They have etched their name in the history on the trophy, and Team Total Gaming is hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, they've made it. first representing India in the foreign soil, and now in India, they have just made a huge name for themselves. I mean, of course, they had a huge name before this as well, but now right after the Champions Trophy, they have put those 4 stars right in front of them. Look at them rejoicing this moment. Hard working as always, as all of those booyahs were not so easy, Tanya.
Sure.
3 back to back and 1 towards the beginning. Imagine!
They end lifting the trophy with a hat trick on their name on the Booyah list. It has been a commendable journey for them. They are going to sleep like a baby for sure. 2 babies on their name, 1 for the Clash Squad and 1 for the Battle Royale. The game is all theirs. The stage is all theirs. The moment they have earned with all the hard work and efforts.
I would give a huge salute to Fauzi Ajay. Previous to this, the moment I was coming to the desk, I had this question in my mind. Guys, can you pull it through? He was like, yes, we're going to get the double trophy in our name. And I was like, you know what? It's all right. I completely understand. It can be a huge ask. But they did it. They made it. This man is unstoppable. The team itself, they are unstoppable. You talk about the kind of performance. They have showcased every single thing. Mafia, Delete, Aztec, Shanky. Every one of them has performed till the very end.
They look like it was a piece of cake, but sure, it cost them an arm and a leg. Lot of hard works were proven here. We see time and time again, they have proven their worth, not only in one mode, but both. They are taking the trophy towards the audience for the appreciation, for all the support this fans have made them, and they are making sure to rejoice the moment with the one who are here to support them. And this is one of the best ways to celebrate victory. And this victory is not only theirs, but also for the audience.
Hey, it should be Fauzi Ajay on top of all of the players' shoulders, not the other way around, not the championship trophy. No, Fauzi Ajay needs to be hoisted. And that's what they're talking about. What will TG ask for? Booyah, booyah, and booyah. And that's what they did.
Their slogan is, what does TG want? And it's a booyah, booyah, booyah. And they get the hat trick. Ajubai himself making the move, grabbing the trophy, inching closer and closer with
So
happiness
happy.
and with his team. Delete nearby. And Fauzi Ajay still wiping the sweat.
So happy. Look at them. They just can't believe. They just can't believe. And now all of that imagination is coming down to reality. They're channeling it through. They have manifested this moment. Wow. Absolute bonkers of a performance.
They are the Hercules for this particular tournament. And I was asking about the effect, but here they turned everything on their name.
Oh my God. Yeah, look at them. Look at them. Oh, the respect, the mutual respect. Both of them bowing down. Oh, this is just an epic day. What a lovely way to represent alongside Go Ahead, performed so fluently. He's rocking the trophy now. He's rocking it to sleep. And I hope he gets the opportunity to do that.
And it's great to see parents appreciating the kids. Parents are here for the celebration as well, and they're making sure the trophy to be lifted by mothers of one of the players. And yes, the support coming in from the parent side is also something that is bringing in all the emotions and also a message to other parents. And the moment comes in that please support your children. This is a proper career and it's not in the making anymore. It is already done.
Ladies and gentlemen, your crown victors, Total Gaming, the champions of TEZ FFMIC 2025. What a lovely way to go ahead and finish this one thing so clean. Oh boy. We thought that it's going to be a tough time, but yeah, that's how legends go ahead and carve their names on a stone. They've etched it. They have made things so fluent, and they have set the benchmark for the upcoming generation for them to go ahead and showcase what needs to be done to achieve this. But now, Mamba, please take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, जिस नाम को फ्री फायर मैच का बेताज बादशाह कहा जाता था, आज उसके सिर पे दो ताज सजे हैं। कल क्लैश स्क्वाड जीते, आज बैटल रॉयल जीते। Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it for Total Gaming. अज्जू भाई, आपका जो कमिटमेंट था आज सुबह का, आपको याद होगा लिफ्ट में जब मैं निकल रहा था, आप जा रहे थे ऊपर और आपने बोला था आज वापस आऊंगा मैं इंटरव्यू देने। तब ये नहीं सोचा था कि ये करके आओगे।
भाई सोचा तो मैंने था,
ऑफ कोर्स सोचा था यार। अजू भाई क्या मजाक की बात है। और कल आपकी टीम ने जिस तरीके से डोमिनेट किया, आज जिस तरीके से डोमिनेट किया, कुछ तो तैयारी रही होगी।
रही थी, पर आई थिंक नहीं बताना सही रहेगा।
नहीं बताना सही रहेगा,
बाकी मैं ही कह रहा हूँ, फौजी भाई और इन लोगों ने बहुत तैयारी करी थी,
सबसे
तो उनसे पूछो।
नहीं, सबसे बात करेंगे, लेकिन आप अपने फैंस को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
लव यू भाइयों, लव यू। तुम लोगों का इस लेन में होना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। काफी टाइम बाद लेन हुआ है फ्री फायर का पहला, और जितने भी लोग यहाँ पे हो, ये हिस्ट्री मूवमेंट है भाई। और भाई मैं क्या बोलूं, मेरे पास अभी बोलने के लिए कुछ है नहीं। लव यू, लव यू, लव यू, लव यू।
अजू भाई, अरे डिलीट आओ।
घर जाके सो जाओ, ट्रॉफी तो हमारी है। टीजी मांगे क्या? बुया बुया बुया।
क्या बात है। सबसे बात करेंगे मौजी भाई।
जी मामा भाई,
क्या चल रहा है जहन में?
कुछ नहीं, मैंने आपको कहा था ट्रॉफी लेने आए और लेके जाएंगे।
ट्रॉफी तो लेके जा रहे हो, लेकिन दिल जितने जीत के गए हो उसके बारे में क्या कहोगे यार? आई स्टिल रिमेंबर 2019, वहां पे बैठे थे आप, वो कुर्सी से लेके मेन स्टेज के बाद दो ट्रॉफी उठाना, ये बहुत ज्यादा इंस्पिरेशनल है उन लोगों के लिए जो आज भी compete करना चाहते हैं। उनको क्या कहेंगे?
बिल्कुल यार, मेहनत करो और जो चीज़ तुम लोग करके आ रहे हो, टारगेट रख रहे हो, उस टारगेट पर फोकस करो जब तक वो अचीव ना हो जाए। क्योंकि मैं भी जैसे आप लोग आ रखे हो ना दोस्तों, मैं भी बैठा था आके, और ये सब देख के ना जो आप अभी देख रहे हो, मैंने भी देखा था और मुझे लगा कि मैं भी करूँगा। तो शायद उसके बाद ये पहला इवेंट है जो लैंड हुआ है अर्गेना का ऑफिशियली, और मैंने ये कर दिया।
फौजी भाई, एक और बार थोड़ा सा प्यार ऑडियंस के लिए, एक आध चीयर हो जाए।
दोस्तों सब एक साथ, टीजी मांगे क्या?
बूया बूया बूया।
थैंक यू दोस्तों।
यार मैं माफिया भाई को बुलाना चाहता हूँ। माफिया भाई आओ यार, कितनी देर दूर भागोगे? How are you feeling right now? दो ट्रॉफी 2 दिन में, क्या लग रहा है, क्या चल रहा है दिमाग में?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है हमें। हमारा मेन फोकस ही ट्रॉफी पे था, और ये हमारे लिए स्टेप ही है। मैं इसको एंड नहीं मानता। हमारे को वर्ल्ड सीरीज खेलना है, वहाँ जीतना है, ये हमारे लिए स्टेप है। हमारा फाइनल डेस्टिनेशन वर्ल्ड सीरीज ही रहेगा। हमारा स्टार्टिंग से फोकस ये था कि ये स्टेप है, स्टेप पे चढ़ो, बाकी टीमें सोच रही होंगी उनको ही जीतना है। हमारा फोकस था जीत के आगे वाले चीज पे फोकस करना है।
And this is what we call a champions mentality. उनको पता था ये जीत के आगे
आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। लव यू। जो लोग फैंस आए, आप सभी को ढेर सारा प्यार।
पवन सर कर दिया ना, दो पवन सर से प्रॉमिस किया था।
ओवररेटेड।
बट फिलहाल वक्त है एमवीपी अनाउंस करने का। आप तो आइए, आपसे भी बातचीत करेंगे। बट लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, एनी गेसेस फॉर द एमवीपीज? एनी गेसेस? बहुत आसान होना चाहिए, बहुत ज्यादा आसान होना चाहिए। शैंकी भाई, एमवीपी ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट, गिव इट अप for Shanky! क्या चल रहा है यार दिल में? मैच के बारे में क्या ही पूछोगे? इतना डोमिनेट किया कि एनालाइज करने के लिए कुछ है ही नहीं. How are you feeling right now?
I can't express my feelings right now.
मैं पकड़ लेता हूँ.
I can't express my feelings right now. मतलब बहुत प्राउड फील हो रहा है. बस सब कुछ बोल नहीं सकता मैं. बस एक ही चीज बोलूंगा. क्या था लाइन भूल गया मैं. सॉरी वेट क्या थी लाइन? घर जाकर सो जाओ ट्रॉफी तो हमारी है.
घर जाकर सो जाओ ट्रॉफी तो इन्हीं की है. बट चैंकी भाई इतना जल्दी कहाँ जा रहे हो? आओ तो और प्यार देना है आपको और बातचीत करनी है. आपकी जो जर्नी रही है बीइंग पिक्ड अप बाय टोल गेमिंग, ऑब्वियसली मैंने फौजी भाई से बात करी थी स्टेज के ऊपर. उन्होंने आपको डिस्कवर किया था, पिकअप किया था. सोचा था तब कि इतने कम समय में यहाँ पे खड़े होंगे 2-2 ट्रॉफीज के साथ?
नहीं सच बोलूँ तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं सोचा था कि ऐसा कुछ होगा. बट हाँ बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है पीछे से. फौजी भाई का बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है. माफिया डिलीट सबका बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट है. तो वी डिड इट. मतलब बहुत प्राउड फील हो रहा है. पहले सोचा था नहीं हो पाएगा बट कर लिया. बहुत अच्छा लगा.
बढ़िया. चलिए बट मैं खाली एक सवाल हैशटैग से भी पूछना चाहता हूँ. हैशटैग भाई आप भी आ जाए. उनको भी भेज दीजिए. उनसे भी बातचीत कर लेते थोड़ी. इकलौते प्लेयर रह गए. चलिए यार जितनी भी ऑडियंस बैठी है उनसे तो मैंने बातचीत करी गेम के बारे में. आपसे भी वही सवाल पूछूंगा. हाउ यू फीलिंग? फैंस को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. इतने सारे फैंस आए सपोर्ट्स करने. इतना ज़्यादा मेरे ख्याल से दूसरी टीम्स को यही डिमोटिवेट हो गई थी कि वो नहीं कुछ कर सकती है.
ऑफ कोर्स. एंड जिस तरीके से आपने डोमिनेट किया है तो एक और बार फैंस के पास कॉल आउट करवाना चाहेंगे. टीजी मांगे क्या?
टीजी मांगे क्या? बुया बुया बुया.
Wonderful ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again. हमारे कास्टर्स इंतजार कर रहे हैं और भी चर्चा करने के लिए इस बारे में. Folks, over to you.
Well, we all know what just went down in history. 2 days, 2 intense action. And in both the places, it's Total Gaming going ahead and showcasing their dominating performance. He mentioned right there, Mafia, whether it be anyone, Shanky, Ajubhai, everyone told the same thing. It's the support from the fans that we have received, and we are going to showcase our 100%. So 100%, yes, we did see. And that was like a total dominating performance.
Fortune favors the brave, and these were the men with the nerves with iron, without any denial, with all the discipline, with all the domination. They not only get 1 trophy but 2. This is an emotional moment not only for them but also for all of us. What a start. Sure, this is going to be one more feather in their hat, but this is just the start. This is just the triumph, and may the golden streak continue.
Exactly. Total Gaming, they've absolutely made every single fan proud out here. They've showcased what they're made of, and those triple booyahs are just a fleeting thought to which they can easily go ahead and answer as well. So overall, really good performance, and we even saw who the MVP is of the overall tournament. So congratulations. We all are here to go ahead and witness this, and today is the day we all could witness such good gameplay right in front of us. Let's just go towards the final play and witness the kind of booyah that they received at the very end. The total annihilation, the total takeover, total dominating team called Total Gaming.
It all started when they started going on the upper side towards the zone where they could have been damaged. But look at Shanky. Yeah, sure, he deserves the MVP, and in fraction of a second, they decimated the entire squad. Let's also have a look at the overall standings of the final map of the Bermuda, which was 6th map for the day. 18 eliminations, 26 points to altogether, and this was Total Gaming did not wanted to go ahead and grab the #1 position. All they wanted to go ahead and grab the title, the trophy, and the bragging rights, the pride, the glory.
Absolute Nawabi. That's the performance, I would say. Total Gaming, they did not wait a single moment. They were like, you know what? You're giving us the opportunity. We are going to go ahead, spread our wings. There's no one to clip us. There was SATUL. They were calling in the rotation. They took the launch pad, and they made the biggest mistake in their life. They had to stop Total Gaming on their track, but unfortunately, they could not do it much more passionately.
Let's have a look at the overall scorecard where Team Total Gaming wins the title with Champion Rush mode, 122 points strong. Not even a single team inching closer at all. 79 points for Team IQ Reckoning and NG Pros with 75 points. Team SHL 74. Everybody in the 70s until 6th position. Then comes the lane of 60s from Nightmare Esports and Jaunty Gaming. Godlike Esports with 54 points. Vashishta with 40. Car 98 Army 33 points on their name. 1 plus Pods Rain. It was a tough day for them.
It was a tough day. But here's another thing, right? This trophy was nothing but Thor's hammer, awaiting for Total Gaming to open their fists and claim it.
They claimed it very strongly. 4 booyahs is everything. The moment I hopped in on the desk, I said, it is not a domination. It is all spread out. And within a couple of hours, Team Total Gaming changed the table, turned the tide. 3 back-to-back booyahs and 1 more on their name. Let's have a look at the team stats because that is going to help us understand what the strategy was. The strategy was consistent. Shanky, Oscar, Mafia, Skylar, Aztec, and Steffi this time. I believe the Graffiti's blessing blessed them a lot, and Delete with as Cassie, giving all the required heal.
The victor's dinner. The meta. Every single thing on point. From the start till the end, the same. And they have just mastered it. Even in the middle, there were some switcheroos. The characters were nerfed. They still understood what can be taken into the meta. And that's what they implemented. Antonio coming into the picture, they were getting those points. Alongside, yes, I do understand the team statistics is screaming volumes that they did not take a fight. A single fight. They were like, you know what, we're going to wait till the end. It doesn't matter. But 4 eliminations, wait, Shanky just went all in. This dude is an absolute carnage monster.
They did not go for elimination points. They really wanted that booyah and they ended it in a style. And it was an amazing way. Sure, they did not deliver much of damage. Aztec, who has been my MVP multiple times, he is only with 1 elimination. That is a motive that was clearly seen throughout this circle, throughout the map of Bermuda. All they wanted was a compound to hang around until the final fight, and they made sure they excelled in every bit of fight later on. And they did not lose a single player. All 4 were surviving when they bagged this one.
Well, Tanya, I would love to say this. This is the glory you rise to, the legacy you create, the unsnatchable crown you acquire when you fight with passion and fire. The game summary, it doesn't matter. The total damage doesn't matter because all the damage that was dealt was with just these 3 booyahs. The crowd wanted. The slogan says, and it was delivered.
Everything that they did was destined, was hard work, was practiced, and was clearly seen. Legends are not born, they are made, and it was clearly seen that they gave a tough fight to each and every team. Sure, the start of the day, first half of the day, was not so comfortable, yet they managed to get 1 booyah. But as soon as we hit the middle segment, where the heat just turned into lava, it turned into a position where nobody could have stepped in because the floor was lava for each and every team. And let's have a look at the MVP.
Oh, the most valuable person. Oh, yes, it is going to be Shanky. My man did not have a break button. He kept rushing forward, being the rusher of the team, providing the kind of eliminations. It's just absolutely amazing to watch. And this person right here has reignited the fire. Shanky for you, ladies and gentlemen. Total Gaming, all thanks to this man who kept on pressing forward and the others kept on providing the support, has given the confidence to unleash demons upon the enemies. 20 eliminations, damage of over 8.9k in the entirety of what, 6 games?
Yes. so close to 9,000. And I believe nobody might have been so close to what Shanky has achieved. Grand Finals MVP. This was the title that I was waiting all the way from online qualifiers until now when the prize pool was announced. It was not about the prize pool then, but it was about the spotlight, and Shanky got that limelight. Shanky got that spotlight on his name, and he delivered when it needed the most, and he made a lot of goods that was needed for the team Total Gaming to grab this trophy. We see a mother in the mix celebrating, rejoicing the moment, and it's the peace sign. It's the sign of victory. A lot of thumbs up in the mix.
It's the parents of Mafia alongside his brother. Imagine they were here to witness the glory, and the promise was delivered. It itself is an emotion. He's doing bicep I told you guys, it's approximately 14 kilograms, and it's only Mafia who can do that with a single hand, going ahead and making his biceps. Wow. That's one way to celebrate.
Taking all the blessings. They have done an amazing job. Every moment that they are spending on this stage is worth every elimination, every survival that they have brought into the table for everyone to have fun.
TG is not just a team anymore. They are the man, the myth, the legend. Well, I would just go ahead and call them Batman. Rising in the dark, attacking in unexpected manner just to make certain a scar is left, but not wounds are just there for the other teams, as they're just constantly licking them, understanding the kind of mistakes that they've made that has costed them this entirety of show.
We're talking about who catches the train. They back the entire station. They earned the love from entire nation. They have done everything that is needed, and every word is falling short. Jaunty Gaming congratulating. Now that is the sportsmanship that is worth celebrating and appreciating.
It's just happiness all across. But the other teams, it was a really good try. You all gave your blood, sweat, tears till the very end. And yeah, you made it count. Reaching towards the finals was not easy. First, those 2 slots to the finals, and then later on, the 6 slots, which were taken by storm. I still remember there were like so many stories that were about to be brewed in the final day, but unfortunately, that could not happen.
Finally, Team Total Gaming, the champions, have carved their name in the chronicles of TEZ FFMIC India Championship 2025, and that comes to an end, but I'm very sure it is a beginning for the new rise.
Indeed. Well, that was a lovely thing. Even Jaunty came on stage. He congratulated the entire team of Total Gaming. What a lovely performance overall. I just enjoyed every bit of it, Tanya. And what a lovely day, man. What a lovely day. 28 September is going to be remembered by so many people. A, when they did not get the ticket, they're going to remember it that way. B, they already came inside the stadium. They witnessed Total Gaming absolutely dominating and winning. Or C, they will actually see those emotions live like you guys on the screen. So in 3 ways, you're the winners.
Sure, but the true winners for the day are none other than Team Total Gaming. They have been disciplined in the final map. They proved their dominance in every action that they took.
Yep.
And yes, they have carved their name in the history for TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. This is for the start. Much more to happen on the way. We wish luck to all the teams who weren't able to win, to not get disheartened, because landing to the stage was achievement within itself.
True, moreover, it's a LAN experience, the pressure, the intensity, which makes even a really good player nervous. So yes, might as well take the experience, and it's all right, it's okay. But next time, give it 100%, understand the mistakes that you've already made, and then later on just go ahead, fix him, and then go wreak havoc.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had equal amount of fun just like us. This is me, Tanya. Alongside me, it is Azora. Do not miss to follow the socials for us as well as socials for TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 because you do not want to miss anything that has already happened. You want to see your stars again being embedded in a right way with correct points and the counters, and also much more stories are yet to be written and are on the make.
Well, that's one of the things, right? We all have loved it, the overall portion. It's like I've already had a really good meal. And with that said,
Triple kill. Dominating. Triple kill. Double kill. Quadra kill. Dominating.
knows how to make real music anymore. Dead.
Flashback, before you got mad, didn't crack that. In and out, don't know when the new man to the boy got only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the hill, mad at.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Wow.